Hello everyone and welcome to the final round of the Virtual Endurance Championship here for Season 13. For the 7th year in a row we end off our season with the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the most prestigious and arguably the best of the 24-hour races that are on show these days. Also, to add into the mix this time though, we've got two finely poised championship battles that are going to go right down to the wire. We're going to be doing the maths all day long and it's going to be very, very stressful for the teams involved. You can be sure of that one, and by the end of the race on Sunday afternoon we will know who are your Season 13 champions for the LMP2 and the GTE categories, because right now we still have absolutely no idea. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Hugo Barroud and Aidan Millward for the first 4 hours of this race. And Hugo, what better way to end off our season? We've got a fantastic race in front of us and I bet these guys can't wait to get underway right now.
Yeah, this is perhaps one of my favourite tracks in racing, not just sim racing as well, just because of the level of prestigiousness around Le Mans, its location right in the heart of France, and just the way the track flows, especially for endurance, the length of these straights, and just the dynamic nature of the circuit is going to be really interesting to watch, and that's why it lends itself so well to endurance racing.
It does lend itself very well to endurance racing, Aidan, and you know, these guys have been building up to this race all year, so there's going to be a lot of pressure on these next 24 hours.
Yeah, the best part is that even though we had qualifying last week, it's the only race where we have qualifying on a different day to the actual race because of how long the race is, the 24 hours of Le Mans. You never know what's going to happen. Just because you start on pole doesn't mean you're actually going to win. We don't know what's going to happen over the course of 24 hours. A car could stack it at turn 1 on the first lap and have 20 minutes repairs, and then it could come back and still finish like 5th or 6th given anything else that's happening. So it's a race. Yes, it's 24 hours long, but it still has all the intrigue of a sprint race like the Indianapolis 500 or at Monaco, where anything can happen, which is what makes it so great to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's prestigious enough and it's difficult enough on its own, but we're adding into the mix a championship fight here, and let's take a look at the LMP2 standings coming into today, because we've got a lot to fight for. Varga Sim Racing are currently leading. Burst Edge Esports are second, only 5 points behind. Those two teams are the only teams who can mathematically take the title at this point. But the great thing about this championship, Hugo, is the fact that if either of those two win this race, then they've automatically won the title. There's absolutely nothing they can do. So, the battles and the pressure that's going to be on that is going to be absolutely huge.
Yeah, and that's pretty much perfect. That's exactly what you want for a championship decider, and especially with a race that's double the length of any other race we've had this season. So it's much further to go. But as was said earlier, it's also a sprint race, and though it won't be won at the start of the race, it can most certainly be lost. So the drivers are going to have to be very careful into those first few turns, into the Dunlop chicane, and then the SS following before they can start to spread out along that first part of the Mulsanne. But yeah, we're going to have to be keeping an eye on both Burst Edge and Varga Sim Racing, because they are both going to be really going for the win tonight. You can see the weather, it's going to be mostly sunny. There doesn't seem to be much of a chance of rain. So it is really just down to the drivers and how quickly they can get around this circuit. So yeah, as you said, whoever wins can go home with the championship, and we could see some really fierce strategy battle emerge between those two teams. So yeah, looking forward to that one.
And here are your GTE standings coming into the final race. Naito Velix off 7 points, in front of Waveframe Esports in their Ferrari. Varga Sim Racing 9 points back from Naito Velix. Deuces Motorsport Club and Zancho can still win the title. Deuces Motorsport Club need to finish on the podium, and everybody else needs to have a near disaster, really, for them to win the title. And Zancho have to win if they even have a chance, but those two teams are very, very unlikely to take it. We've got 3 teams very, very close together at the front of this field, Aidan. Naito Velix can seal it very easily with a victory. I say very easily, it's going to be difficult for them to win, obviously, but you get what I mean. It's very, very close within that top 3. There's going to be a lot of pressure on those guys as well, especially with the 1.5 times points which we have for this race. It makes the gaps between positions a little bit bigger, and the importance of passes then increases because of that.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Naito Velix and Waveframe Esports at the top there, going for the win, but still, You've got Vargas Sim Racing. They're a little bit more safe there in third, but they could still take second position. So the podium positions, as it were, at the top, very, very close. But still, Zancho there on 506, Sim Racing for Holland on 500, Waveframe Esports on 490. Some of these positions could still change come the end of the race, and the same in LMP2 as well. Looking at how close some of those positions were, people can gain a couple of spots just by a car going off the road at some point during the race. So, like I say, anything can happen, and that's why Le Mans is so great, and I absolutely can't wait to get going and watching the cars making a lot of racket down the Mulsanne.
Yeah, they are definitely going to be doing that. If you're wondering, by the way, of how these guys have racked up so many points, 549 to the leaders, Nigel Belix at the moment, it's because that when you're in Division 1, you get 50 points just for participating in the race. You get 30 points for participating in a race of Division 2, and you get 10 points for participating in a race of Division 3. So it's all one big championship this time, rather than three different ones, which we have had in the past. We've also got a couple of teams who have actually been promoted for this race. The 339 is an example of that, but we'll just have a quick look at penalties here as well, here Hugo, because they're going to be important as well. The number 99 and the 27 are the most important ones to really note for us here. And you may be wondering why. It's because Waveframe Esports have got a penalty. They're second place in the championship and will be starting this race from third. So they're very main players in this race. And also the 27 pole sitter for the LMP2 category and championship leader in LMP2. It is, of course, Vargas Sim Racing. However, these guys, even though they have got a penalty, if you want to take a penalty at any race, you'd rather it was this one.
Yeah, as well as that, it's not the longest pit lane at Le Mans. Of course, you've got to take that detour into the Ford chicanes, but you don't lose an awful lot of time, not nearly as much as you would as at, for example, Spa, where we were just about a month ago. But those penalties for Vargas and Racing, they are the people going for the championship, and that is going to have a slight impact, but we know how quick they are, and we'll see whether they're able to recoup that time that they lose quite so quickly. And as you're saying, this track is an excellent track to have a drive-through penalty at. And not only is it that it's not the longest of pit stop lanes, but as well as that, you've got quite a long track as well, so you have more of a leeway for when you want to take that stop or that drive-through and find yourself in a bit less traffic, and it's going to spread out quite quickly between the LMP2 and the GTE categories. Speaking of GTE as well, they are going to be very interesting in the first few hours of this race, I think, because we've already seen before a few times this season just how close the batting can be between those two, between that category. So that's definitely one to keep an eye out for and to watch, because I'm sure we're going to see some action, especially in the first 2 hours or so between those guys. But yeah, as well as with a drive-through, you've got 24 hours to reclaim the time you've lost, which is more than double the amount of time you've got to reclaim a drive-through at any other point in the season. So that's also beneficial to have a drive-through penalty at this stage. Although Vargas and Racing is not brilliant, because it is going to put them at a slight disadvantage for the race, which is going to be so important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about the GTE battles there and how they are going to be exciting indeed. I mean, we're hoping that it's going to be even more exciting, because we've had some BOP changes come into. I know it's a bit of a subject that gets a few people on edge, but no, we have had some changes to these cars, Aidan, obviously to try and close things up a little bit. Not that qualifying was unclose. Ibrahim Khan was just destroying everybody because he was just doing what he does, really. But no, we have had some changes, and we should see all 5 cars, you'd hope, in contention for this race win.
Yeah, so Jimmy Allison's made a few changes to some of the cars. He's changed the fuel flow per litre. Fuel flow per litre per second. I'll get my words out eventually. To some of the cars, which is just very confusing. It's numbers, it breaks my brain. But stuff that's a little bit easier to understand is that he's added 5 kilos to the Corvette. He's taken 3 kilos off the Ferrari, and he's taken 7 kilos off the Porsche to help sort of balance the straight line speed and things like that down the Mulsanne. Because if you've got a car that's an absolute rocket ship in a straight line, you're going to have a massive advantage over everybody else.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
here.
Yeah, especially here. Yeah, on the Mulsanne Straight, which is very, very, very long, as you might be able to imagine. And that brings me on to an interesting point, Hugo, because setting your car up around here is a bit of a minefield, I think, anyway, because we've got that long Mulsanne Straight where you can, really open the taps, so to speak, and get the straight line speed on board, but you want to take all the downforce off for that bit, surely. But then when you go around to the other half of the circuit, you've got the tricky corners like Indianapolis, like the Porsche curves especially. So it really is very, very difficult to strike that balance around here.
Yes, and as you're saying, with those technical corners, it's going to be quite a lot about mechanical grip, but especially in those Porsche curves. And not only are you just trying to navigate them as fast as possible, there's going to be cars in the way as well, and it's going to be down to those LMP2s especially, who are so aerodynamically dependent, trying to get around those GTEs. So it is really trying to strike a balance between those two things, as you were saying, and it could be to a detriment to find yourself with a bit more straight line speed, but then just not able to go through the Porsche curves and then lose the advantage you've been getting, and potentially find yourself stuck behind some GT traffic because the curves are relentless and you're stuck in them for quite some time. There's a good 4 or 5 turns that you've got to go through before you can open it back out onto a straight and get past any more traffic. So that balance, as you said, is going to be difficult, and it's going to be something that people have been working on for quite some time, and they're not going to be quite the same as those qualifying setups we've seen, but we are going to see some rather quick lap times as well, and we'll see which philosophies have been gone for as well with each of the teams, and what impact they're going to have on the race between them, and whether that's going to go more into strategy as well, because it will also affect the tyre wear and fuel consumption depending on which strategy or which setup they decide to go with.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned about these two categories of car, the LMP2s and the GTEs. They are wildly different here, Aidan, and that can cause problems in traffic with the LMP2s flying through high-speed corners with a load of downforce, and the GTEs just clinging on for dear life.
Yeah, Porsche curves towards the end of the lap is going to be a bit of a problematic area, as is the entry through Indianapolis corner up to Arnage, where the LMP2s can take that first right-hander very, very quickly, sorry, Jimmy's talking in my ear while this is going on. I don't know how real presenters do it, but LMP2s can go through there so quickly while the GTEs are braking just about there, so they're going to close up so quick. But one thing that was mentioned in the driver's briefing and the penalties being carried over from Spa is that just a reminder that both categories need to give and take. LMP2s can't just fire into a corner and expect the GTEs to get out of the way, and at the same time the GTEs need to be mindful of what they're doing. They need to be predictable as an LMP2 is coming up behind them.
Yeah, exactly. Give and take is going to be a very, very big talking point here, Hugo. I mean, you do want to be getting through traffic as quickly as possible, but do you really want to be risking the car diving down the inside with still 22 hours to go or something like that, and making moves or trying to make moves work like that? Because surely driving like a bat out of hell for 24 hours is just not going to work, really. It is a 24-hour sprint race, but you've got to have that little bit of reserve. You've got to, keep things clean in the traffic. And I guess for these first few hours, at least until the sun comes up on Sunday, I would be a little bit cautious in traffic, to be honest, just to keep the nose clean.
Yeah, most certainly. And just picking up those odd bits of damage here and there where you've misjudged where the car in front is it will add up towards the end of the race, and it can really cost them. So I think patience of the drivers, especially those LMP2 drivers, is going to have to be key for them to get through the early stages of this race and through the mid stages before they can start really hammering it and try and get up into those final positions, because they're not really going to know where they're sitting for quite some time while everyone works themselves out at the start of the race, whilst those who have got their drive-through penalties, and there's a fair few of them, have done them and found themselves back up with the rest of their grid if they are able to do so. And only then will people really know where they are. And at that point, it's all about just trying to get to the end, be consistent, because being consistent is going to be just so important, not just in looking after the car, but looking after the strategy as well, and just making sure you get to that end point. So yeah, as you said, it is going to have to take some patience of these drivers, and though they do want to get to the end as quickly as possible, they are going to have some of that in reserve, and just be wary as well of those other cars that they're racing. Just like the GTs, as I said just a moment ago as well, they're going to have to be predictable, and that means that although they are going to be getting lapped, they don't want to be taking any odd lines. They don't want to be braking a little bit later or something, because that will just confuse the LMP2 drivers and it will just be more likely to cause a crash. Fortunately, though, we have only got 2 classes this season, which means that there's going to have to be less working out what car is actually behind you or what car you're actually coming up to when you're trying to get past it. So it really is just LMP2s and GTEs the drivers are going to have to be looking out for.
Yeah, absolutely. We've never actually had a 24 Hours of Le Mans here where there are only 2 classes, the LMP2 and the GTE, or not for a very, very, very long time anyway, because we've always had the LMP1s in here, we've had the hypercars, we've had the LMP3s in the middle of these 2 classes as well a couple of seasons ago. So there is a lot more GTE traffic than normal. Or than we've seen in previous years here, Aidan. There are 24 cars on the server right now. I reckon there might even be one or 2 more as well. So the LMP2 cars, or the prototype cars, it doesn't really matter what type of car there are, because I don't think we've ever seen this much GT traffic around Le Mans, and this is going to slow the race pace down just a little bit, going to slow the lap times down. But also it's going to make this race a little bit more challenging. More GTE cars to overtake is not going to be good for anybody, really, especially when you're very tired in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I think the general consensus is that everybody just has to be careful, be patient. I mean, this is one of the newer tracks in rFactor 2. It's a full recreation of Le Mans. It's laser scanned. It's as close as you can probably get to the real track from I think about 2018, 2019 is the data that was available. So there's those flashing blue lights at the side of the track, so the drivers will have plenty of warning that there's somebody coming up behind them. And if the LMP2 is showing your nose, if you're a GT, just back out of it. Your ego isn't going to get crippled by getting overtaken into a corner and things like that. You're better off just lifting out, letting the guy go, and you'll probably get him later, or the time to the guy ahead of you or behind you will come back to you later on. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh, as we keep saying. It's just be sensible, and you'll all finish.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the plan. Anyway, at the end of the 24-hour race, let's go into a little bit more detail with these teams, especially the ones who we're expecting to challenge for the race and indeed the championship here by Sunday afternoon. So, first of all, we'll talk about the championship leaders in LMP2, Varga Sim Racing, who are currently, or who are going to be started by Marcel Cincic, who also set the most amazing pole lap we've seen for a very long time. It was a 3-minute 22.8. Nobody else managed to get into the 3-minute 22s in either session, either the hyperpole or the other session. So it was very, very impressive from Marcel Cincic. He's going to be starting the car as well, Hugo. But as they showed in Spa, they are not bulletproof. They had that issue with Yuri Toman a little bit later in the race. It was about half an hour to go. It ended up swinging this championship right back into, well, not into the favour of Burst Edge Esports, but it certainly got them back in the conversation. Yeah, they're not bulletproof, and they've got to have a bulletproof 24 hours if they want to win the race.
Yeah, they're going to have to bounce back from what happened in Spa and just try and get through this race. They've got that... Well, they've sort of got a little bit of breathing room at the start of the race with that drive-through just to get into the rhythm with Marcel Cincic. And because he is just so quick, as you said, with that qualifying lap time, he's going to be able to make up a lot of that time. And he should be able to catch up to the rest of his sort of pack quite quickly after serving that drive-through penalty, because it'll cost some time, but not too much. And following that, yeah, they are going to have to be careful, though, and try and be as bulletproof as they have looked so season up until that Spa incident. And yeah, as well, it's really thrown the title into the air. We'll see what Burst Edge can do, because they're going to have to be wary as well. They're going to be pushing for the winner of this race, and they're going to have to really take the fight to Varga if they want to go home with it I was about to say tonight, but it won't be till tomorrow afternoon, because we have just got such a long way to go before that checker flag will be waved. But yeah, we've got the warm-up happening now. And we've seen that, I think this is Francesco Morante on the exit of those Porsche curves went a little bit wide. So you can see the driver still testing the limits, as that's a big slide through the second Mulsanne chicane. Just trying to find out where they can really push, because that is going to be really vital, finding the grip areas on this circuit when we get to that start. But yeah, Varga Sim Racing, it will have knocked their confidence slightly, that Belgium issue. But heading south now, hopefully they'll be hoping at least that their driving can move northwards and upwards in the scale and take them to the top of that championship when that checkered flag is waved.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they lost about, I'm going to say about 20 points in damage, maybe a little bit less than 20 points in that race, because they finished 9th by the end of it. They were leading, and Burst Edge took the full 30 points. 9th place is about 10 points, 12 points, something like that, for a normal rate. It might be 11. But anyway, they lost a fair amount of points, nearly 20 points lost. But that's not really terrible in terms of this championship. You know, it's a long season and they're still leading this championship here, Aidan, but what is that done to them kind of mentally? What kind of momentum loss will that mean for them? You know, they were really on a high. They've won 5 races this season. 3 of them were in a row, and you know, right on top of this field. But now, you know, they've been set back a little bit, and it might carry over, and it might continue to affect them.
Well, I think if you can compare it to a real-world sort of situation in racing, you think of the Mercedes Formula 1 team, how bad that Monaco Grand Prix was for them. They just basically go, right, that's happened, there's nothing we can do about it, that's in the past, right, let's just focus on Le Mans, focus on getting our lap times to where we want them to be, come up with some strategies, we know we've got this penalty, we know we've got this, we know we've got that, whatever the case may be for them at the start of this race, and just crack on and don't think about what happened at Spa. Don't think about disconnections, because if you start second guessing things, then mentally you're already just gone. There's no point. So Varga just needs to just knuckle down and get on with it, and whatever will be. So it's kind of one of those things where you just think to yourself that we can't do anything about what's happened, because that's the way the universe works. So we just got to focus on the now and get through it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they will try to do, and trying to chase them down. Burst Edge Esports in the number 28. They're only 5 points behind coming into today. What's their mindset going to be kind of like here, Hugo? They've got a fantastic team. Alex Siebel, Dennis Jordan, Yuri Simoncic going to be driving for them today. Simoncic will be starting the car. He didn't qualify, though. I believe it was Alex Siebel who qualified the car, although I can't quite remember. It definitely wasn't Simoncic, though, which surprised me a little bit. Might have been away doing other things, but they're going to be starting from 4th position here today. It's a really, really strong team, but for some reason they haven't quite clicked into the absolute dominating team that we thought they would. They've been a very, very consistent team, though. They've finished in the top 3 all season. Every single race they've been on the podium. And, they have to be commended for that, but they've come up against their equal in Varga Sim Racing. So, it's going to be a real fight between them. How do you think they're going to tackle it going into today, knowing that if they win, they've won the championship?
Yes, well, they haven't got nearly as much to lose as Varga, because, of course, they're challenging Varga for the championship. And they've got a fair gap behind them to Wave Freem Esports. So it's 53 points to 3rd place. So they've got quite a lot of room to push. Obviously, there is still that restriction. 53 points isn't enough for them to not finish and for Wave Freem to do very well. So I've got to be wary about that, but they definitely do have that room to be a bit more aggressive than Varga, because Varga are just going to be so focused on keeping that team behind them. Although right now, I do think Varga are looking very strong. And I've seen a call for predictions for the race. I think I'm going to have to be quite boring here. And with the LMP2 category and the overall one, I think it will go to Varga. But we'll see. We've got 24 hours to race. And my prediction probably doesn't count for all that much in comparison for the amount of driving that's going to be done over the next day. So we'll see how that happens. But yeah, as you were saying, Burst Edge Esports, they have got to take quite an aggressive mindset into this race and just push as hard as they can and really take the fight to Varga.
Yeah, I'll ask you both for your final predictions while we're on the formation lap, just to get the maximum thinking time in there. But yeah, make sure you let us know in the YouTube chat and wherever you're watching from, because we'd like to hear the opinions of everybody. So yeah, we'll see who wins in the kind of prediction stakes or whatever it is. But in GTE, we still have a fantastic championship fight as well. Nitro Velix, Wave Freem Esports, Varga Sim Racing, all separated by 9 points. Nitro Velix have got 2 wins already this season. They've got a former overall champion, by the way, in Christian Mikkel, who won back in Season 7. Turka Hakkinen as well, who's a very, very fast driver indeed. And Mika Happanen, who I believe has not done a VEC race ever. in this one. He's on the entry list anyway for this one. So might see him at some point. I'll have to ask Turk Hakkinen because he is very useful with these things. But yeah, this certainly wouldn't be the place I would want to take my first VEC race anyway, Aidan.
No, I attempted to do VLMC here, and it was my first sort of competitive race, but that went horribly wrong. Hopefully, nobody has any internet issues today, because that's just the wrong way to get booted out of a race. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are very, very good drivers. This is D1 of VEC. This is the top endurance racers in rFactor 2, in the top endurance league in rFactor 2. So you wouldn't be doing Division 1 if you weren't ready. So I think I'm going to be very careful with how I say that. Mika Happinen, not Hakkinen, because that'll just get confusing. Which should be fine. He'll be fine.
He should be fine, and Turk Hakkinen has just confirmed to me that that is the case. It is Mika's first VEC race at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, so pressure's on to him. But starting their car today, the number 60 Naito Velez car, it's going to be Turk Hakkinen himself. He's not really using this time for warm-up at the moment. He's just sat in there at the moment and has time to respond to my TeamSpeak messages, so thanks for that, for letting us know. But Wave 3 Motorsports are going to be the ones chasing them down here. You go, Naito Velez and Vargas Sim Racing, the other two who are really in this fight, have had off races, or an off race in this season. Naito Velez came 15th for Indianapolis, but Wave 3 Motorsports haven't really had an off race at all. They have finished very, very consistently indeed. They haven't even won a race, but they have come second twice, and so that has put them right there in the championship standings. It just shows that what you can do with consistency here, really, and they're looking to kind of finish things off after being in such a hard fight last year for the LMP2 title. They're now in one for the GTE fight, so they certainly know how to do it, and they certainly know how to be consistent as well.
Yeah, this consistency has really put them in a strong position for tonight, because whilst Naito Velez, they're in the lead, they have had those off races. As you said, Indianapolis, they only took home 1 point, I think. So they're going to have to be making sure that this is one of those good races. Whereas Wave 3, they've shown consistently they can finish pretty well, and that's been really important. They've attended every race, meaning they've got all those participation points, and then just on top of that, finished pretty decently every race so far. That's put them 7 points behind Naito Velez in the championship. But also, they are defending a position as well from Vargas and Racing, who are only 2 points behind them in the championship. And Vargas, they've sort of built up, actually, and it seems as though they've improved. They're having a little bit of a intermission around round 6, but then again, they are looking pretty decent, and they could do quite well if they continue their current trajectory. So Wave 3, whilst they are looking ahead, their consistency could really help them. They have got to be careful of Vargas and Racing. We've also got Zancho looking pretty quick as well. They're going to be not contending for the championship, but quite possibly contending for the race win. So that's going to throw a real spanner into the works. And if they are in the lead, it'll be even less of a gap in points that each team is getting. And that's going to make it even closer and those positions even more crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a good fight, certainly. We're just hearing, by the way, that we are going to have at least a 5-minute delay for the start of this race. We've just got to set the order and the grid before we get underway for the race, because a couple of things haven't gone well. So we've just had to have a quick 5-minute delay so we can get the grid in the right order, and we can start this race with no issues. I've had a report, by the way, from Cam Roger, who will be in here with Neil Heatley at the 4-hour mark. Yeah, you can hopefully enjoy those guys a little bit later on. He's also a member of Burst Esports, by the way, and he's informing me of some stuff. Dennis Jordan, did qualify for Burst, not Alex Siebel. He qualified in 4th place. So that's where they'll be starting from. This is the number 28 car. But Jonas Simoncic is in that car right now because he will be starting the race. Apparently, doesn't really want to, but Dennis Jordan is having some issues with his PC at the moment, so he can't actually get into the get. He can't do. I didn't actually get any information as to what the actual issue is. But already having issues with the PC aid, and that's not the greatest way to start your race, really. And having your plan already thrown off because they wanted Jordan to start the race. Simoncic is now going to be starting, so I guess their whole plan for the 24 hours is already a little bit skewed, which is not a good start.
No, I mean, it's yeah, I mean, you summed it up there. It's not a good start that your computer's decided to throw a wobbly just before you start a race, and I mean, like you say, 24 hours. I mean, it is a 24-hour race, so you can get that fixed and so on. But I don't know what the penalties would be like if they start with a different driver, because don't they have to nominate who's starting first and then go, or they just throw whoever in? But yeah, because you probably have planned out your stint times and then when you're going to sleep and all that, so that throws all that into the mix. But it's like in real racing, stuff goes wrong before the start of a Grand Prix, before the start of a race. You start from the pit lane. It's basically the equivalent of that, and it happens, and you just got to go, right, okay, we've got this thing. How do we plan around that?
Yeah, exactly. They've got to do that. Certainly, if they want to win or get the championship or both. I've just asked Cam as well whether they might get a penalty for that or what the deal is with that one. So we'll try and get that one to you before the race begins, or just as it does in a little bit of time. But just to finish off in GTE here, Hugo, Vargas Sim Racing are there. They're 9 points behind Night of Alex as things stand. They won at Indianapolis, but didn't get into Hyperpole, which doesn't show great news for their pace, really. They're going to be starting 9th here today. They're a little bit down the field. There's still 24 hours for them to make it up, but that isn't very encouraging for the Porsche team if they want to win here, because they've already shown that that car or them driving that car doesn't quite have the pace that they have had at other rounds.
Well, yeah, that is important that they haven't got into the Super Pole. But also, I think we've had some BOP changes that could benefit the Porsche they're driving slightly. We'll see what the effect of that is on their overall pace. But yeah, as you're saying, it's not the most confidence-inspiring qualifying for them. But as well, qualifying pace may not equate to race pace. There is still a slight distinction between the two of them. And maybe they'll show themselves today in the actual event, because this is where it's all going to matter. But yeah, 9 points off, definitely in with a shout. But with the pace of the other drivers around them, or the other teams around them at least, they are going to have to be quite wary about how quick they're able to go. And they're going to really have to put an effort in if they want to get this win and to take the GTE championship.
Yeah, they are indeed, and there are a couple more, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on. Juice's Motorsport Club and Zancho are still in the fight here, but Juice's, in case you weren't with us a little bit earlier on, need to finish on the podium to even have a chance at winning this championship, and Zancho need to win if they even want a chance. So it's going to be very, very difficult for either of those to actually do it here, Aidan, but they are still within a chance, and I guess that they can race a little bit more freely than the rest of them. Because, Varga and Night of Alex, Waveframe, a little bit caught up with all of the championship hoo-ha that's going on around them. And Zancho at the moment starting in a great place from pole position. They can race a little bit more freely, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to be biased here, but, a chance is still a chance. Again, a real-world analogy, Colin Turkington, BTCC 2019, he started the third race near the back of the grid, and he won the championship because of... drivers went off the road. Dan Camish ended up in a wall and lost the championship, and he managed to get just the position he needed to win the title. So, again, I keep saying it, 24 hours, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just been informed, by the way, that the grid has now been set, so we will be able to get underway very shortly. And when we get into the formation lap, we will have a look at this starting grid, because I know we've picked out a selected few for us to talk about as we warm up in the pre-race show for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But we'll be able to look at all of these guys now, and or in a few moments' time when we're on the formation lap, we'll be able to look at everybody and get a view as to who is where and what's what up towards the front and all the way through the field. So yeah, we'll look forward to that. But the formation lap is not too far away now, and then we will get underway. But I believe that it's going to be a full formation lap. That's what we have been told, that we're going to have a full formation lap. Not sure if it's all on the pit limiter or they can go a tiny bit faster, but I don't know. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. But they will be starting at turn 1, not on the Mulsanne straight, which has happened in the past. But yeah, as you can see, we've got this little cutscene now because they're all getting onto the grid and they'll be getting ready very shortly. But Hugo, this is arguably the most nerve-wracking part of the entire race. I don't think anybody will experience heartbeat rates like they are right now, to be honest, even during the race. A scary moment through traffic, I wouldn't have thought gets your heart rate up as much as, certainly for me when I used to race, the anticipation before was almost more nerve-wracking than the part when you're during, because when you're actually away, you feel in control a little bit. But this qualifying started last week, that's been hanging over their heads for a whole week. There's been a lot of build-up to this race, and a lot of these guys are going to be happy to just get going now and get all this build-up and hoo-ha before the race actually over with.
Yeah, as you're saying, this is going to be a very tense moment, and the problem is you have that tension before the race starts. You can see the cars there, so the formation lap as well, which will just give them a bit more time to reflect on their nerves, as if there wasn't enough time already. They'll be targeting 190 kilometers per hour, and they'll be able to slow down, of course, for the turns, otherwise they wouldn't quite be able to take them. But yeah, target speed of 190 kilometers per hour. Here we go then, the start of the formation lap. It's going to be very important to get these cars into the correct window, and you can see they're all pulling away there so far, so it seems that everyone is getting ready to go. And yeah, this is going to be very important, and this is the order as well at the bottom. We've got Marcel Shinshik and Vargason Racing in first. Lined up alongside them will be Michi Hoyer with Burst Esports Simplexity, the two championship batters. Then third we've got Setros Nita Velix, then Burst Edge Esports, fourth Azira Racing, Azira Racing, sixth Rookie Monsters, seventh Go Team Racing, eighth Black Hawk Pescara, ninth Zansho, 10th Monaco, 11th are Wave Freem Esports, with 12th being Ground Effect Sim Racing. And following that, we'll have 13th Team Spirit Racing, Anthony Yans at the wheel of that car, 14th DX Droids, 15th the Burst Esports Hungary.dk car, with 16th being hired by Undercover Sim Racing, and finally Arm Sim Racing round out the LMP2 field. Ibrahim Khan and Zansho Sim Racing will be starting first in GTE and 18th overall. Then Drive Game Seat Racing Team, Wave Freem Esports behind them. John Alesi Esports in 21st overall, Saba Kiss and Black Hawk Racing 22nd, 23rd will be Cetrez Nita Velox, and 24th Wave Freem Esports. 25th then will be Vargason Racing, followed by Satellite Racing Henry Sinek at the wheel of that car. 27th Black Hawk Racing, and 28th One Move Esports, Ludovic Ferrowy at the wheel of that car. Greg Hall and Speedy Mark Racing 29th, Drive Game Seat Racing Team 30th. 31st are World of Sim Racing with Bajo Mishk at the wheel, and 32nd the other World of Sim Racing car with Jose Berenguer at the wheel of that. Adam Baldwin and Juices Motorsports Cup 33rd, then behind them Ramada Motorsports, followed by Sim Racing for Holland and Caspian Motorsport. Ahmet Deramerican at the wheel there. Cameron Sansano and Speedy White Racing 37th. 38th are Volante Racing behind them, Your Name Here Racing, and 40th are Black Hawk Racing. And you can see just how packed this GTE field is as it's rounded off by Bradley Sellers and Rookie Monsters as we head along the Malsand Straight now before we get going for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's going to be a very busy circuit that has been made quite clear, and it is going to be underway quite soon.
It will indeed. We're a little bit later than what we were expecting, but that doesn't really matter. We'll still be underway at around about 3 o'clock in Europe as they go into the Mulsanne corner on the formation lap right now. But we're really not very far away now, Aidan. It's time to get your predictions in at home, time to get our predictions in as well. So who do you think is going to win in LMP2 and in GTE?
LMP2, I might go for Burst or Edge. GTE. Oh, that's a complicated one. I might go for an underdog. I might go for John Lazy Esports.
Why not? Why not? Yeah, we'll see if it comes off. GTE certainly is like throwing at a dartboard blindfolded. Really, it's very close. Hugo, what about you? Who's your pick for the race? As we see this, by the way, this multi-screen camera is fantastic. Looking forward to seeing a bit more of this throughout the race. But no, who do you think's going to who do you think's going to win in LMP2 and GTE? Aidan, Hugo, sorry.
Well, I've already made clear that I think Varga are looking extremely strong in LMP2. GTE though. Oh, it's going to be a hard one. I like the idea of John Lacey Esports. That could be quite interesting. But I don't know, really. I think Zansho obviously looking really strong with that qualifying, but that might just be Ibrahim Khan. So I think I'm actually going to go with Setros and Nita Velix. That number 60 car took a Hakkinen at the wheel, I think they could be in with a shot of it, because Setros need to VEC. They're always there to try and pull something off when you're not expecting it. So that's who I'm going to go with.
Yeah, absolutely. Good picks from you both there, to be fair. I'm going to go for Burst Edge in LMP2 as well, as they go towards the Ford chicanes for the formation lap. And in GTE, I'm going to go for... who am I going to go for? 99 Wavery Esports. Why not? It's very difficult to pick. But they're coming into the Ford chicanes at the moment right now, slowing down just a little bit. Marcel Chinsick will be in control of the field when they come around the final couple of corners. Here they come for the formation lap, and the 24 Hours of Le Mans is set to get underway. Marcel Chinsick in control of the field, and it is Vargas Sim Racing versus Burst Esport on the front row. They go into battle into turn 1 together. Burst Edge trying to go through the middle and taking the lead straight away into turn 1. It's Mitchy Hoyer ahead of Marcel Chinsick. Jone Simicic slots himself into third ahead of Timothej Andonovski, who's driving for Nigel Velix at the moment. He's in fourth place, just ahead of Azure Racing, who've got themselves into fifth. But it's a great start from Mitchy Hoyer as they go down the hill for the first time and towards Tech Rouge. Will be onto the Mulsanne straight before we know it. In GTE, it's Ibrahim Khan who's taken the lead through the first couple of corners. He holds on to his pole position. Drive game seat a second. Filippo Caneo has got ahead of Christian Marglera at the moment, but they head onto the Mulsanne straight for the first time here, Hugo. There's going to be a lot of slipstream going on and a lot of aggression as well, because or at least Marcel Chinsick has lost his lead here, and he might want to get it back rather quickly as well.
Yeah, definitely. That was really interesting to see Burst Esports Complexity take the lead of the race. They're half a second clear of Marcel Chinsick. Ibrahim Khan, though, already putting a bit of a safe distance behind him to that Drove Game Seat Racing team. But you can see there, Wave Freem Esports and also Jean Alesi Esports, who could have nearly 3 wide into the first chicane in GT. And it looks like Kasper Stolzer is going to take that second place for GTE. And that is a fantastic move there, just squeezing it under brakes. And he's going to have to pull away. But he hasn't got much of a toe off of that Zancho car up ahead of him. He's still got to defend as we go what will be a really agonisingly long part of the straight there. The slipstream behind, tugging that Wave Freem car along. But of course, you've got that Drive Game Seat Racing team with Felipe Caneo behind, who's going to be putting some pressure onto Wave Freem as well. But yeah, Kasper Stolzer doing well then to take that position. And behind as well, you can see GT all over the place. There's battles emerging, and this has been a very interesting start to the race. And you can't really tell who's going to be at the lead of this race at the end. As already demonstrated, we've got some changes in the order. We've got Mitchy Hoyer here in the lead of the overall race, having taken that position off Marcel Chinsick. He is doing a good job. Chinsick, though, he will be looking to get past, but he has also got that penalty to serve. It'll be interesting to see what stage of the race, or what stage of these next few laps, he'll be taking that drive through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I would say, as they're catching the back of the GTE teams, he might well just pull in and take the drive through. But yeah, it really depends if it's been applied by then, or if he's gone too far, or what's going on with that. So we'll wait and see on that one. But coming towards the end of the lap for the very first time at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Mitchy Hoyer leading at the moment in LMP2. He's in front of Marcel Chinsick, Jone Simicic, Timothej Andonovski, Anders Schubli, Moritz Mel. They're all in a train. The top 6 right together as they go into the Portuguese for the first time. Henry Drury in the Rookie Monsters 37 is dropping back just a little bit as things stand. There's about 2-second gap between him and the rest of the field. Ibrahim Khan is still leading in GTE, but we saw going down the Mulsanne straight there, Aidan, the Aston Martin looked absolutely fantastic in a straight line.
Yeah, it did in that slipstream as well, managing to get by. But the other thing is, though, because it's such a long race and you want to try and extend the stint as much as possible, sometimes you're actually better off just sitting in behind the guy in front, because you'd be saving fuel and be able to go a tiny bit longer. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of fuel-saving strats they try to pull off to try and extend the time on track.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at about 10 laps in terms of the LMP2 cars, I believe. Anyway, that's what it was like last year. So we're looking at about 10 laps for LMP2, and then a little bit longer than that, just over the hour mark in terms of time for the GTE cars. So yeah, we'll look to see which cars are doing better on fuel and etc, who's done the best saving. But coming through lap 1, we've completed the first lap of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and Mitchy Hoyer, great start to take it away from Marcel Chintic, but that is not the championship contending car. That's the 49 car and not the 28. So those two teams may well work together, but it's not the same thing, obviously. So they do need to get the other car in front somehow, but Chintic now is gaining rather quickly on Michi Hoyer going into the first chicane. The German just weaves around ever so slightly to try and defend. Chintic looks to the inside as well, but breaks early and decides to stick back for now. Gets a good run through the first chicane. He's going to get more slipstream coming up towards the second one. He's starting to apply the pressure already. Michi Hoyer certainly knows that he's there because he's weaving around and sort of defending every now and again. Going into the second chicane, there's some more overspeed for Chintic. Is it going to be this time that he goes diving down the inside? Hoyer defends a little bit more assertively this time, but Chintic may well try it. No, he doesn't. He lifts off going into the second chicane. I think that's what Aiden is talking about there a little bit, because just saving fuel a little bit, lifting off into the second chicane is probably better than leading at this point.
The other thing is to just point out that Jimmy Allison has actually applied. Oh, hello! As you see, a couple of eyes peeking up over the top of a steering wheel. He's got a full Formula One setup with that. But Jimmy has applied the penalties that have carried over from the previous race. So expect some drivers to be entering the pit lane soon.
Yes, they can come in at the end of this lap if they wish, as Chintic gets into the slipstream of Hoyer again for the third or fourth straight in a row. This time, maybe, is he going to go for it? He pulls to the outside on the run-up towards Indianapolis. It's quite sketchy to go side-by-side through here, and Michi Hoyer may well back out of it because his car is now behind, and Chintic takes the lead. So, lead change already on lap 2 of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Marcel Chintic now goes to the lead, Hugo.
Yeah, he's back where he wants to be. And this is going to allow him to start making up some of that time, start pulling away if he's able to, because we know how quick he is just from that qualifying session. And Burst Edge Esports in third right now could be an opportunity for the number 28 and the number 49 to swap around, get Jene Simoncic up behind Vargason Racing, because of course it is this car here that is challenging for that championship lead, and that is potentially what they want to do. Obviously, they don't want to cost themselves too much time, though, with Burst Esports and Pexity, and they might have to wait a little bit for Edge to catch up their sister team. You can see there, Jene Simoncic at the wheel, really fighting with his car, trying to get it there as quick as possible, because it really is a sprint race. But it's going to be interesting to see, then, who comes in where for these penalties. And at the moment, it doesn't seem like anyone wants to quite yet, and they're going to keep going. But right now, with Burst Esports back in second, it could really provide an opportunity for them to swap with Burst Edge Esports and for that championship contender to start putting pressure onto the championship and race leaders.
Interesting line being taken there by Michi Hoyer, pulling right to the pit wall, maybe to shorten off the distance, maybe, I don't know, but it looked a bit weird as they went up the hill. But he's currently second at the moment, is Hoyer, just in front of his teammate, Jene Simoncic. Burst Esports and Burst Edge Esports, kind of the same thing, and they did swap their cars around at the end of the Spa race, you might remember, so that this car we're on board with right now could take the victory, because they are in the championship fight, as we've mentioned already. As we go on to the Mulsanne Straight for the third time of asking, Chintic still leading and should be leading by the end of the Mulsanne Straight as well. Michi Hoyer's not close enough to make a move for the moment, but having a teammate up here, Aiden, is very helpful for them, as we saw last time in Spa. You can use your teammate to your advantage if indeed the right situation arises.
Yeah, that whole rear gunner business, but I think in this case, because the points are awarded by car rather than by team, as it were. So if you've got multiple cars, it's not going to contribute any more points. So it's if you've got a driver or a car that's way ahead and with a chance of winning the championship, you can use the other car to try and give it a slingshot or a bit of a tow around and save it some fuel, make it go longer. And we're seeing now Kasper Stolzer 1.3 seconds behind Ibrahim Khan in second place in that Jean Lazy Esports Aston Martin. That thing's pretty quick in a straight line. They seem to have pulled a gap to the not the Varga car, sorry, the Wayframe car. That's it. That's the one. My brain is just totally scrambled at the minute, but sitting a little bit comfortably there. The GTE seem to be spreading out a tiny bit. That should break up a bit more once the LMP2s start coming around.
Saba Kiss in the Black Hawk Racing car is getting through on the Drive Game Seat car. That's for 5th position at the moment going into the Mulsanne chicane. Filippo Caneo has not had a good start to this race. And it's continuing really at this point. He started in 2nd place, let's not forget, but I think the reason we're seeing these guys so spread out is that one guy gets through on the Caneo and then they pull away a little bit before the next guy can get through. So that keeps happening and the gaps keep opening up between the different cars. So we've got Janto followed by John Lacey Esports, then Wave Freedom Esports twice, Black Hawk Racing, then Drive Game Seat, Varga Sim Racing in 7th place. They started this race from 9th position, so they've already made up 2 positions and they're already in front of Nito Velix as well, who started in 6th, but they're down to 8th. So important championship battle going on between Varga and Nito Velix at the moment for 7th place. But Drive Game Seat and Black Hawk Racing are both involved there as well, Hugo. It's very feisty in GT, but we go back up to LMP2, already 10 minutes into this race, and things looking at, equidistant gaps between all of these cars at the moment. They're just happy to sit there as we go back to the most exciting battle on the circuit, quite probably.
Yeah, we've got Michael Schmidl here. He's the driver of the car, currently 7th place in class, 24th overall, sorry. That's the number 69 Varga Sim Race. You can see just behind the Drive Game Seat Racing Team car, but it doesn't seem for much longer as he makes his way through, or he tries to make his way through. He's not quite there yet. He's going to slide in behind as he has got that little battle between an Aston Martin and a Ferrari ahead of him. That was just the Black Hawk car getting through, and I think the downward spiral of this Drive Game Seat car continues because they just really aren't looking able to defend there. That gets very close there through the Arnage corner. Everyone getting quite a bit bunched up actually behind this Drive Game Seat Racing car. So I really don't think it's going particularly well for them. And as you said a moment ago, it's stretching out the gaps ahead for that battle up the field because everyone gets bunched up behind and it allows the guys in front to start pulling away. But it doesn't seem actually that the car currently in 5th, the Black Hawk Racing car, is able to pull away too much as we head through the Porsche curves, though that might change a little bit because this is where setup's going to become quite interesting. As well as Dirty Air, of course, these GTs are a bit more mechanically grip centered than the LMP2s, but there's still a fair bit of air, as you can tell by those massive wings. And through the Porsche curves, when you're following quite closely, that does have a slight effect on your grip. But this GT battle is going to get quite interesting. And I know that this car right here, the Varga car, is going to be looking to get past as soon as possible. You can see already sniffing those lines. You can see actually in the bottom right, the rear-facing camera of Filippo Caneo. You can see there that Porsche getting nice and close, really getting a sniff of the rear of that Ferrari, but just not finding the opportunity quite yet to get through. Maybe closing up as we head towards the Dunlop chicane now. Moving to the inside then, that's a risky move though, because you have got that right-hand king. You're right on the edge of grip. It's very difficult to make a move up into Dunlop.
Yeah, it can get quite tricky, really. And sensibly, I think, Michal Schmidl decided that that move wasn't for him. And he sticks behind for the moment as they head down the hill, the S's, and going towards Tete Rouge at the moment. So we'll see if there's going to be a move into maybe the first Mulsanne chicane. That seems to be the favourite overtaking opportunity because that is where the Black Hawk Racing car in front got through on Filippo Caneo, and we'll see if Schmidl can repeat that trick. Goodness me, that's the World of Sim Racing car going off very, very wide through Tete Rouge, taking out one of the bollards as well. That was Blaise Misk, by the way, who is driving that car. Was the first of the World of Sim Racing car, but he's now the second as Michal Schmidl goes to the inside line now of Filippo Caneo in the Drive Game Seat car, and Nito Velix trying to follow them through. Can they do that indeed? Corvette versus Ferrari going into the first Mulsanne chicane, and Caneo loses 2 spaces in one corner there. Turka Hakkinen with some very opportunistic driving there to follow Michal Schmidl through, Aiden.
Yeah, it's not. It's one of those things where you think I can get the position here, but if I was personally racing, I'll be overtaking only if I know the move is on, because you don't want to wipe yourself out within the first 15 minutes of a 24-hour event. And you can see how close some of these cars are slipstreaming each other as that's an attempted move into the second Mulsanne chicane doesn't quite come off. Maybe something can happen into Mulsanne if they're brave enough, but it's one of those corners where if you do get it wrong trying to overtake, it's going to go wrong in a huge way.
It is indeed. Caneo's having another go here because the Corvette doesn't look that strong in a straight line, and there's another Black Hawk Racing car in behind as well to have a go. Alex Broughtingham looks like he might even take it free wide. No, he doesn't. The other Drive Game Seat car heads down the outside, and we've got 2 rows of cars going too wide into the Mulsanne corner. luckily, everything sorts itself out. Filippo Caneo goes wide, though, into Mulsanne corner. Turco Hakkinen gets a good run off of the corner. The other drive game seat car actually got through there, by the way. That's Francesco Morante, who's watching on from behind and might try and get involved even. Turco Hakkinen has got the inside line through these right-handed kinks heading towards Indianapolis, as well. The Aston Martins in the background. One Move Esports moving up the order at the moment, as there's nearly 3 wide with a couple of drive game seat cars heading into Indianapolis. These bank corners now, and Francesco Morante does indeed get down the inside of everybody, so he does indeed get through. Filippo Caneo continues to fall back, as in LMP2, things just looking a little bit more calm. Here's Yoni Simic, Hugo. Things looking exactly how they were as we left them. It's you'd much rather be here, really, than in the GTE category.
Yeah, it's always a little bit hectic with all those cars ever matter. You can see over a little bit of a bump as Yoni Simic into the braking zone there. But one thing that I've just noticed as well is that Jean Alesi Esports are in the lead of that GTE category, having overtaken Zanjo. They're not putting away too quickly, but that is Ibrahim Khan down to second, Casper Stolzer up into first. So doing a really good start there, Jean Alesi Esports. Brief yellow flag in Sector 2. That's gone pretty much as soon as it arrived. But you can see there at the top, Shinchik in the lead, Hoyer second, and Simincic third. Those 2 burst cars following the Vargas Sim Racing car. And this is Timotej Andonovski then heading through the chicane, or yeah, really quite through it rather than around it, to be honest. And that's caused the brief yellow flags. But he's back on the track, and that is going to add towards a potential drive-through penalty if he's not careful.
Yeah, these cut track warnings, you do have to be careful of them, because you will get a drive-through. We saw that to great effect at the Spa 8 hours 1 month ago. It was Moritz Mell and Michi Hoyer who got penalties in the last 2 laps, costing them both a podium in the end, when it looked like they were both going to get there. And Go Team Racing, I was personally rooting for them. I know we're supposed to stay neutral, but the progression they've had this season has been meteoric, pretty much. And they nearly rounded it off with a podium. They're up in the front 6 at the moment, as we look at the front 2 in GTE, because you're absolutely right here, Hugo. John Lacey Esports have got in front of Zancho, possibly using that Aston Martin straight line speed. Let's have a look for ourselves. This is going towards Indianapolis. Ibrahim Khan in front, Casper Stolz behind, but it's not going to stay that way for very much longer, because that Aston Martin gets in the slipstream, pulls to the inside, and I get the feeling, because he didn't take the racing line there at all, Hugo, he decided to stick on the outside. He knew that Casper Stolz was coming, but didn't fight him either. He decided at this point that it's just better to stick behind and possibly save fuel.
Yeah, I think that's sort of adding to what Aidan was talking about earlier, with maybe just sitting behind that car in front and using it to your advantage, trying to extend those stints by saving fuel. So it might be a tactical decision there by Ibrahim Khan. As you said, he didn't defend too hard, and he's staying pretty average, 0.8 of a second behind. He's not really losing or gaining time, so that, yeah, might have just been tactical. But this is a bit more hectic. You can see there, Filippo Caneo in 10th. He's putting pressure on that car, and not behind. We've got Pedro Ramada for Ramada Motorsport, side by side. And it looks like we've got 3 wide, actually, as World of Sim Racing get alongside the Black Hawk car as well into the braking zone. It's going to be a double overtake. That was absolutely fantastic, as Pedro Ramada has to keep it onto the inside for the second part of the chicane. And the downward spiral continues for that Black Hawk car. Not brilliant, but that was a very interesting move by World of Sim Racing. But can they hold on to it? Because Pedro Ramada moving back round to the inside. Alex Breutigam is just behind them. He's going to have a great view of this. You can see on the rear view camera of Pedro Ramada getting really good pressure onto him, trying to send it around the outside into the Mulsanne corner, but it's not been successful. You have to give it to that World of Sim Racing car, driven by Jose Berenguer. What a move there, getting both done, and I don't think they were even expecting it.
Not really, no. You don't expect things to get 3 wide this early on, as we see a simultaneous overtake going on. One Move Esports and Ramada Motorsport heading to the inside line, and also Turco Hakkinen, as around the outside goes one of the drive game seat cars of Francesco Morante. What a great start he's had to this race as well. And he's just a little bit wide through Indianapolis, but it's not going to matter too much at all. Turco Hakkinen is demoted another place, as Michał Schmidl goes continually up the order into 5th. Nigel Bellick's dropped down to 8th. With the 99 Waveframe Esports car up in 3rd. I think they would take the title at this point, but it's a bit too early for that kind of maths. So we'll park that thought for a moment here, Aidan. But the battling in GTE is just fantastic for us to watch. Very, very nerve-wracking for every team member watching, though.
Yeah, some of these three wides that are going on into the chicanes and into Mulsanne Corner and Indianapolis and stuff like that. It's fantastic to watch how they can keep everything so close together and not make contact with each other. As you see, Rick Van Earl, Undercover Sim Racing LMP2, now on the front bumper of Rick Van Earl's LMP2 here. As the car ahead, just doing a bit of weaving, trying to break the slipstream. Should be all above board, as long as he's not doing like a last-minute chop to cut the nose off into one of these corners. He should be okay. Hard on the brakes into Mulsanne. Very tricky corner here because you can see, I mean, there should be bollards there on the inside, but they've all been wiped out within the first lap or so. You can take a little bit of a cut on the inside, but it will get very sensitive and you'll pick up a cut track for that. But the main portion for the track limits, as we were talking about before, as we saw, I think it was the Nita Velox car going straight on at one of the chicanes, is that at Tetra Rouge, on the inside and outside of the corner, it's very sensitive, and also on the exit of Corvette, which is the last sort of sweeping left-hander before the Ford chicane. So you go wide anywhere there, you're going to start racking up cut tracks very, very quickly.
Yeah, indeed, and you don't want them, obviously, because you've got to take a drive-through for those. Coming towards the end of another lap, by the way, and in LMP2, we're not that far away from drivers actually lapping others, so we'll see now if some people who have penalties might decide to drop in on this lap. Marcel Chinzik is the first of those who does have a penalty on the road right now, and yeah, we'll see if he decides to pit in at the end of this lap or whether he decides to not do that. But yeah, we'll wait and find out. He has carried on, I think. No, he's come into the pit lane, excuse me. So, First Ed G Sports are going to take the lead of this race. Jone Simoncic, championship runner-up at the moment, but trying to make himself championship leader, is now out front, in front of Timothy Andonovski, Arne Schumvli and Moritz Mell, who are all in his group right now. Mitchy Hoyer has dropped down to 12th place. I think that was a drive.
That was his penalty.
Yeah, I think that was a drive-through. So that's all okay. Thought we'd missed some kind of problem for him, but no, we didn't, in fact. And Jone Simoncic now takes the lead. Here you go. It's a good start to the race for those guys, but there's still a long way to go, and we're going to be monitoring the likes of Hoyer and Chinzik to see how quickly they can get up the field, or not quickly, as it might turn out.
Yeah, well, we got Simoncic at that front now, and whilst that is slightly beneficial as he has got that clean air, and he is going to be able to start trying to drag out that gap behind him, try and increase an advantage, as Andonovski is behind him with Cetra's Nita Velox. He is also going to be the first person to come across traffic, and it is the first few lap times round when you're trying to get through the traffic where it is extremely busy. As always seems to be the nature with GTE, they always end up in very close battles, and I think this is one example of it. Although these guys are already 4 seconds clear of third place, that's Christian Malguera in wave 3 far behind, as Ibrahim Khan does have a cheeky look there, but just couldn't quite find a way through, and he was on an inside line. That's actually cost him a little bit of time having a look there through Indianapolis. But yeah, as you were saying, we'll have to keep an eye out on that Varga car and see how long it takes them to get up. They're currently in 8th place following that drive-through penalty, and Marcel Chinzik is going to have to start pushing again to try and get back up into the spot he was in, or at least close to it anyway. So yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that. But this traffic as well, it's going to be interesting when we get there.
Yeah, he's down in 8th right now, and he's just coming down towards the Mulsanne corner as things stand, as his rivals are up to or just out of the Mulsanne corner at the moment, heading towards traffic for the first time today. The 451 car is going to be the first of Sim Racing for Holland car, driven by Dennis Dooner. Right now, they had an absolutely fantastic start to the season. I think they won the first 2 races, or got podiums in the first 3 or 4. Really fantastic start to the season, but they haven't really scored many points after that. So yeah, that's unfortunate for them, because they really were championship contenders for a very long time, but not anymore, I'm afraid. But into the pit lane comes one of the Wave 3 Motorsports cars. That's the number 99, and that is the championship contending car, or one of them anyway. Christian Malguera is into the pit lane, and he's going to be dropping an awful long way down this order, and possibly into stuff like this. I would argue that a penalty costs more in GTE really here, Aidan, because you just drop yourself into crazy battles that we're seeing right now. And there he is, just on the right-hand side of your picture, coming out of the pit lane. He's got to negotiate all of these guys, whereas his rivals won't have to.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you could say that for both categories, really, because if you're in a faster class like the LMP2s that we're seeing now, we're seeing Yoni Simicic coming out of the Porsche Corvette section up towards the final Ford chicane, is that the LMP2s have got to try and clear that slower traffic that's racing each other. So I think it's a bit of give and take, but I think it's definitely harder when the other cars are on the same pace as you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's entertaining for us, though, certainly, as they complete another lap. Nearly half an hour into the race, 25 minutes just about. And, yeah, it's flown by, to be honest. We're about to get on to the first bit of traffic in this race. Not too far away, the Team Race of Holland car's just come through Tete Rouge at the moment as Simincic is heading down the hill. So we're really not very far away at the moment. Chinsic has got himself onto the back of Nico Barkley at the moment for Wanako. And Christian Marguerite in GTE has got himself right onto the back of Pedro Ramada, who's in that crazy train that is currently being headed by Paulie Ahonen of Volante Racing. He actually headed the warm-up session just before we headed into the race, or the practice session that was before the race. So they've got some decent pace, and I know that Ahonen is a very solid driver indeed. So yeah, we'll see how easy it is for Christian Marguerite to get through, but we do have 4 for the lead at the moment, Hugo. Not 4 teams you might expect to see. Certainly Azira and Go Team Racing weren't on my list. Certainly neither were Nice of Alex, really. But they've got themselves here, and once you've kind of got yourself into this slipstreaming train that's going on right now, it is, I don't want to say easy to stay within, but it is certainly easier than it might be at some other circuits. You spend so long in a straight line here that the slipstream effect is, it keeps groups together a lot easier than it does at other circuits.
Yeah, when you're in that train, you just stop pulling away from those guys behind, and that's shown by the gap between 4th and 5th being nearly 7 seconds now, because they're just towing each other along. However, what it does mean is that if you drop out of the slipstream train, if you make a mistake, it's much harder to catch back up to it, because they're all towing themselves along, and suddenly you found yourself in some clean air, which just isn't brilliantly helpful along the straights, but it is right now the advantage. And now you can see there is the Sim Racing for Holland Corvette as well, so they're all going to be navigating traffic at the same time, and because they are still quite close, especially second down to 4th rather, this traffic could be quite interesting, especially when we reach those denser parts as we saw earlier where those battles are still emerging. But it's going to have to be quite risky, and obviously Simincic doesn't need to take massive risks quite yet, but behind, if you look, you can see just how close these guys are. They're all going to be vying to get past this traffic as soon as possible. You can see there Sim Racing Holland doing a good job to try and get out of the way, really on the edge of grip though, as they are getting pressured quite hard by the LMP2s.
The number 68 Waveframe Esports car has just come into contact, I believe, with the Vargas Sim Racing car. They were battling, and Andrea Riccielli has fallen down the order at the Porsche curves. I think there may have been contact between the two. That's what the yellow flag in Sector 3 was about, I believe, because Riccielli is down to 7th. Let's see if he stays out. So no big suspension damage, no damage, or no big damage of any kind by the looks of things, but that's not what you need at this early stage. Let's take a look at what happened between the two. Riccielli trying to get back through on Michał Schmidl, who recently got through on the Waveframe car. It was all on his own in the end. Big slide and spins around completely just to keep it out the wall. I think he just about kept it out the wall there, Aidan, but that was very scary.
Yeah, that was very, very scary indeed. That's high speed-ish accident. Thankfully, there was a gravel trap to try and mitigate the speed at which he was approaching that wall out. But I think those tyres are going to be looking like the proverbial 50p piece. Basically, they're going to be hexagonal with the flat spots he'll have picked up from slamming on the brakes to get that thing stopped.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be some big flat spots there, and it's difficult to get your tyres back in check, really, once you've got them out of check. You've kind of lost them at that point. Still a long way to go for pit stops as well, so he might be in a bit of trouble a little bit later on. Here is a little bit more traffic, and they're going to have to negotiate these guys soon. Pedro Ramada down the inside of one of the drive game seat cars. Is that Filippo Canao, or is it the other one? It is Canao, who's qualified in 2nd place, but he's already down to 12th, I'm afraid. Christian Malguera is not too far behind, and he might try and get involved. To the inside he goes into the first Mulsanne chicane and makes the move fairly easily. But the real race is starting now, Hugo, really. The traffic is really what makes this race. It makes any endurance race quite special, really. And the first run through traffic is always the most stressful.
Yeah, definitely. And now that everyone has sort of settled into the positions that they're generally going to be fighting for, this is Marcel Chinchik, though. Obviously, an exception to that rule down in 7th, where now having served his penalty, he is beginning to make up those positions slowly but surely. He's got a bit of time to catch up to the next car. That's a gap of about 2.5 seconds. But yeah, as you were saying, we are really getting into the race proper now. Everyone's roughly where their pace matches. And oh, look at this. This could be quite interesting, actually. So we'll have to stop talking about that for a second. We've got about 5 GTs, and they're really weaving everywhere. We've got about 4 extra chicanes along the Mulsanne straight here. And yeah, through they go. Luckily, they're in a straight line where those LMP2s are a little bit quicker, and they're able to get past quite nicely. And you can see now Timotej Andonovski really putting some pressure on Arne Schoenfeld, because he just has that opportunity to, because they're all trying to get through this traffic together, and this angle really shows just how busy the circuit is at the moment. And this is going to be interesting when they reach the next set of braking zones, unless they can get past quickly. And you can see there is that battle between Pedro Ramada and Drive Game Racing Team, and that's going to cost a load of time to Go Team Racing. Moritz Mel stuck behind them because he was driven right up onto essentially the hard shoulder of the straight there, and that's cost him a little bit of time. He should be able to catch up a bit though, because there is a bit more traffic that those guys ahead of him are coming up to, but that's definitely frustrating. But that is the nature as well of Le Mans and of the traffic that comes with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very close moment there, and he did lift out of it. If it's the last hour of the race, he might just go for that, but certainly too early on for jumping over the curbs and going on to the right-hand side there. So a very, very close moment indeed, but these GTE cars can't be faulted for just having their own fight down towards Indianapolis there. Through into the Porsche curves they go. This is a 68 wave green car, and Schoenfeld has caught him at exactly the wrong moment here. Andonovski has been able to catch up a little bit, but going into Corvette, doesn't dive it, and there's a yellow flag in sector 3. That's exactly where all of the action was happening a few moments ago. The number 264 satellite racing car, Henry Sinnick, has been off at the exact same corner. Andrea Riccielli has been off at the very last lap, so he may have come into contact with one of these cars coming through, because this is such an exciting part of the race for us, but it's so difficult to manage when you're in the car as Arne Schoenfeld comes into the pit lane. This could be a strategic call after 9 laps. We're not that far away from LMP2 pit stops really, so a strategic call from them, Aidan, to try and get out of this madness.
Oh, as we see Henry Sinnick just get fired off at the I mean, I don't think that was intentional, obviously, but that's not a good thing to happen, to lose your rear wing this early into the race. Thankfully it happened quite close to the pit lane, all things considered, but yeah, trying to get out of the traffic, it's like trying to get out of a football ground as soon as the match is over. It's absolute madness out there trying to clear some of that traffic at the minute. I mean, we are racing on public roads, so it is quite apt, but yeah, as we see, most of the LMP2s, I think all of the LMP2s are in the pit lane.
4 of them aren't, but most of them are, yeah. It seems that the early strategy, the early pit call, is the one to go for most of these guys. Michi Hoyer is in along with Marcel Chinchik, who's also into the pit lane after only 9 laps in this race. 10 laps is expected to be the limit for these LMP2 cars, and you can see it's absolute madness down there. Yeah, a lot of things going on. And coming out of the pit lane, Arne Schoenfeld has got himself a bit of a gap over Matt Richards and Romany Kubic, who are battling a little bit further behind. Marcel Chinchik is in 8th place. That's expected to turn into 7th when Rick Van Earl comes into the pit lane. So not a bad start here for Marcel Chinchik, but yeah, crazy moments there down in the pit lane. Hugo, very, very busy indeed.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that was sort of kick-started by that Azura car just coming in, and that's left undercover Go Team, Cetros Nitavenis and Burst Edge out. Everyone else will have pitted, and yeah, as you're saying, 10 laps the limit. If you forget to put into the pit stop, you're not going to make it around again, because it's just such a longer circuit. But I think as well, we've seen a little bit of contact, and I think we're going to see a bit more. Fortunately, there hasn't been too much between the different categories, because that's really unfortunate when you're not even in the same race, essentially, to come together. But yeah, there's a bit of a tap there, but in the Porsche curves, when you're right on the edge of the grip limit of your car and you're really going as quick as possible, just a little bit of an upset can really cause an incident, as we saw, and that's going to be quite unfortunate. It's going to take a bit of time to repair that damage as well, but they're just going to have to keep going 23 hours, 26 minutes before the end of the race. They've got some time to try and make up what they've lost. And Jene Simoncic now, we'll watch him actually for the moment, because he'll be coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap, or we expect him to anyway. He'll get some more fuel, as will those 3 other cars behind him. And we'll see where he comes out in relation to Arne Schoenfliet and Ajira Racing, because they were, of course, held up in traffic a little moment ago, I think it was. And we'll see where they come out in relation to the other 2 cars they were battling. That's the Nita Velets car and the Go Team Racing car, as you can see, flying out of the Porsche curves. They go. And you've also got the leader of GTE, that's Kasper Stolzer. And into the pits we go. What's going to be interesting is that now all of the the LMP2s are back in the pits. They're going to come out again in the midst of the GT traffic. So what they've just done, essentially, they're going to have to do it all over again, which is very nerve-wracking indeed.
They are indeed. That's the Henry Sick car, by the way, in the pit lane that you can see on your screens right now. Getting a new rear wing and some new components for the car as well, you'd imagine, because that was quite a hard hit on the wall. But the leaders are in. Jene Simoncic, Andonovski, Timothy Andonovski and Moritz Mel are all in, as well. Rick Van Earl will follow them for Undercover Sim Racing. He was a little bit further removed from that front group, but he is in there. So he's in the pit lane now as well. We'll see when these guys leave, really, and what the undercut is like, so to speak, for Schoenfliet, because he's not had to negotiate any traffic over this lap. However, the guys up front, like Simoncic and Andonovski, have had to negotiate a bit of traffic, so it may catapult Ajira into the lead. Let's wait and see, though, as Simoncic pulls out of his pit box right now. Where is Arne Schoenfliet? To the left-hand side as all the GTE cars go past. Simoncic releases the pit limit. It's going to be side by side towards the first turn, almost. Not quite, though, because Simoncic just about holds on to the lead here, Aidan, but Schoenfliet is right there.
Yeah, Schoenfliet coming out of the first chicane here and is in behind the Burst Edge Esports car. Burst Edge Esports car did not take tyres in that stop, so also going for a double stint on them, because the tyre life around here is pretty good, all things considered. Just been trying to find out more about the tyre compounds. They're probably not going to run the hards, because the hards are just not suitable. GTEs can run mediums dependent on the car if the tyre wear is pretty good. And the LMP2, it can be viable, but it depends on the circuit and the length of the race. So we may or may not see that happen over the course of this race, depending on how far and how fast they want to be going. But it looks like I think most of the cars will be running double stints due to how the tyre life is around here.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. It seems to be the consensus for everybody that double stinting is the way to go. Maybe triple stinting, we've seen that in the past, could happen. Schoenfliet, though, is right on the back of Simoncic, but even with slipstream and an overspeed, I don't think he's going through. He's just feathering the throttle down the Mulsanne straight right now. Doesn't want to go through, wants to save fuel instead. That might be how he got in front in the first place, saving a little bit of fuel, having a little bit less to put in. Might have helped him out just a little bit there, but certainly he's staying behind just for the moment. So all of the LMP2 cars have been into the pit lane. So a bit of an update on the order. Burst Edge Esports are leading in front of Ajira. They've got 5 seconds over Nitro Velets and Go Team Racing, who are battling as well. Zancho and Blackhawk are in 5th and 6th, just 1.2 seconds in front of Marcel Chinzik driving for Vargas Sim Racing. Wanako are in 8th ahead of GX Droids and Burst Esports. Simplexity, the 49 car, driven by Mitchell Hoyer at the moment, is in the top 10. As you said a moment ago, though, Hugo, these guys are pitted, but it means that they have to negotiate all of the GTE cars again. And I'm not sure who's going to be less pleased about it, really, the LMP2s or the GTEs. Neither are going to be particularly pleased to see each other. As you can see, these kind of close moments happen again. Deuces Motorsport Club diving out of the way of a speeding Jene Simoncic down towards Indianapolis right now.
Yeah, and it gives you just a perspective of quite how small these LMP2 cars are in comparison to the GTs, especially the Porsche, because it just seems a lot much wider, but they're also far taller. Even though they do look small on the screen, you can see there when they're next to each other, there is a huge size difference, and it can actually be slightly concerning when you roll up next to one of them in your LMP2, because all you can see really is the bottom of their doors. However, getting through there quite cleanly. So we haven't had really too much between the two categories yet, which is always good to see. Everyone's been able to navigate each other mostly cleanly. We've had a couple of incidents, but that's to be expected at this point in the race. Arne Schoenfliet, though, unlucky here. He's gonna send it around the outside. That's a little bit risky always, but he's done it quite well actually, and that's not cost him an awful lot of time. In fact, I think he's gained a little bit on the race leader Yannis Simicic. But look at this is David Kalaxi in the ground effects and racing car, moving to the outside now for 12th position against the Burst Esport Hungary. They are really side by side here as they head through the Porsche curves. This could be quite risky, but it is going to be 12th place for ground effects and racing. An excellent move there. Both of them holding their nerve and just about squeezing through next to each other.
They do indeed. Very close moment though, as the battle for GTE, by the way, is carrying on. Kasper Stoltz, I believe, came under fire a little bit there from Ibrahim Khan at the front of that race, but nothing doing really. I think at this point it's difficult for the Corvette to get through because that Aston Martin is mighty in a straight line, and so sitting behind might just be the best choice for Ibrahim Khan at the moment, but he's just sitting there 5/10 behind. They're pulling away from the rest, including Michał Schmidl, who's in turn pulling away from the rest as well. Yeah, good driving from him so far, and yeah, we know how strong he is from so far this season. Filippo Caneo though, 16th place for him, qualified really well here, 2nd place, but I'm afraid it has just fallen apart in the race already. They are down to 16th, which is going to be disappointing for them.
Yeah, down in 16th, not where they want to be. It's the kind of thing where you think, oh, it's all going to go probably wrong, but that's the way racing is, and they might get something back later on, who knows.
Yeah, we'll wait and see as one of the speed bike cars goes through, and they're down to 17th position as things stand. More battles continuing on in GTE. Student as well is very close to Yannis Simicic, but not getting through just for the moment, and deciding not to really, rather than not being able to. There is a big difference, and yes, Jubilee at the moment playing the strategic game, playing the long game as things stand, as Kasper Stoltz comes under fire a little bit again into Mulsanne corner, but yeah, we're just trying to see if Ibrahim Khan can get through, even if he wants to get through at the moment, as there's a battle going on between Renz Klopp and who is at Alp Sim Racing at the moment. Valerio Ferraris is currently, well, down another position into 15th place. Marcel Cincic as well, going up the order, making his way fairly efficiently through the order actually here. Hugo is already into 7th place, making his case for 6th as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to try and get past this Black Hawk Racing team here. If he can get through during this traffic, that would be quite beneficial. Just to be the lead car heading through traffic can always be quite helpful. You can see him flashing his lights because he knows he's quicker, but he is on the same lap, of course. They are battling for actual position, so I'm not sure how kind Roman Jakubovic is going to be to Marcel Cincic. And right now, he definitely isn't giving it to him at least, so we'll see what he can do. But yeah, Cincic doing well to start moving back up the order. It's been 40 minutes since the start of the race, a little bit less since he served his penalty, and he's already made up 1 position, and it looks like he might be able to make up a 2nd, but he's struggling to do that quite yet, as obviously people aren't just going to throw in the towel and let him through in such a long race, because you don't know what will happen, and it's always beneficial to be just that 1 place ahead if you can manage it.
Back to the leaders in GTE, with Kasper Stoltz trying to fight off Ibrahim Khan at the moment, bouncing across the curbs at the Ford chicane, and pretty efficiently actually from Kasper Stoltz, looking forwards, backwards, and the battle from the outside as well. That's the leaders, by the way, just behind them. Simicic and Schumvliet coming out of the final corner, having just made their way through on Michał Schmidl into those section of corners. They'll be making their way through on these couple of guys on the Mulsanne straight as well. But we've already seen, Aidan, that car is very fast in a straight line, the John Lacey Esports car, the Aston Martin. And the Corvette, I have to say, from what I've seen so far, didn't look all that strong. So you can imagine it's very difficult for Khan to actually get through.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm watching the sort of the onboard telemetry of both cars as they come out of some of the slow corners, trying to figure out where the Aston is making up the time. Is it in the acceleration zone, or is it the mid torque range? Is it the top torque range? But something's managed to allow it to have some performance. Personally, I'd say that the BOP is all wrong, but still, I had Jean Lazy as my pick, and stop the count, as they say.
Well, yeah. because yeah, you'd be winning at the moment. So it's a good pick, to be fair. I wasn't thinking of them, but no, they're certainly putting in a good performance at the moment. Sancho still in behind, and there are the two leaders just in behind, making their way through into the second Mulsanne chicane, and may well both get through in one go here, or not, because Stoltz is going to stay in front, is he? Simijic dives down the inside into the second chicane and makes his way through, and Shivli just splits the difference for a moment, but Khan is still certainly there as they go towards the Mulsanne chicane. The two battles for the lead going right past each other, and the way that these GTE cars are still very much packed up means that things aren't really changing too quickly, really, in LMP2, as Khan chases Kasper Stoltz all over the road at the moment, not able to get through at the moment. But in LMP2, the battles are continuing on. Chinsik, though, is still behind this car for sixth position. There's Black Hawk Pescara, Roman Kubovic, who was right in the back of Sancho not so long ago. But he's dropped away in this fight right now, and this is the kind of thing that Chinsik is trying to avoid, really. He doesn't want to get caught up behind cars like he is right now.
No, it's going to cost him time, and time is quite valuable. Even though we have got such a long distance to go, he wants to get past as soon as possible, just so he can be back up in those positions. And it's like he's just going to be about to take this sixth position as he moves through the inside now. He is past, but he'll have to maintain it, and it looks like he's going to be able to quite well as we head into Indianapolis. He's taken that sixth position, and the gap up to fifth, that's the Sancho car ahead, 4 seconds. So he's going to have to push quite hard for that. But we've got Juan Carlos Fernandez with DX Droizer just being overtaken by Burst Esports and Complexity, Mitchell Hoyer at the wheel of that car. And this is another battle. So we have got those little skirmishes evolving in LMP2. With GTE, though, it seems to be more constant battles. But as well at the top of LMP2, we have got that battle for the lead. But that was quite a good move there by Mitchie Hoyer to get up into 10th. We'll see what Fernandez does. If he tries to retaliate and reclaim that position that he has just lost, he is in a position to do so, and he is going to threaten the outside as we head towards the Porsche cars. But he's decided that he just hasn't got the opportunity to do so quite yet, and he's going to have to stick behind that car for the time being. But yeah, Shinji doing well to continue moving up the order and get past all those cars that he needs to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and Mitchie Hoyer's trying to do the same thing, really, because let's not forget that he had a penalty as well to serve, and he did do so, but it's dropped him down a little bit further back, because he was running a little bit further back than Varga were at the start of this race, or at least when they took their penalties. So, yeah, things are changing in that respect. Alex Broutingham is in 9th place at the moment, just behind the Nitro Alex car of Turka Hakkinen here. We're still a good 15 minutes away from GTE pit stops right now, but Nitro Alex are in 8th place. They've dropped back a little bit from 6th, which is where they started, as opposed to Vargas Racing, who've been going forwards from 9th to 3rd, and Wavefree Esports number 99, they've also been going backwards 3rd, all the way down to 10th, and still stuck in that battle we were watching a few moments ago. But it's not a bad start for Nitro Alex, even though they have lost a couple of positions here, Aidan. They've got their nose clean, they're still in the race, they're still in contention. I think that's all they can ask for.
Yeah, down in 8th, which is not where they'd want to be. Turka Hakkinen, his last lap was a 354.3. His best is a 352.9 compared to the 350.1 that has been set by Kasper Stoltzer. So, but like you say, keeping noses clean is what you want. They've got the Waveframe car directly ahead of them. The other Waveframe car is 2 positions behind them, so they're in the vicinity, which could come back in their favour later on.
That is a battle actually up for position, I believe. Anyway, going on in the background, is that the recovering satellite car in the background? Yes, it is. That's Henry Sinnick, who is a lap down already and making his way back up the order. He's got some fresh tyres, you can be sure, and a little bit of added motivation of being angry, quite possibly, and that sometimes does make you drive a little bit faster. Maybe that is the case on this occasion, but Turka Hakkinen now under a bit of pressure here, actually, because Broutingham's not too far behind. Is he going to make a move? Doesn't look like it for the moment. He's going to stay behind just for the moment, so that battle continues on into the second chicane with nearly 50 minutes completed in the 24 hours of the bomb. By my calculations, if things were to end as they are right now, Varga would win by 3 points, but it's still a very, very long way to go. And it's impossible to know, really, what things are going to be like by the end of this race. Hakkinen still in front of Brautigam, who I think is just lifting off a little bit there and not trying to get through on Hakkinen, really. It's another case of saving a little bit of fuel, but we're not too far away from GT pit stops, really, here, Hugo. About 10 minutes or so, maybe 15 if somebody's taking it a little bit longer. But yeah, that's got to be in the back of your mind at this point that you'll be in the pits shortly, so no point making up positions really too much, because you might well lose them again in the pit stop phase. I think there'll be a bit of caution going on. As I say that, that's not happening, because Alex Brautigham's going straight down the inside of Turkka Hakkinen, and he's into 8th.
Yeah, so yeah, as you were saying, I think that the situation with most of the cars there in GT are thinking about, well, we have got a pit stop coming up soon, and we're in a position where we can try and save a little bit of fuel, because if you think about it, if you can stretch like 5 minutes more each lap, there'll be about 23 pit stops, 23 pit stops for all the GTs. They pretty much pit every hour, but if you can push it a little bit further each time, you might just be able to squeeze off that final pit stop, or just have a shorter pit stop at the end of the race. And that could be important, because that final hour is going to be very, very hectic once everyone has done those last pit stops. But that's way too far away now to start talking about the end of the race when it's hardly even started. But closing up to this first set of pit stops for the GTE field, and I do think that Nita Velets car, number 60, it's not doing fantastically, and it does seem to be struggling a little bit in comparison to some of the other drivers around the field. But also, that being said, we have got some really interesting developments with that Jean Alesi car in the lead. We've still got Vargas Sim Racing up into 3rd place in GT, and we've just got to keep an eye out now on who ends up where. This is the leader of GT. He's heading around now, and he's got a fairly safe gap behind to Ibrahim Khan. That's a 1.2 second gap, and actually the 3rd place Vargas Sim Racing and Mikhail Schmidl at the wheel hasn't decided to come into the pits apparently, so that is very interesting, and that's going to cause further developments in the race.
With that gap to the between Stolzer and Khan was quite big as they came out the Ford chicanes, as those LMP2s went through, as Khan almost rear ends the Jean Alesi car at the first Mulsanne, and then Rick Van Earl went through on the inside of Tetra Rouge, that put that gap up a bit more, but now the gap's shrunk again, so it's looks like another case of the traffic giving and taking.
It does indeed, because yeah, things are changing around in this lead battle. The things in LMP2 are a little bit more spaced out, so it's a little bit more incremental, the kind of changes that are happening, rather than all at once, which is what we saw about half an hour ago when the first run-through traffic was being made. But Kasper Stolz makes his way through the second chicane right now, as we go to the other lead battle that's out there on the circuit, the LMP2 pit stops. But a little bit surprised here, Aidan, to see pit stops so soon. At 13 laps for Vargas Sim Racing. Don't know if that's a strategic call or if they've been forced into that, but a couple of other Porsches did come with them, so maybe it was a fuel thing.
Yeah, we expect about 45 minutes on a tank for the LMP2s at other tracks, and we expect probably about an hour for the GT3s, but when you have like your fuel saving and things like that, it could go up, it can come down, so if it's another case of trying to get out of traffic, or just maybe they just overcooked it with the fuel consumption or something like that, who knows at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just guessing, we're just speculating at the moment, but make their way through the Porsche curves again. Certainly Simoncic versus Schumfleet at the moment. Zero Racing, let's not forget, are in 3rd place in this championship, Hugo. They're right up there and looking to secure that here today. And they were up there in the championship conversation earlier on in the season as well. But what I found with this car is that Orange Schumfleet is the best driver in it, I would argue. But some of the others can't quite match the pace of Schumfleet at the moment. I mean, Joris Reyes is a very good driver, and he's pretty decent as well. But I don't think Schumfleet quite has the team to back him up for a real chance at the victory here at Le Mans this weekend. I'm not entirely sure. I could be proved totally wrong, but that's what I've seen so far this season anyway.
Yeah, they have been. They had quite a good start to the season. However, as you were saying, they've sort of dropped a little bit. They're on a bit of an upwards trajectory, but I think I'm going to have to agree with you there that Arne Schoenfeld really is the star in that car, and that it is a team race. And he has got two other drivers who are going to be doing 2/3 of the work. He is only doing 1/3 of the work in the overall course of the race, and that's going to be quite important because whilst he may be really quick, as he is demonstrating right now, he needs his other teammates to be able to support the work that he's been doing so far. So we shall see how the Ajira car goes. It's been doing okay. Well, last race at least it did a decent job. It got 21 points. We'll see what they can do though, and whether Arne Schoenfeld's team can back him up. And just looking around the order as well, the Jean Lacy Esports car and the Sancho car, GTE first and second, are both in the pits as well. So we really have got those GT pits, those GT slots beginning to unravel now. I think those guys behind them as well will probably come in too. And I think the reason for that is because we're at Le Mans, and you're at full throttle for the vast majority of the lap, which means that everyone's using a little bit more fuel than normal, and yet the rest of the field in GTE pretty much is going to be going into the pits this lap.
Yeah, nearly everybody else. Francisco Morante and Alex Broughtingham have both carried on in the 83 and the 81. That is Drive Game Seat and Blackhawk Racing at the moment, separated by 2 seconds. Somebody else, Filippo Canao, has also carried on. Speedy Mike Racing as well. Both Speedy Mike Racing cars. So some of the Ferraris carrying on, but Wave Free Esports in their Ferraris are both into the pit lane. Andrea Riccelli and also Christian Malguera is into the pit lane. Michał Schmiedl gets out though, and he's in front of everybody as we might have expected, because that's where he was at the start of this stint. It's where he is still now. Well, I'll say in front of everybody. He's still behind Stoltz and Kahn, but 7.4 seconds is the gap now, and he's got a little bit extra over everybody else as well. Pauli Ahonen leaves the pit lane ahead of Sharbe Kiss, Andrea Riccelli, Christian Malguera, Turka Hakkinen is behind those guys, all of them. So that's not been a great pit stop for him, I'm afraid. Pedro Armada, then Ludovic Farut, who's not had a good pit stop either. Adam Baldwin also out of the pit lane. So 55 minutes seems to have been the limit for a lot of these guys in GTE here, Aidan. We've seen the pit stops already, and we've seen some shuffling of the position, but we've also seen the first strategy play from maybe some of these guys a little bit further down, trying to go one lap longer.
Yeah, I probably won't see the actual pattern of the strategies until a few more hours, but seeing the Sancho car and the Jean Lazy Esports car come in nose to tail is kind of like a do what he does, just follow. And then I'm sure Nick Dealey's crunching the numbers, Ben Garlick as well, crunching the numbers with the data, trying to figure out what to do. And they're in safe hands, that Corvette. So be interesting to see what kind of things they can do to maybe jump Jean Lazy and pull a gap. But at this point, we're only an hour in. There's no point in doing it now. Do it probably about 20 hours from now.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll start talking about back timing and whatever when we return after the night. And that's what these guys are going to be talking about between themselves as well, depending on how the race has gone. But 5 cars have decided to go on for an extra lap. Drive Game Seat cars, both of them, have decided to go for another one. Francisco Morante and Filippo Canao. Both Speedy Mike cars have decided to go for it as well. Greg Hall and Cameron Sansano. And also one of the Blackhawk Racing cars. There is another one, Saba Kiss, and he's just behind Pauli Ahonen at the moment. That's where they came in. They've come out in exactly the same situation, but Alex Broughtingham has decided to carry on here. I'm not entirely sure if it is to do with cars, because there's some of these guys have pitted in Ferrari, some of them have pitted in Aston Martins, and they weren't able to do 15 laps. But I have a feeling here, Hugo, that these guys who are out here still have been lifting off at the end of straights and things like that.
Well, yeah, these guys were within lots of the traffic, so they've had the opportunity to be able to just do a little bit of extra fuel saving. And they might be playing the long game. They might be slightly slower overall, but if they can squeeze out an extra pit stop or just have that final pit stop or final stint very short, then that will really benefit them, because he's really carrying a lot of speed through there. It's very satisfying to watch. We'll see what they do though, whether they come into the pits now, which I'm sure they're going to have to. They've really got an awful lot of choice. There you go. And I think I'm going to have to agree with you that they're doing a little bit of fuel saving at least to be able to continue this far into the race. And we've got the race leader now, followed by his chaser, Ibrahim Khan, not too far behind. They're heading through just out of the final towards the Ford chicanes now as they head through the Porsche curves. You can see the stops there on the left. It's just going to be fuel at this stage in the race. I think everyone overall is going to be double stinting their tyres for the moment at least, because there isn't really a need to change them quite yet, as fuel as tyre wear isn't too bad around this circuit. And there you can see the other three, I think, GTs who haven't pitted as well coming in now.
Has anybody carried on again? No, they have not. All 5 of them into the pit lane. So Casper Stoltz is able to retake the lead as we got a yellow flag in the final sector. What on earth is that for? It's the 272 car of Black Hawk Racing. Saba Kiss, he was running right behind Pauli Ahonen, not really in a fight with him. I don't know if that was on his own or whether he was assisted, but he certainly dropped down a long way. And I believe he's still stationary coming out of Corvette. Wonder what happened to him there. Probably waiting for a suitable time to turn around, but he might be there all day if he does that, as he tries to turn around now, and he does indeed get back pointing in the right direction. He is going again, but goodness me, big drama for him, I'm afraid. Saba Kiss, he was running in 5th position, but now he's all the way down to what is 22nd in the GTE field. He's into the pit lane as well. Let's see what happened. He just lost it on the way into Corvette. Is he going to hit the wall? Yes, he hit
that's a
wall.
huge hit.
And then there's a little bit of a wall that sticks out ever so slightly on the run up to Corvette. That's kind of unlucky for them, Aidan, there, but just losing the rear of the car ever so slightly coming through Corvette. That's going to be some big damage.
Yeah, it's those little sausage curves on the inside of the track. As you look at Timotej Andonovski down in 5th, Matt Richards ahead in 4th. I saw on the previous the lap leading up to where they are now, he actually went round the outside of Indianapolis and then got him on the inside for the left-hander that leads towards Arnage. It was, at the risk of sounding biased, a beautiful move.
Yes, we do get a lot of that, to be fair, about Zancho, but yeah, 4th place for those guys at the moment. Andonovski was running right up in the podium spots not so long ago, but he's dropped back a little bit now, and he's got Chinsik for company as we look at Blackhawk versus Wave 3 Motorsports ×2 here. Andrea Riccelli and Christian Margera trying to get through on Alex Broutigan, who's in the 81 and getting attacked into the second chicane. Riccelli down the inside, and that's an easy enough manoeuvre for him, really. So clearly the Ferrari not struggling for straight line speed, and clearly he's not struggling with tyres too much, Hugo. If you remember, he had that spin at the Porsche curves. We thought that he might have lost his tyres completely at that point, but he's clearly still got them in decent check. He's coming under fire again.
Yeah, I think having gone onto the gravel saved him a little bit than being stuck and run off with locked tyres. But yeah, you can see he's able to defend quite well now is Riccelli, and yeah, I do think the gravel trap that he went onto saved his tyres a fair bit, because it meant that he wasn't locking his brakes across a flat surface, and that's why he's able to keep going. But yeah, holding on to 6th position for now. He is coming under quite a bit of pressure though from that Black Hawk Racing car. Alex Broutigan really putting on some pressure. We've got Marcel Shinchik now. He is looking to take 5th position off the Wanako car. I think that's my timing screen being wrong there. That's the Sechers Nita Velez car. Shinchik's putting under pressure now into the Mulsanne corner, getting a really good sniff of the rear end of that Timotej Andonovski there, but he's not able to squeeze his way through quite yet, and he's going to have to stick in that slipstream for now. There's a little bit of traffic coming up, but nothing too bad at the moment. They should be able to navigate this quite quickly. There's no battle that they've got to navigate at the same time. Heading towards Indianapolis now, we could see a move here by Marcel Shinchik, pulling to the inside, really using that toe to his advantage, and he's going to get it just before the braking zone. That was a well-executed move there, getting the timing perfectly done, so he can squeeze through without issue. And they've got a little bit of traffic as well, coming up to the Sim Racing for Holland car and the Your Name here, Porsche, which is just going to allow him to slightly extend that gap even more and put him in a bit more of a safe space from that Nita Velez car if it tries to retake the position. But yeah, Marcel Shinchik up into 5th place, and he hasn't got too far to go to try and get past Zancho up into 4th and start reclaiming that time that he has so far lost.
Now, Matt Richards did use that battle between the two of them to try and run away just a little bit, but he's not got very far, just under a second between himself and the Hungarian just behind him. So there's a bit of a chase down going on at the moment as they go through the Porsche curves. But yeah, you may be wondering why these guys are on the back of the GTs again here, but the fact that the GTs have just pitted means that they lost an awful lot of time. and so the LMP2s were able to come right round to the back of them, and they have to go through all the cars again. Yeah, that's not great news for some of these guys. Sarvikis, by the way, is still in the pit lanes. We've got a yellow flag in the final sector. The 37, driven by Henry Drury, is off at Indianapolis again, I'm afraid. Those guys did qualify very well, but they are not racing particularly well at the moment. They have fallen down a fair way through the order, as there's a bit of a tie-up going into the Dunlop chicane. Once again, here, Chinzik get through on word of sim racing and drive game seat there, so good move and good slicing and dicing for everybody to be able to get through. It's a very frustrating thing though here, Aidan, because these LMP2s finally got through all of the GTEs, and then they had to pit, so they had to do it all over again. Now the GTEs are pit, and they've got to do it all over again. They went half an hour without any traffic, and the last half an hour has just been constant traffic.
Yeah, it's not fun, is it? When you feel like you're in, and then you come back, and it's just the pace difference is between the LMP2 and GTE isn't quite what it is between, say, LMP1 and GTE. They're kind of in the middle, so they are going to catch them up a lot more often in terms of getting stuck in the traffic. But they should have a little bit of clear air to run in, and it's even worse when they come up to try and get their way through the traffic and they're racing each other.
Yeah, absolutely, as they're entitled to do, of course. But yeah, it is annoying for these guys trying to get through. Battles continuing on in GTE. The battle for 5th place is on your screen right now. Andrea Riccielli continuing his march up the field. Drive game seat and Francesco Morante are his next victims, or hopefully his next victims in his case. Anyway, as the leader, Jone Simičić, comes up on the back of him, tries to get both of them in one go, and does indeed. So Morante just trying to defend initially, but isn't successful, obviously, and has to be slowed up ever so slightly, so maybe under a bit of fire into Indianapolis. But it's an all Ferrari battle going on right now. There's another LMP2 in the wake of these guys at the moment. Honor Shively gets to the inside of everybody, and he does indeed get through. Using a bit of slipstream there is Morante to try and hold on, but Riccielli has still got some slipstream himself, and he goes to the outside line of Indianapolis, gets his nose cut off ever so slightly, and he sticks behind just for the moment. But yeah, a lot of Ferraris in a short amount of time here at the moment, and yeah, it's interesting battle certainly. Just a bit of news as well, by the way. I believe we've had our first retirement of the race. Sarvikis, I think, is out of this race for the number 272 Black Hawk Racing car. Not sure if they're going to return, but you know, you don't want to see a DNF this early on in the race. You go all that preparation, and I'm afraid it's over for them in an hour.
Yeah, it's devastating, especially for the guys that don't even get a chance to go in the car. Yeah, as you said, all that preparation for a 24-hour race, for the biggest race of the season, in fact, and for it to be ended in an hour and 7 minutes is very, very frustrating if you're one of those drivers. So if they're able to, hopefully they can come back into the race. And yeah, so far though, we haven't had any massive incidents. Of course, we've had a couple crashes. We had that one, I think it was one of the Porsches that lost it, that had a fair bit of damage, but we haven't had anything truly race-ending. That was quite a late dive into the pit lane from, I think that's the Zancho car there.
You saw what I just saw then. I was like, what's Matt doing? Just, I pit now, okay.
Yeah. I don't think anyone really expected that, not least the GTs around him. It's always a little bit risky to pull that off, but he's managed it, and he's up. He's into the pits now. So we'll see what the result of that stop is. It's an interesting point to stop, actually.
What is interesting as well is that the Varga car that's pitted in from behind him is taking tyres. The Zancho car is not. The Burst car is. So, yeah, differing strategies at this point in the race.
Yes, that is a very interesting point to note down, actually. Triple stinting in this race is going to be very, very important. Do you do it or not? Everybody we have expected to come in has indeed come in, which left us with the 4 usual suspects out at this point in the race. Out in front, I should add. Not out of the race, but out in front. And by the way, we are hearing that Sabikis engine dead, I'm afraid, for that car. So they will not be returning, I'm afraid. And we have seen our first retirement of the race. But Jone Simičić is still leading by 7.4 seconds, and the battles in GTE are continuing on as ever. Matt Richards is out there early though, and triple stinting for him, you can be sure. Honor Shively though is staying in for a little bit longer here, Aidan, and this is where the strategy games really do begin. Sancho going a little bit longer, Ejira decided to rein it in and go for a little bit of a tyre change on this one. It's very, very interesting to note down, who's going for it and who isn't in terms of triple stinting.
Yeah, it's you triple stint the tyres, so you basically don't change your tyres for 3 pit stops. It's interesting strategy. I'm not sure what the drop off is on the tyres or what the performance loss is, but Nick Dealey engineering that LMP2 or Ben Garlick's engineering the GTE car at Zancho. They obviously know what they're doing. So Matt's a decent LMP2 driver. Did the 24-hour virtual last season with Jenson Button and Al Buncombe. So whatever they're doing, it must work.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing, by the way, 3 cars, I believe, have not taken tyres on that last stop. I could be, I think it's just 3. So the Zancho cars we've already talked about. ZX Droids, the number 330, has not taken tyres. Neither have Ground Effect Sim Racing, the 339. So that's all changing LMP2, as we've seen side by side again between Andrea Riccielli and Francisco Morante going towards Indianapolis. This is Riccielli on the inside line with his teammate Christian Marguerite not too far behind and also in a championship fight, so he's going to want to get through fairly sharpish as well, but not able to into Indianapolis. This is the battle for 5th going on at the moment here, Hugo, and the LMP2 cars, once again, because they've just pitted, they're all back behind them again, so we're going to see that same lappery going on again.
Yeah, we really have got quite a ping-pong battle going on. We've got Morante here. He's just been put into a sandwich of wave frame cars, so that's going to be quite difficult. And because these 3 or 4 even cars are going to be battling, if this is still occurring by the time those LMP2s get up to here, could get a little bit spicy. But once again, those prototypes are going to find themselves back behind this cars, and it's going to take this group of cars, and it's going to take some while before they're able to start navigating it quite effectively. And I think the leader is into the pits, and also we have got a bit of a gap actually between the leaders of GTE. It's it's about 2 seconds between Stolzer and Ibrahim Khan, so I think Khan might be just about losing the slipstream advantage he was getting behind that Jean Acer Esports Aston Martin. So the lead of this category, very interesting. But look at that, really over the curbs. That was quite aggressive, and we've got those top 3 in LMP2 up into the pits, but Christian Malguera there really riding those curves. You don't want to get any damage from that because that was a little bit excessive, especially when you look at the ride height of these cars.
Spin at Corvettes, your name here, Porsche. He's just got turned around again. He's back on his way, but that was a scary one.
Manuel Gerson at the moment driving that Porsche. We might be able to get a replay of that one, but it's all happening at the moment, so quite difficult to do so. Yuri Simic, Timoteus Andonovsky, Rick Van Earl, Moritz Mel, all in the pit lane. Who's taking tyres, who is not? Matt Richards goes through on them. Simicic was about level with Onosubli, who's about level with David Clockside at the moment, because they're battling going into the final couple of corners. Or is it the final couple of corners? I think it might be a little bit earlier on in the lap, but anyway, they are certainly battling. Shumbly did indeed get through there, so good driving from him. Simicic is out, and he hasn't taken tyres. No, he has taken tyres, sorry, I'm pretty sure, because he's 20 seconds behind Matt Richards, and that can't happen normally, as we just saw a replay there of the Your Name Here racing car. Shumbly gets through on one Carlos Fernandez as well, so Shumbly unfortunately lost quite a lot of time there, actually, getting caught up behind those guys on older tyres here, Aidan. Not what you want to do, and that's exactly how that 3-second gap has just opened up.
Nope, not good at all. Worn tyres, stuck in traffic, trying to overtake people. Not what you want, but it's something that can easily flip on its head if something else goes awry. You might have a code 80. That's effectively a free pit stop if you're in the right part of the track. That 3 seconds could come down as much as it went up.
Yeah, absolutely. As Yuri Toman is on the back of the undercover sim racing car, which also didn't take tyres on that last pit stop. Rick Van Earl is going to get past quite a lot in this, you might be able to imagine, as are all of these guys on older tyres. For the next 10 laps or so, they're just going to have to suffer, I'm afraid, but they're going to hope that it pays off for them a little bit later on in the day. Yuri Toman is now through, and he's in the car for the first time. We've had a couple of driver changes, actually, by the way. Jesper Pedersen has gone in the 49 for Michi Hoyer, but that is about it in terms of the driver changes. Not really very many at this point, Hugo. I mean, we've only just had over an hour in this race. It's quite surprising to see Chinchik get out of the car so early.
Yeah, it is really surprising, actually, especially considering how quick he is. And getting replaced, well, we'll see what the result of that is, whether maybe he just wasn't feeling entirely comfortable, maybe he just wants to get in a little bit later when the car's in maybe a better position. You can see some really close battling here between Alex Breutigam in 7th place now, defending from Christian Margera as this ding-dong continues. And we've also got behind Margera, we've got Turkey Hakkinen as well, trying to get his share of the action, and he might pose quite an interesting threat to these guys as well. So once again, GT is providing quite the spectacle as Christian Margera. He is looking for that opportunity to get through, but there just doesn't seem to be the room. As we enter the Porsche curves now, this is definitely not a place you want to go side by side, especially in the wide cars that aren't GTs. In LMP2s it's okay, because you have that downforce, it allows for a slightly alternate line, but with the GTs, there really is only one line unless you're going to cost yourself a lot of time. And out of Corvette there, you can see a place where we've had a couple of spins as well. It's been quite risky for some of the drivers and just losing it on the exit a little bit. Fortunately, none of these guys have, but I think that's going to be quite a common theme, actually, throughout the rest of the races. Everyone maybe gets a little bit more tired, because I think we might see at least some level of fatigue by this time, or not quite this time, but in 22 or so hours time, once everyone's been driving for quite a while and they've had a severe lack of sleep, because you can't really sleep that well when you're in an endurance race, although at least you can manipulate times in virtual racing so that you can have it more suitable to the time zones people are in, especially if your team is spread out across more than just a couple of hours in terms of time zone.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something we'll talk about a little bit later on, because it will come into play a little bit later on, especially in the early morning tomorrow, as we look at the battle between Timothej Andonovski, who's got, well, I was going to say quite a crumpled front end then, but it's just the design of the Nitro Velix car, which I do quite like, by the way. And he's on the back of the Undercover Sim Racing car. This is for 8th place, and what I said about Rick Van Earl a few moments ago is ringing true a little bit, because Yuri Toman and now Timothej Andonovski looking to get through already, and he's not even been out there for 2 laps yet. So this is going to be a stint of misery, you might say, for Rick Van Earl. But you've got to keep your head high in this situation, Aidan, because, well, he's going backwards right now.
Oh, contact!
He's going very backwards now, because he's been spun around by Timothej Andonovski. That was 2 into 1, and it didn't go, I'm afraid. Andonovski tipping Van Earl round into a spin. Not sure who was at fault there, but it's going to hurt the Undercover Sim Racing car a lot more than it's going to hurt Nitro Velix.
Yeah, I might need to see an onboard from Timotej's car for that one, just to see if how much of an overlap he might have had, or if maybe if Rick Van Earl hit the brakes or lifted off and just couldn't react or something like that. So we won't say that it was all Timotej just yet. As we see the rear view of Rick Van Earl's car, Timotej just sends it in and just makes a little bit of contact. So wonder what Jimmy Allison will do for that. Will there be a live penalty, or will it just be settled after the race?
Yeah, we'll wait and see on that one. Difficult to call, I have to say. Wouldn't know where I stand on it, to be honest, without seeing it about 50 times. But yeah, it's very, very difficult to figure out, and you can be sure there's going to be a bit of deliberation about what kind of penalty to give them or not give them, as things may turn out. But yeah, at least he's up another place, Andonovski. He's cleared Van Earl for now. I'm not got up to, or not been halted, certainly, as these guys go side by side again. This is Moritz Mel on the back of Ground Effect Sim Racing. David Coloxide to the outside line, but he is being passed right now by Mel, who's for Go Team Racing, and about to get into 4th place as well, because DX Joys are just in front of them on old tyres here. I was about to say before Andonovski had that fight, and it looks like we're about to have another one here, just to interrupt me again, as Coloxide goes to the outside line of Indianapolis here. This is what Moritz Mel does not need whatsoever, but I can't see Coloxide holding it around the outside here, really, with the old tyres, but he might surprise us. He might give it a go, give it the inside line for the banking. Ooh. 3 into 1, very nearly. That got very tight very quickly, but Moritz Mel hangs on, goes to the outside line through Arnage, and he holds on to the position for now. These are difficult moments for everybody there.
Yeah, that prototype definitely didn't come along at the right time. And I think that incident just a moment ago with Van Ael and Hakkinen, that's the second major piece of contact we've had so far, which isn't too bad considering we're an hour and 20 minutes into the race. And it didn't lead to any damage, I don't think, at least that second piece of contact. Of course, we had one earlier between two GTs into the Porsche curves. That caused some major damage. But I think Van Ael got away relatively unscathed, apart from losing a fair bit of time from that. And then quite a compromising position. But yeah, this is Tucker Hakkinen again, looking to continue his push forward. Currently at 8th, looking at 7th place. That's the Drive Game Team Racing team with Francesco Morante at the wheel. He's going to be pushing up to try and get past us. We have got a little bit of LMP2 traffic moving through. There's the Azura car, and I think that's the Burst Edge Esports as well. Those two cars actually battling each other at the moment, just a half a second between the two of them. And they're going to clear these guys relatively cleanly and try and get away as soon as possible. But we'll see what the result is of that incident between Hakkinen and it's not very easy to try and squeeze past someone at this stage of the track that we're at right now through these S's. It's usually better to leave it until after the right-hand kink, and then you're back onto the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, indeed it is, but Carlos Fernandez has now been overtaken by Moritz away from our cameras, and now he's going to be under fire from Jiri Toman, who's not too far behind. He's got to get past David Koloksai first, but he should do that in fairly short order. We'll wait and see. He's in the slipstream of that car right now, and here it is on board, looking backwards and forwards of Koloksai, but I'm afraid he's just been looking in his mirrors for the last couple of minutes with Toman homing in on him and getting straight down the inside into the first chicane. He's going to use the traffic, is he, to try and make this move, or not maybe, as they go side by side. Speedy Mac car doesn't know what to do, goes across the corner. That is very, very, whoa, gets onto the circuit as well, and then he clashes into Koloksai as well. A difficult moment, and a moment you really don't want to see, really, for a GTE car. Just got so scared of the battling cars behind that had to jump across the chicane. Koloksai and Toman go side by side again, and we're seeing a reverse situation of what we saw before. Toman this time is into the back of a GTE car going into one of the chicanes, and this time it's Koloksai who prevails coming out the corner. This is a good battle and a prime example here, Aidan, of how you can use traffic to get through.
Yeah, it's probably not the best thing to have a GTE just literally dive out of your way like just happened, but you can see Jonas Simičić stuck slightly behind the Volante Aston Martin here with Arnaud Gonflet in behind. But if you can get past it one corner and then have to have the guy behind you follow the slower car through a corner, that gives you that little bit of an advantage, that little bit of breathing space to try and get away. But here comes Arnaud Gonflet now, slightly obscured by Jonas' face as they head up towards Indianapolis, but Gonflet's got that Azura car into the lead.
Has indeed decided finally to stop lifting off and saving fuel, and decided to go for it this time. And so he's in front of Jonas Simičić. I have to say there, Hugo, that while we were looking at Jonas there, he did look, to me at least, a little bit stressed out, to be honest. And I can see why, because he's just had to negotiate a lot of GT traffic. But I think we'd sometimes underestimate, because of the professionalism that these guys actually have, we sometimes underestimate the amount of stress that they are under. I think that was writ large for us almost there, we saw from Simičić.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially in team racing, you haven't just got the pressure from the race itself wanting to do well, you've also got the pressure of your teammates, because usually you're on quite good terms with them, or at least I hope everyone's on good terms with their teammates, but you've got the pressure that you want to do well for them and keep the car in one piece, and that's just adds to the amount of pressure, especially in such a significant event as a 24-hour race, not least when you're challenging for a championship and you found yourself in a battle, because that is when things really can go awry, and you can win or lose a battle, or you can very easily lose a race if a battle doesn't go quite to plan. There's a little bit of accidental contact, as we've seen, is very possible in this race. Despite the level of professionalism, mistakes are always made and the incidents can happen. So I think it's just a lot of pressure on trying to do well, trying to win the championship, and trying to make sure you just keep the car in one piece and do well for the rest of your team. And I think that's one of the reasons why Jonas Simičić, he was aware as he was navigating the traffic that the Azura car with Arnaud Gonflet at the wheel was closing up to him, and I think he just wanted to make sure that exchange of positions happened as cleanly as possible.
It did indeed in the end, and now Gonflet is into second place, because Matt Richards is currently leading the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but got reeled in by 3 seconds on the last lap from Schumfleet, who got past Simitic, as we mentioned. So that lead is coming down fairly quickly here. I guess this is a bit of an experimental thing here, Aidan. I mean, if this triple stinting thing works out, then we may well see a few more people jump over to it. But if it doesn't work out, then it's no big deal, really. They can revert to double stinting for the rest of the race, and I don't think they'll lose out too much.
No, I don't think so. You know, I'm no engineer. I get in and drive. It's I've never done like extended stint racing like this, so I'm sure what they're doing, there is a reason behind it. Whether they'll continue to do that throughout the entire race, who knows? Maybe they'll go to doubles for a while and then try another triple later on, just to get there. But they qualified down in what, 12th or so, and now they're in the lead. But with Schumfleet and Simitic catching up, it's still been a strategy that's allowed the Zancho car to gain 12 positions, and it'll probably be 9 positions gained by the time they pit again.
Yeah, quite possibly. So yeah, we'll wait and see. At this point, currently looking at Roman Jakubic battling away with Jesper Pedersen, who's just got into the 49 car. I believe that's the first time we've seen him all season as well. He'll be driving alongside Michi Hoyer. David Mrocek as well will be in that car, you can be sure. I believe, anyway. He'll be driving this weekend for the 49 team, and also I believe there's another driver, in that car, at least registered to that car. So yeah, we may well see them as well, but we'll wait and see. A little bit later on, Pedersen got in, let's not forget, at the end of the second stint. These guys going for double stints at the moment. Pitted in last on lap, well, I can't find them for the moment, but anyway, I think they were in lap 19 with everybody else, or with most of the rest of the field anyway. So yeah, they're making their way through the field at the moment on some new tyres, and don't forget they had that penalty a little bit earlier as well, which has set them back ever so slightly, but they're getting onto the back of Roman Jakubic right now, and yeah, it's not been as good a recovery for Birch Esports as it has been for Varga. I mean, those guys, Yuri Toman currently driving, they're in 5th place at the moment. I reckon they'll be 4th by the end of the stint. You know, Burst Esports still way down in 10th position, I'm afraid, so it hasn't been such a good recovery for those guys, as we see a yellow flag in sector 3. What's that all about? Trying to work out yourself the Indianapolis corner, a GTE car off the road. I believe that was probably the 48, 78 possibly, off the road. World of Sim Racing, I think, have just been off the road down there at Indianapolis, but yeah, we've seen a couple of yellow flags so far. Fortunately, none of them at Indianapolis, but I think that might have just changed.
Yeah, it sounds like it, and we might get a replay of whatever's happened over there. But mostly a clean race as yet, and I think it's continuing on quite a good trajectory. We've had some really nice battles to watch, and I think we've still got many yet to come. Of course, we have got a replay right now of his as a Mish. Oh, he's just been pulled off the track, I think, just going over that right-hand curve a little bit too much. A little bit of damage, I think, but nothing major. I think he's gotten away with that relatively lightly.
Yeah, it looks like it just bottomed out on the curb, and it's just that ain't pulling up.
Yeah, especially when you're spinning around. He's lucky actually not to go into the wall right on the runoff area there, because it is fairly close. But he's avoided it on this occasion. These guys, though, still battling for 7th position. It's the battle in GTE for 7th between Ferrari, Aston Martin, Corvette, Porsche in the background as well. Zeus's Motorsport Club making their way up the order. They're in 11th place right now, just behind Alex Brouchingham in another of the Aston Martins in 10th. But this is Turka Hakkinen we're focusing in on, because he's a championship contender and wants all the points that he can get from the 24 Hours of Le Mans, right in the slipstream of the Ramada Motorsport car, currently being driven by Pedro Ramada, coming down into the first chicane of the Mulsanne Straight. The Aston Martin showing itself once again here to be very, very fast in a straight line, and it doesn't seem that the Ferraris can do that much to actually respond here. Aidan, Turka Hakkinen might try and make a move as well. Is he going to dive into the first? Oh, he is as well. Have a go side by side into the first chicane. Not able to do it on this occasion, though.
Yeah, a little bit of avoiding action there as they entered the braking zone for that first chicane. Maybe the Ferrari didn't know what was alongside him until it was too late, and had to take that acceleration. But here comes the Blackhawk racing car in the Aston Martin, trying to use that Ferrari as a little bit of a towing machine. Won't have the inside line for the chicane. because the second chicane on the Mulsanne goes the other way, and then Turco just lines back in, gets back in line for the chicane and doesn't try anything stupid. But the Juices Motorsport Club car having a bit of a sniff back there as well, as I think that's one of the Rookie Monsters cars wanting to get by in that LMP2.
It looks like it, yeah. It's going to weave its way through the LMP2 at the moment, down the inside of everybody it goes. And Turk Hakkinen is down to 10th place, I'm afraid, but might well get back into 9th because Alex Broughtingham is under pressure again, but Hakkinen lifts off going into the next couple of corners. In GTE, we're on lap 22 right now, coming towards the end of lap 23. Vargas Sim Racing came in after 13 laps last time, so if it's another 13 laps, then we're only 4 laps away from pit stops at the moment. So we're about to get very, very busy indeed as side-by-side again between a couple of the cars. Ramada Motorsport versus Drive Game C going towards Indianapolis right now. Pedro Ramada trying to go round the outside at the moment. We've seen this move pay off in the past for this race, and it may well do again here on Drive Game C. Francesco Morante doesn't really have much to answer for there, and he can't keep Ramada behind him. Promoted to 8th position, I'm afraid, at the end of this lap, you might imagine. So yeah, these guys not too far away from pit stops, but we're coming up on that interesting stage of the race here, Hugo, where the LMP2 pit stops and the GTE pit stops converge, and so we get a very busy pit lane.
Yeah, we're going to see that in a moment's time. It's been 40 minutes since the... no, it hasn't. It's been... Yeah, no, it has been 40 minutes since the GT is pitted. They were about 50 minutes into the race when they did their first pit stop. And in about 10 or 15 minutes time, we'll see the next set of LMP2 pit stops as well. So as you said, we're going to see them converge. It's going to be a very busy pit lane. And because the cars can collide in the pit lane, just as in real life, we could see that become quite interesting, as it is very narrow entry as well. You have got those 2 chicanes to try and force you to slow down. We've got Jene Simoncic now on the back of Arne Schoenfeld as we head along the Mulsanne straight, moving to the right-hand side of the circuit, getting it right into that slipstream. You can see there Jene Simoncic on the right-hand side of your screen. They're all the way over to the right. And I think Schoenfeld is trying to break the tow a little bit. You can see them taking as one line as possible into that second chicane now. On the exit, they're both going to run right to the edge of the track limits. And it does seem that Schoenfeld is able to hold out ahead, but only just. And we have got yellow flags in Sector 2 briefly. I'll be interested to find out what that is. But right now, this battle for second place is still ongoing.
It's on the straight. It's on the straight here. 264, the satellite racing car of Henry Cynic, is stopped on the Mulsanne straight, heading down towards the first Mulsanne.
He's lost his rear wing again.
He's not. Oh, I think yeah, he has been in contact
Crabbing.
with the 235. I think Undercover Sim Racing. Rick Van Earl, I think, has been into contact with them maybe because he's slowing down a little bit. He's actually going slower than the Vargas Sim Racing GTE car was a moment ago, as Simoncic is trying hard not to overtake Arne Schoenfeld at the moment. They go into Indianapolis again. So yeah, what on earth has gone on there? It's got to be a car-on-car accident because it was on a straight. So there's got to have been some contact somewhere along the line for some of these guys. Cynic is heading his way slowly towards the first chicane, and we'll try and see for you who was involved in that accident. The 45 car might have been in the area, the 69 as well of Vargas Sim Racing.
Very slow
So yeah, a
track,
number
so
of
we are
candidates
coming to a code
for
80 in 10 seconds.
who have got involved
code 80
here.
in 10 seconds.
So,
I think Jimmy's calling a code 80.
yeah, I do as well, but I can't hear him, which is not a good sign. So
That's
yeah,
in
I just hope
5,
everybody else can hear
4,
him, because
3,
apparently we do
2,
have a race director
1,
on
code
the
80
line at the
enforced.
moment, so to speak, on the radio for a code 80. This is prime code 80 kind of material, though, isn't it, really? Because we've got a slow car out there at the moment. Is anybody going to take advantage of it, though?
He was hit by Rick Van Earl.
Yeah, I thought so, because Van Earl's going slowly. We'll try and get a replay of it for you soon, but I'm afraid, Aidan, we've had a terrible race
Oh,
for
hang on a
Henry Cynic
second.
already.
Cynic was going slowly before he was hit.
Oh.
I've got the replay up now. He was driving at like half throttle coming out of Tete Rouge.
I've seen in the chat that apparently he forgot to pit and he was trying to go around slowly in order to conserve fuel,
right.
and he's been rear-ended by apparently Rick Van Earl.
Yeah. He's driving
Dear,
at
oh
half
dear.
throttle down a lot of the straights, so he's on an extreme fuel saving mission.
Well, it's yeah, he's going to be on an extreme damage saving position in a minute as well. When he comes into the pit lane, he's going to have to repair a fair amount. Yeah, we've found out what happened finally, and Henry Cynic finally is going to make his way back to the pit lane. But is he going to? Because you mentioned earlier, Hugo, it's a very, very long way around here. If you miss the pit lane, then that's pretty much it. So you've got to drive it. I mean, this speed to try and get back to the pit lane without any issues. And I'm afraid we've seen already what issues can present themselves when you are driving this slowly.
Yeah, and I think Jimmy must be struggling a little bit with the TeamSpeak in order to call a code 80 and get everyone on the sim to respect that or not. Well, no one can hear anything at least, so we are continuing at race speed for the moment. That is just really unfortunate for the satellite car and also for Rick Van El, because I presume he's sustained at least some damage, if there's that much damage to the GT car. But we're still being presented with this, not really a battle as such, but more of a chase, to be honest, where Yone Simincic is just trying to maximise that switch. You can see there on the left-hand side is the satellite car, and it is definitely not in a good way. And yeah, as you're saying, it's more than just a fuel saving. I think it's just a general saving mission at the moment to try and get it back. But because the code 80 doesn't seem to be able to be called, everyone is going to have to be really wary. He's doing a good job there trying to get out of the way, or at least now he is. I'm not sure what happened yet. I haven't seen the replay, and hopefully we'll get that at some stage so we can understand what's happened as part of that incident. Now, yeah, you can see there on the bottom left of your screen, Henry Cynic, Satellite Racing. It's just agonisingly slow, especially for the driver, because he knows not only has he got to get back, and also he's running out of fuel, he's also going to have a lot of repairs as well once he gets back to that pit box.
That does make you nervous, doesn't it? Watching that car worm its way towards the pit lane. No rear wing. Oh, God, that was close as well. Cars going side by side towards Indianapolis at the moment. That car's crabbing. It's clearly got suspension that's out of whack for the second time this race. And Cynic is going back very, very slowly indeed. It's away for him. 26 LMP2 goes past them, as does the sim racing car. But yeah, that really does make you nervous indeed to watch those guys trundle back to the pit lane. And yeah, let's hope they make it, and let's hope they make it to the end of the race, because they've already been through the walls really, and so have Rick Van Earl and Anthony Jans, who were both in the area at the time we saw that car go off. And we do believe that Rick Van Earl went into the back of Henry Cynic, I'm afraid. So yeah, that was unfortunate for those guys. And yeah, Cynic's trying to get back to the pit lane right now with cars going race speed right past them, which is quite nerve-wracking to watch, really. But yeah, it's these kind of accidents that can happen, I'm afraid, and one has just happened. We're focusing though at the top of your screen on Yone Simincic, because he's chasing down Arnaud Zumble. They went past Henry Cynic a fair while ago now, and yeah, they're coming towards Tête Rouge and out of it as well. It seems to me, Aidan, that, and it seems a bit obvious to say this, but Simincic is saving fuel. He's trying very hard, actually, not to get through on Arnaud Zumble, but they're both catching Matt Richards at the moment. They're on lap 27. Matt Richards will be in 2 laps' time, so it remains to be seen whether this has paid off or not, but I would say with the amount of gap that he's got right now, it might well still pay off, because let's not forget, he wasn't with the leaders when he came in.
No, it looks like Sean Flitz dropped Simincic ever so slightly, but I was watching when they were following super duper close up the Mulsanne that Simincic was just sitting on the back bumper and then lifted out ever so slightly, so he's doing that fuel saving business, but I think he's just sort of backed off ever so slightly, or if Schonflitz found some pace. I was also looking at where Henry Cynic is. Henry Cynic's just coming through turn 30, so the first part of Porsche. Doing a very good job. He's getting off the racing line, driving as far to one side of the track as he possibly can. But then he's in that difficult position where he's got to get to the other side of the track and get off the racing line there as well, as there's a stream of GTEs coming past. I hope people have got like crew chief turned on, or they've got some sort of spotter going on, because this is the dangerous part of the track now, especially when the LMP2s come flying through there. But I don't think there's anybody in behind. So just having a look I think that's the last car that's gone through, so he's got a bit of a gap now, or not, as there's a couple more cars coming through, but he should be okay. He's like 2 kinks away from the pit lane. Ah, there's Jimmy.
Yes.
Jimmy is
we
back.
found him. He's back.
He's no longer shouting into a vacuum.
Yes, he was trying to talk to everyone, I believe, in caller code 80, which would have been very needed at that point in the race, and it would have flipped it around a little bit on its head, maybe. But yes, that wasn't required in the end. Well, it was required, but in the end, Henry said it did get through. We couldn't call a code 80, but hopefully that's sorted. So next time, if there is a next time that we need one, then we will get a code 80 out here at the moment. And yeah, just informing us and everybody else that Henry Siddick is back in the pit lane. The track is now green all the way around again. It's just as well because we've got a battle for the lead going on in LMP2 as well as this battle that we're watching in GTE. This is Adam Baldwin in 9th place at the moment. He's been making his way up the order. I think they qualified 14th and he's right up there now. But here is Matt Richards still leading this race. 2 laps until his pit stop. Honor Shumvli and now Jurnej Simončić on the back of him, and we've got 3 for the lead here now as they go across the line to complete another lap here, Hugo. It has been pretty successful this stint, to be honest, from Matt Richards. Very, very good strategy call from Zancho, but he's about to get passed by a couple of cars, you might imagine, and here he goes, maybe down into turn 1, not quite this time.
Yeah, he has been doing a good job. He's obviously on those older tyres, I believe, which is why he's currently ahead, and this could be not too difficult for the Gira car, and behind them the Burst Edge car to make their way through. And I don't think that Jurnej Simončić is going to be wanting to still get past past Honor Shumvli, because this is just really beneficial for him to be able to sit behind that LMP2. But unfortunately that code 80 wasn't cool, so that was relatively risky. I know that set of GTEs passed him in the Porsche curves. That was very close because they were battling each other, but fortunately they all respected each other and made sure not to hit the satellite racing car. And there goes Honor Shumvli through past the Zancho car. Matt Richards there. He's not really in much of a position to defend. There's not really an awful lot of point, but there's no reason for him to slow down either. He's not going to make it easy for these guys. And you can see now that Jurnej Simončić is doing his usual, just sitting behind as much as possible, really trying to slingshot himself past. He pulls out of one slipstream into that of Honor Shumvli. As we head into the second Mulsanne chicane, then he should be able to get past quite easily, running over the curbs relatively aggressively. But it does seem that he's going to take that third position. Well, no, second position actually. And he's going to be able to close back up to Honor Shumvli and sit behind him, as he has been doing for quite some time now.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, good fight between them, but in the end, it was only one winner. And Shumvli and Simončić through in the end. Matt Richards falls behind just ever so slightly, but with not so long to go until his next pit stop, about 5 minutes, and he'll be in the pit lane. Or will it be at the end of this? Well, I don't know. We'll wait and see. He might be at the end of this lap. It might be at the end of the next one after that. But either way, he's not too far away. I think it might be at the end of this lap, actually. Done my calculations wrong slightly, but this has certainly paid off for Zancho. It just remains to be seen now, Aidan. Is anybody going to go for a triple stint now? Because we've seen Zancho pull this off quite well. So surely it might be the way to go.
Well, we'll find out when we see it happen, if Burst and Gira have got the same ideas, but still it's a message from Ed Trevelyan Johnson in Discord saying that they're on strategy, they've gained big, they're just going to keep on going with what they've already planned and adjust if necessary. So Jurnej Simončić and Honor Shumvli pulling away from Matt Richards, but they are on fresher tyres as Matt's triple stinting. And I believe when Matt pits again, they'll have their next driver in the car.
Yeah, yeah, we believe that will be the case. As we're on the back of some GTE cars once again. That's Your Name Here racing car, and yeah, they are pretty much on the back of the GTE field again. So they will be coming through for well, I've lost count. Maybe the third time, fourth time. Could be more than that. Some of these guys, but are they in the pit lane? Yes, they are. Shumvli and Richards are anyway, because Simončić always carries on for one more lap. He was able to do 10 laps on his first stint, but nobody else, well, some were, but those two weren't. So there in a little bit earlier. So Simičić retakes the lead of the 24 Hours of Le Mans as we're 1 hour and 3/4 into this race. The GTE pit stop window has also opened. Michał Schmiedl will be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, I would expect, but LMP2 pit stops well on the way here, Hugo, and now it really remains to be seen. Nobody's going to take tyres here, by the way, whether you're double stinting or not. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of discussions going on down in pit lane right now as to what they're going to do with the strategy from this point. Do we jump on the bandwagon of triple stinting, or do you stick to your plan?
Yeah, well, with Zancho choosing that alternative strategy, deciding to stick with a triple stint, as you said, that's going to cause quite some discussions within the teams. And I think we have to keep an eye out on the rest of these guys, see what they decide to do, whether they want to stick with how they're going, or they follow the example set by Zancho and try and put off a triple stint strategy and move away from the double stint, because overall, because it's about it's one pit stop every hour, it's 2 pit stops every hour and 10 minutes essentially. So over the course of a 24-hour race, you're doing about 35 or more pit stops. If instead of half of the time you're changing tyres, if it's only 1/3 of the time, that could really equal to a lot of time by the end of the race. And because Zancho have proven it is possible and you don't lose an awful lot of time by doing it, it may be that these guys try and follow it, or they may decide instead that it's still quicker to just do the double stint because you don't lose that much, because they're quicker and maybe the tyres drop off a little bit more rapidly in that 3rd stint. So we'll see what the guys do, but that could really throw a spanner into the works of strategy, and we could see some quite interesting developments as a result of Zancho's decision.
Yeah, and Zancho have actually changed their driver with fresh tyres, fresh fuel in the tank. Matt Richards has got out, going to have himself some a light afternoon snack maybe, and Devin Browner has got into the car, and that car has just left Tete Rouge and is flying up the Mulsanne Straight as we speak.
Good point, actually. Devin Browner getting into that car, but no other driver changes for anybody up front, I believe, although Renz Klopp is in the way for Motorsports car. Was he in there before? I can't remember. Could have been, but I can't remember. Down in 9th place at the moment, Devin Brown, by the way. He's dropped down a little bit longer now, or a little bit further down now. So, yeah, we'll see where that brings him out, and when this all shakes out in a few moments' time. But it's time to, well, kind of split our eyes one way and the other, really, because we've got GTE pit stops and LMP2 pit stops at the same time. We've got Michał Schmiedl into the pit lane at Vargas Sim Racing. He's in 4th place right now, and yeah, we may well see a lot of driver changes, tyre changes as well for some of these guys. Is anybody going to go for a triple stint in GTE? I wouldn't expect so, but you never know. I don't really know. It seems that everybody has stayed on the same strategy through the first pit stop. Whether they're going to do the same through the second one is still a mystery to us, but that's what we're here to find out. But for the moment, we know that the Porsche doesn't have great fuel mileage, it seems, at the moment, and that is really going to cost them, I think, especially compared to the likes of Drive Game Seat, Black Hawk Racing. They went 15 laps off of the start of this race here, Aidan. That's a great deal more, a couple of laps more than the Porsche did. And around the normal circuit, you might not think very much of 2 laps, but around here, going 2 laps longer is a significant amount of fuel.
Yeah, it's another, 6 minutes there or thereabouts, 7 minutes or so. Forgive my mathematics. I think it's pretty much established that I can't do numbers, but yeah, if you can drag your fuel out a lot longer at Le Mans, then you're in a good position, because the less time you spend in the pit lane, the more time you spend on track, then you don't lose as much, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. So the LMP2 leaders are in as well. Simičić, Andonovski, Moritz Mel all into the pit lane as we're watching a battle going on in GTE. Interestingly, the Juices Motorsport Club car is able to go a little bit longer, even though that is a Porsche. So, yeah, I don't know what that's all about, but unassumably is about to get back into the lead of this race. Simičić leads the pit lane. He's actually lost a little bit of time because Schumfleet was able to get some free air, whereas Simičić was in a little bit of traffic there, and he's caught up behind another GTE as he comes out of the pit lane. Meanwhile, in the background of that shot there, Nigel Velix going down the inside of Ramada Motorsport into 8th place finally. So Nigel Velix getting up the order, but Hugo, they've not had the best of races so far. It's not been They've not been having the greatest pace, and I think they've really struggled in battles. I think they're struggling for a little bit of straight line speed, and they're not quite able to get through on cars as some of the others are.
Yeah, unfortunately, my predicted team not doing brilliantly. I mean, yeah, there's Cetra's Nitavelix currently in 8th place, so Hackden still at the wheel of that car. They've been struggling as well. But overall, though, this part of the race, as you said a moment ago, is going to get quite interesting. We've still got these pit stops to take place, and right now we've got a Porsche against an Aston Martin, and they've got very different levels of BOP at the moment. So it's quite a stark contrast in the type of machinery both of these guys are running. And it looks like Adam Baldwin might just be able to squeeze past into this 6th place against Alex Breutigam. And we've seen Breutigham's been quite quick. And actually, as we went through the Indianapolis section there, it looks like Baldwin lost a little bit of time to that car in front. But yeah, I think Nita Velix have been struggling a little bit so far, just looking for those places to get through. And they're just not really able to keep up, really. And we've seen that with a couple of drivers, a couple of teams that have been struggling a little bit. And I think it might be down to a level of preparation, not just in terms of the driver learning the track, but also setup, because setup is so important in such a long race, and it's what gets the driver that further few tenths towards those fastest laps. And we're also going to move up to LMP2. We've got David Kalexai right now moving straight past into 11th place, I believe, with a goal. That is putting over a little bit too early. That was quite scary. I'm going to be honest, but he's trying to get into that 10th place, currently held by Wave. That's not right. He is in 11th place right now with that round effects in racing. He's actually defending. That's right, from DX Droids, and that's Juan Carlos Fernandez behind him. And he looks like he's going to go for another move, but just into that braking zone, into that first chicane was a little bit scary. It's going to be a bit cleaner this time, and it does seem that Kalexai is going to lose that position. Fernandez up into 11th place then. Ground effects in racing down into 12th. And given the amount of cars, I mean, one thing to mention is that Rick Van Erle is in the pit lane again, and that LMP2 has actually dropped down to midway down the GTE field, having had a really bad time of it so far this race, with nearly 2 hours gone and 22 hours 10 minutes still to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen the GTE leader in the pit lane. Casper Stoltz is dropping down because he's just been in the pit lane, and I believe he has got out for Matteo Caruso in that Aston Martin. So they've had a driver change down there as this battle continues on for 11th. These guys are on the triple stint strategy, let's not forget, so they're on new tyres, but not exactly making use of them because they're fighting each other instead of fighting cars that they really need to beat. But round the outside into Indianapolis, David Kalexai finally takes charge and goes through into 11th place as things stand. Points go down to 20th, by the way, so all the positions in LMP2 do matter in terms of the points. So with only 17 cars in the race, I guess the minimal you can pick up is 6 points from this race here at Le Mans. But these guys go towards Porsche curves at the moment. Is Juan Carlos Fernandez going to go for it again? No, he decides to stick behind just for the moment. So, yeah, interesting moments there. But as I was saying, Aidan, these guys are on new tyres. And if you're trying to make a triple stint alternate strategy work, you really need to work together and not against each other as they're doing right now.
No, not you're just going to lose time if you're working against each other. Just drag each other around if you have to. A bit like when you see in Indianapolis where they slipstream each other and they keep swapping positions, and it's like a game of leapfrog to try and build a gap away from the pack behind. So fighting is not good.
No, certainly not. I believe, by the way, that we've had a bit of a strategic throw of the dice as well from Volante Racing, because they've popped themselves out in front of John Lacey Esports here. I don't know if that was a slow stop for John Lacey or if it was a strategic call from Volante, but we'll find out when everyone else comes into the pit lane. Some of them at the end of this lap. Alex Breutigam won't be, though. He's heading right round the outside of one of the Waveframe Esports cars. That's Andrea Riccielli in the number 68 car, and he has just been displaced from a podium space, now down into 4th place. Alex Breutigam is through. He did 15 laps. Oh, sorry, that's everyone. I got very excited there. It's just a little bit of lag going on at the moment, and they're all back. They didn't go into the wall. that gave me a little bit of a heart attack, but we're all okay. So yeah, that is all right. I believe nobody disconnected. I hope so. But I think everybody is all right. That was quite scary. But yes, Ibrahim Khan is still leading in GTE. I think he's going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, which is lap number 29. And so he is into the pit lane. Interesting, though, to see here, Hugo, that we've got a little bit of strategic shake-up in GTE. I mean, Journal AC Esports not taking any risks at this stage. You wouldn't expect them to because they are leading after all. But some of them a little bit further down, like Volante Racing, willing to roll the dice.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so many positions in GTE to be decided. I mean, we have 41 drivers start. We've got at least one of those cars out, and the vast majority of the cars on track are GTE. So having that strategic dice roll, trying to get up into those positions is going to be quite interesting, and it's definitely something that we could see have quite an impact. As you mentioned earlier, with Volante Racing, they've rolled the dice and they're ahead of Journal AC Esports, but we are in the midst of that GT pit stop phase, so we'll see what happens between these guys. You can see there, Mishk and Cynic, both in the pits at the moment, and it's going to be interesting to see what the result of the current stage is, and why, or what the reasoning and also the result of people's strategic decisions are. I mean, we've already got potentially up in the LMP2 category, we might see some more people start triple stinting as a result of that successful Zansho strategy, because Zansho up there now currently in 8th position. They're ahead of Monaco, and they're behind Blackhawk Pescara Sim Racing Team. So we have got that differential, and we'll see who decides to stick with their strategy, because sometimes it is best just to stick with your guns, because then you know what you're doing, and it means the rest of the drivers in your team also know what you're doing, because that's what you've practiced with, and that's what you know will definitely work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see if anybody does indeed decide to do that. I mean, we've got a little bit of strategic play from some of these guys. I mentioned Paulie Ahonen for Volante. I'm not sure if Drive Game Seat have been in the pit lane yet. I think Filippo Caneo may well have been, because Matteo Caruso is behind him also. But Ferris Stanley has found himself 15 seconds behind Matteo Caruso here. So I'm not entirely sure how that's happened either. There's going to be a lot of strategic unpicking here going on. Ferris Stanley and Michał Sedlacek are at the same gap as their teammates were not so long ago. So there's been a lot of things going on here in the last few moments, and not quite able to keep a track of all of them at once. But no, it's all change, especially in GTE. When this all shakes out again in a few moments' time, and the leaders actually come into the pit lane, we will be able to see actually what's happened and what might happen in the future. But what I do know, or what I think I know, is that Pedro Ramada has had a disconnection, I think, in this race. He's an awfully long way down the order now, and was dropping down quite significantly not so long ago. So I think we've actually seen our first disconnection of the race here, Aidan. Not what you want to see at all, but it's bound to happen.
Yeah, it's pretty much the equivalent of a I don't know, like a hydraulic problem or something like that. It's obviously not what you want, but we saw at Spa, I think it was Varga managed to have a really quick turnaround with a disconnection. So at least with a 24-hour race with such a long lap, you don't actually lose as much time in the grand scheme of things. So it'd be if they can get in, instead of losing 2 or 3 laps, they might only lose just the 1.
Where are they now? Pedro Ramada still in the pit lane, I'm afraid, down in 21st position, and about to be overtaken by Undercover Sim Racing, who are a long way down at the moment. That's the LMP2 car, by the way. So a bit of a word of warning to everybody from Jimmy Allison to get off the server once you're out of the car, because we can't have too many people on at once. Yes, they expect people to be doing that right now, but obviously these guys on the circuit will not be worrying about that too much. Let's try and piece together then what's gone on in GTE at the moment. We've still got Alex Broughtingham, Greg Hall and Francisco Morante to come in the pit lane, I believe, and they may do so at the end of this lap. Broughtingham is in now, and I think that he's going to be followed by Greg Hall. He is indeed. So that's after 30 laps. That's on schedule for those guys. That's all fine. But what about Francisco Morante? Does he come in? No. He carries on for another lap. So I wonder if he has actually been in the pit lane and he's not taken tyres or something. But I swear he was quite a long way down before. But we'll try and find out. Paulie Ahonen is in front of Matteo Caruso by only 1.2 seconds. And you can see, by the way, that Caruso is actually catching, that there is a bit of a tyre difference going on there. So yeah, it's going to be difficult to work out here as the two. That's undercover sim racing just letting some people through and causing yellow flag. But yeah, some different tyre strategies going on in GTE here, Hugo. I thought that triple stint might be a stretch too far actually for some of these guys, but apparently it is within reach.
Yeah, it's impressive, especially considering that they're going for nearly 3 hours on the same set of tyres. It'll be about 2 hours 40 minutes if they do a triple stint on one set of tyres, and I wasn't expecting it either, but quite possibly people are feeling a bit more confident. And what's going to happen is that as we head into the night time as well, the track temperature will be a little bit cooler, and that will lead to even further reduced wear, so people will be able to be even more comfortable on these tyres, because already the circuit is quite warm, but we are moving towards the afternoon now. I believe in game time is currently 10 past 5 in the evening, so that could have an impact as well on the way the strategies work. And I think as a result, people are feeling a bit more confident with these triple stints, and that's going to be really interesting to see where they come out in relation to the guys that are doing double stints, especially if we've got any direct comparisons between the two of them. But yeah, Francesco Morante sitting at the front of the GT pack at the moment for Drive Game Seat Racing Team, 25 seconds up the road from John Lacey Esports.
Yeah, that's the thing that's puzzling me really. How have Volante Racing managed to gain so much time on John Lacey Esports, but also how has John Lacey Esports gained so much time on Sancho? I mean, I know they came in with a fair advantage, but was it 15, 20 seconds? I'm not entirely sure at this point. Either way, Paulie Ahonen has been overtaken by Matteo Caruso, as you've just seen, and Filippo Caneo is not too far behind those guys. We'll see if Francesco Morante and Filippo Caneo come into the pit lane at the end of this lap, because they are going quite long here. 16 laps at the end of this one, and I think that's going to give Matteo Caruso the lead, which I believe is all his. Yeah, that should be what happens here. We'll wait and see, as there's a waveframe car going through on Filippo Caneo, just causing him to take a little bit of a strange line. But we've had a lot of driver changes in GTE, so let's just run through a couple of them for you. Matteo Caruso has got in for Casper Stoltz, who was driving John Lacey Esports car. Ferris Stanley in for Ibrahim Khan at Zancho. We have Sedlacek, who qualified the Vargas Sim Racing car, has taken over from Michał Schmiedl. Jose Berenguer's up the order quite a lot there. Maybe tyre strategy from those guys. Waveframe Esports deciding not to change driver for the moment. Maximilian Kalnich has got into that car for Juice's Motorsport Club instead of Adam Bolbin. Sasha Glatter for Alex Broughtingham. Andy Dixie is in for Greg Hall, who was in that Speedy Mike Racing car. Mika Happinen is in for Nigel Relics instead of Turka Hakkinen. So they've had their first driver change of the race, and he's turning his first ever laps in the Virtual Endurance Championship at the most prestigious race we have on our calendar, which is quite a thing to really be undertaking for him at the moment. But we're 2 hours in here at the moment, Hugo. I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility for going longer than this in terms of a driver stint, really. Yeah, it's not surprising to see so many driver changes, but then again, these guys may well be going quite a lot longer when we get into the night, especially.
Yeah, well, double stints, or doing 2 sets of stints, 2 hours driving is usually not too bad. And with the GTs, it's never really too awkward, because you have that much more round stint time. Maybe around the mall it's slightly shorter than it would normally be. It's usually an hour at most circuits. It's 50 minutes here. But yeah, I think triple stints we might see emerge when it's a bit less busy, perhaps, because there's a lot more mental concentration at the start of the race when you have got to be aware of absolutely everyone, because it's pretty much been non-stop since that green flag went out over 2 hours ago. And only now is everyone beginning to start to expand across the track, and we'll see some bigger I think we'll see some longer stints emerge. I think Honan, though, he's going for a triple stint. And yeah, as you said, lots of people go for just 2 hours in the race. Through the night time, though, it might become 3 hours as we head towards tomorrow morning. But also, you got to remember that some teams might have more than 3 drivers, and sometimes it works out better if you've got 4 to just do 2 hour stints rather than 3 hour stints, because there really isn't that much time to be lost in doing a driver swap. It's only a couple of seconds, so it might just be the way that the strategies for everyone, how they planned out their stints, is going to work out. Or maybe it's just that the first stint is always extremely difficult and they're giving that driver a bit of a mental break, because it can be quite difficult to do 3 hours of the most intense part of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to work out what has gone on in GT. So, Paulie Ahonen, I'm pretty sure, is going for a triple stint, as is Jose Beringauer of World of Sim Racing. Everybody else, I think, is in a place where I would expect to see them at this point in the race. So expect those 2 teams, World of Sim Racing and Volante Racing, to be falling back over the next over the next hour or so as this stint actually continues on. The rest of them, Caruso has got a gap over Stanley of nearly 18 seconds in this race. I think that he has just pulled that gap by brute force. Obviously, Casper Stoltz did that as well. He pulled out a fairly large gap as well. But it's kind of confusing to me, really, what happened between John Lacey Esports and Zancho here, Aidan. I mean, Zancho were right on the back of that Aston Martin for a very long time, but Khan just lost the back of that car one time, and then the gap just continued to extend, and now that gap is very, very big. John Lacey Esports in the driving seat in terms of that race now.
Yeah, kind of very, very fast driver. Sometimes he does make silly little mistakes, or he just overcooks it, or hits something, or whatever. He has got better the more time he spent in Zanjo. I think he might have just baked those rear tyres a little bit too much, and that's slowing him down a tiny bit.
He's currently taken over, or given the car over to Ferris Stanley, who's 18 seconds behind Matteo Caruso, and just 6 seconds in front of Michal Sedlacek. Now, Sedlacek qualified that car, but Schmiedl started the race. Sedlacek wasn't even able to get into Hyperpole, I'm afraid. 9th place was where they started, but Schmiedl was a lot quicker on the start. Now, I'll be wondering to see, is Sedlacek, or was Sedlacek just a little bit behind in terms of qualifying pace, or is he down on pace overall? We're going to find out in the next few moments, but Ferris Stanley is getting reeled in right now by Michal Sedlacek, as we're seeing a battle going on for 5th place. We're going to see a lot of this, Hugo. Christian Malquera getting through on Jose Beringauer. That World of Sim Racing car is going to fall back quite a lot over this stint.
Yeah, we're going to see lots of changing in position with different drivers and these alternate stints occurring. And right now, Christian Malquera, he's been doing quite a good job in that Wave Freem car. I think both Wave Freem cars actually at the top have been doing quite a good job, and number 52, which you can see just behind, has found himself once again in a Wave Freem sandwich. We've also got Jene Simoncic as well, and it looks like he might actually be looking to overtake Arne Schoenfleet at long last. He hasn't really been doing too much. He's just been sitting behind the Ajira car for quite some time, but that little sniff there a moment ago, it could be that he's looking to take that position. What do you think, Aidan?
Sorry, I wasn't actually paying attention. I'm looking at about 12 different things at the same time, and missed what you were talking about. What was that?
Oh, well, it looks like Jene Simoncic maybe getting a little bit more aggressive behind that Ajira car, maybe looking to potentially make an overtake. I'm not sure, though. That might just be me misinterpreting him swerving to the inside a little bit.
Well, he's in behind Schoenfleet again, and he's just holding there. So I think Jerne's just doing his usual Jerne thing of holding there, saving that extra bit of fuel. I mean, we're seeing them come up towards Indianapolis now, and now Simoncic pulls out into the little gap that's presented itself, and maybe try and get him under the sort of retardation into Indianapolis, and that's a very easy overtake completed by Jerne there.
Well, yeah, so it seems that he's decided now is the opportunity, or now is the time rather, that he's going to get past on the Schoenfleet, and maybe it's the start. Well, we're quite close to the start of a new stint. Well, we're more like halfway through it, and maybe he's just thinking that now is the time to start extending that gap and try and start pulling away. But we've noticed we've got yellow flags in Sector 3, and they've been there for a little while. So I'm curious as to what the cause of that is. But yeah, Yanis Imicic now back up into the lead of the race.
I'm afraid it is Andy Dixie of Speedy Mike Racing. They were having a fantastic run inside of the top 10 here at Le Mans, but I'm afraid they're out. Well, not out, but they are stopped on the run up towards the Porsche curves. It's very, very unfortunate to see. Indeed, they're still stationary there, I'm afraid. So not sure what's happened to them, but they are not able to get going for the moment. So as we've seen a bit of a lead change at the front of LMP2, we are now seeing more changes going on in GTE with that car off of Andy Dixie. He's recently taken over from Greg Hall, who was starting that car, but now he's out of it, and I'm afraid it's all gone pear-shaped fairly quickly for that team. A real shame to see for those guys, Aidan. They were having a fantastic run, though.
Yeah, not good to be out of the race within the first 3 hours. So the saying is there's always next year, but that's still 12 months away, and that's a very long time to wait.
Yeah, absolutely. Real shame. They're still stopped there. It's not. I don't think they've had an accident actually in the Porsche curves, because he's kind of on the exit of the entry to that turn almost, from what I can see. So he's not sure what's gone on there, really. It's a bit puzzling to me.
I mean, he's abandoned the car at Porsche, and it's he's got the clutch down, and it's slowly moving forward. I'll keep an eye on that and see if it actually gets moving.
Down the escape road, from what we can see on the replay right now, it just stops, and he's still stopped. So don't really know what's gone on there.
Wheel issue? I mean, if it was out of fuel, he would have escaped already. But let me try and get on.
And also, he's just been in the pit lane. So
yeah, the engine's off, and it's just sitting there.
It blown an engine.
Now he's escaped. Maybe he couldn't find his keyboard.
Yeah, but well, quite possibly. Yeah, but now he is back in the garage and way down the order, I'm afraid. 20th position in GTE at the moment, and he's going to be overtaken by many more, you can be sure. That's not the last time we'll see that, I'm afraid, here, Hugo, but a puzzling moment for us, certainly. I'll try and find out what's gone on.
According to Greg Hall in the chat, it's I think he's blown the engine. It says 6-1 downshift, so yeah, it sounds like that's out of the race.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm surprised the engine stayed within the car.
It's joined that Tesla in space.
But yeah, so I don't think they're going to be able to rejoin her as a result of that, which is quite a shame, because they had been doing quite well so far in the race, but that's what happens in endurance racing, and that's the result of Le Mans. We've got Manny Kackmackley trying to get past the your name here, Porsche. So you've got a Corvette here, the Caspian Motorsport car, into 17th place, and just keeping that Speedy Mike car behind, but he's locked up into Indianapolis. And look at that, the Your Name Here car gives it a little tap to let him know he's coming past as they go into Arnage now. It's going to be a later apex perhaps for that Porsche. Both of them get a little bit squirrely on the exit, but actually the Caspian Motorsport car has just about held on to that 17th place, but I think he is under a fair bit of pressure right now from this 18th place Your Name Here Porsche with Dennis Richter at the wheel. We'll see what he can do as they head towards the Porsche curves rather fittingly, although there's not really going to be an opportunity to overtake from here, especially when you're in a Grand Tourer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's difficult at the best of times, really, but a good fight between the two of them. Certainly very respectful as they went through Indianapolis, which is not the best place for side-by-side racing, really, but they're proving that statement to be slightly false, really, because yeah, they had a good fight through there, but up to 17th place in the GTE category and 33rd overall, Mary Mackley of Caspian Motorsport. So yeah, they're going fairly well at the moment. Excuse me. Rookie Monsters just 8 seconds in front of them. Malcolm Smith is driving that car, so we go back up to the leaders. Arnold Schindler is trying to chase down Jurnej Simoncic here once again, but looming large in the background right now is Yuri Toman, a 3 minutes 28.5 from Toman on that last lap. A pretty fast lap, to be fair. 6 tenths better off than Simoncic, 1.3 faster than Schindler. I get the feeling that Simoncic has seen the times being put down by Yuri Toman here, and he's decided not to stick behind Schindler anymore. He realises, Aidan, that he can go a little bit faster here. That's why he decided to get through.
yeah, might as well get through if you know you're faster and the move is definitely on. But I think a lot of people are just prepared to just sit there and save the fuel as Dennis Richter is just following that Corvette in front and now is going to pull out or not. No, he's lifted. Okay, might as well save a few mil of jungle juice. And then the Need to Velux LMP2 with its funky little jigsaw livery sails on past.
Yes, yeah, it's quite a cool livery. I do like it. I said it earlier, but no, it's good. Your neighbour here racing is still on the back of Caspian Motorsport though, and lifting off again. It seems strange, to be fair, considering how hard they were battling so not so long ago. But that now Dennis Richter is just deciding to feather the throttle coming down the straight and not go through, or maybe he's waiting for an opportunity a little bit later on. I'm afraid, by the way, we've had another couple of DNFs as we've been looking at this right now. Pedro Ramada is out of the race, I believe. Henry Cynic as well. That's for Ramada Motorsport and Satellite Racing. And also Andy Dixie of Speedy Mike Racing. If that engine has actually blown, then those guys will be out of the race. Yeah, even though that was quite a long time ago, Jimmy's reminded me that I've just been sleeping and not seen that. So just to update you on that one that happened quite a long time ago. But still, they are out of the race, and it's still disappointing for them because there's still a very long time to go in this one. Just under 22 hours of the race remaining, a very, very long time indeed. So, yeah, there was still plenty of racing ahead of them, but unfortunately, they're not able to take part in it, and they're on the sidelines. So, 4 DNFs already here. We've got 37 cars still running. I have to say, Hugo, that's a little bit of a higher attrition rate than I was expecting.
Yeah, we've already had a fair few out so far, and I think we're not even a quarter of the way through the race yet. And to have so many DNFs, we've got 3 or 4 out, I think. I mean, at least Rick Van El, or the Undercover Sim racing car, now driven by John Davies, I think that's still going. I'm not entirely sure, because it doesn't say it's in the pit lane, but it is down among those who are not going to be able to make the end of the race. But we have still got a fair few cars on the track. We've got at least 37 still going. So we'll see what the result of that is. And you can see now, this is quite interesting. Moritz Mel there for Go Team Racing getting a little bit squirrely on the exit of Corvette there. And back out onto the straight, chasing down. I think that's the Nita Velix car in fourth. It is with Timotej Andonovski at the wheel of that car. He's trying to follow quite closely, but that World of Sim Racing Porsche did not help him through those Porsche curves, and it's actually hindered him slightly. He's 0.4 of a second off though. He's still in a potential position to make a move and get up into 4th place. But we'll see what he can do in the next stage of the race. We're heading towards the Dunlop chicane now. It'll be followed by the S's, and we've seen there earlier in the race, it's not very easy to try and make a move into the S's. We've got Jose Berenguer here now in 8th place in GTE, looking to get past Black Hawk Racing. That's Sasha Glatter ahead of him in an Aston Martin. We know the Aston Martin's actually been quite strong so far, or at least the John AC Esports team are making us think that way anyway, because they're being relatively dominant at the moment. They're 10 seconds clear of 2nd place. That's Paulie Ahonen in Volante Racing behind them, also an Aston Martin, I believe. Yeah, this is an interesting battle here. We'll see what Black Hawk can do in that car. And with the Porsche, doesn't seem particularly strong in comparison. So this could be quite an interesting battle to see who has an advantage where on the circuit, because yeah, as I said, these two machines are very different at the moment due to the BOP, and it does seem that the Aston Martin has got quite a heavy advantage at Le Mans this season.
Would you like a development?
Yes, we would. Go on.
So Dennis Jordan's PC it's bought the farm, it's gone, it's dead. He's actually driving over to Alex Siebel's house to do his stints, and Jimmy has cleared this because normally in the rules you have to be on separate computers. And basically, Dennis will be arriving at Alex's a little bit later on today, and he'll be arriving there at about 10 p.m. German time, so 9 p.m. in the UK. So he'll still be driving. They'll still be able to complete their driver stints and all that stuff. So yeah, it's one way of getting around it.
Yes, indeed. We just had that in from Jimmy Allison, who's been informing us, and presumably Dennis Jordan has had to speak with Jimmy about doing that, because as you mentioned, Aidan, it's not normally in the rules, but he's been given special permission, I guess, special, what's the dispensation? I don't know what's the word for it, an exception anyway, to do that, and so yeah, he'll be arriving there in about 4.5 hours' time, and getting into the car not so long after that, because after all here, Aidan, Simoncic and Siebel are going to have done the first 7 or 8 hours of the race just by themselves, and you would expect them to have been through a couple of rotations by that point. So yeah, that's going to put a bit of a strain on them early on in the race, maybe.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a case of beer or a pizza in it for Alex Siebel at the end of this. He's driving around and having to do all those hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure how far these. Not sure how far apart they are in real life, but if he's arriving there in 4.5 hours, then they can't be that close. But either way,
It's a big country.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That is true. It's certainly bigger than the UK. So yeah, it's a long drive for Dennis Jordan in real life, and then in the game, you'd imagine. So yeah, that's going to be a very long day for him, I'm afraid. But not the time you really want PC problems. As unassumably it comes into the pit lane right now, we're kicking off the next round of LMP2 pit stops here, absolutely on schedule, but are these guys going to be triple stinting or not on this occasion? We saw how effective it was for Sancho here, Hugo. Will anybody follow their lead and decide to go for a triple stint as well, or do you stick to what you know?
Well, I think we're going to have to wait and see. We'll keep an eye out on the pit lane, see if anyone goes up onto the tracks. We've also got to admire Dennis Jordan's commitment to the race, to drive 4.5 hours to get his stint in. But yeah, that's a very creative solution to a frustrating issue. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out, because this set of pit stops will be quite interesting. We'll see where Sancho are in relation as well, because of course they are going to be putting on a new set of tyres at this stop. Actually, I'm not quite sure. I've lost count of where we are.
Burst are taking tyres, Sancho are not. Wade Freem are taking tyres, Varga are not. Those are the ones I can see in the pit lane right now.
I think Ajira didn't take tyres because they're out remarkably quickly at the moment. Devon Browner is still at a similar point as to where he was before, so it seems that Shively has not taken tyres on this occasion. Yuri Toman is now behind. Is he taking... Toman must be taking tyres at this point. So yeah, that seems to have been the case. It's Marcel Chinzik again, so it's got to have been taking tyres. He's back up into 6th place. It's the Varga Sim Racing car, but they're sticking to what they know. I mean, to be fair to them, they've been the fastest team all year, and, you know, surely a strategy can't fall them over at this, or trip them over at this particular point in the season. So I guess Aidan, they're just sticking to what they know and trying to win this race with brute force almost.
Why not?
Well, yeah.
You gotta have that. You gotta have the one car, the one driver, the one team that's just like YOLO mode. It makes things a little bit exciting. 50-50 whether you pull it off or not. But you know, the drivers that do have that attitude are the ones that get revered. You Ayrton Senna's and Max Verstappen's of the world. So it's it just spices everything up, really, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Makes things makes our lives certainly a lot more interesting. So yeah, we'll see at the end of this lap what Simoncic, Andonovski and Moritz Mel decide to do, because they'll be in for their 4th pit stop of the day. And will Simoncic decide to stick with the double stinting that they've been doing, or will they go for a triple stint quite possibly at the end of this one? We'll wait and see. At the end of the next lap, or that's about to complete itself right now. Simoncic is just going through the Porsche curves towards the pit lane commitment line right now. And if he carries on for another stint then on these tyres, then I reckon he'll be staying in the car. But surely, Hugo, we've got to be seeing Alex Siebel very soon. We're getting towards 2.5 hours in this race, and that's a fair amount of driving for Simoncic to be doing. Expecting to see a fair amount of driver changing going on in LMP2 soon, because we're a fair distance into the race now.
Yeah, 2.5 hours is really quite a good time to be swapping, actually, because it means that you're still pretty fresh and you've had a decent drive as well, and it means that the next person can get in, and it also works out quite well with timings. might make it a little bit skewed towards the end, but nothing major. And this is Arne Schoenfliet now, who's just heading through the Porsche curves with that Azira car. So we'll see where he is in relation to these other guys. And yeah, well, this is definitely where we'll see some driver changes. And I'm keeping an eye out on that timing board to see who gets in which car. You can see there in the pit lane, and I think that car at the rear, the Go Team car, I think that's changing tyres, it looks like. And I'm not sure about these other two cars, but here is Schoenfliet now coming out onto the main straight. And Simicic really ought to get moving if he wants to stay ahead, but it doesn't seem like it. And yeah, Schoenfliet is going to inherit that first position then as a result of these pit stops. And Simicic still stationary. And yeah, we'll see what who comes out where and what tyres, or whether people take tyres or not as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Simicic seemingly has taken tyres there, so have everybody else in that little group. Nigel Alex and Go Team Racing, I think, have taken tyres as well. There goes the Sancho car, just on the left-hand side. You saw Devin Browner going through, and Alex Siebel is into that car now. So Alex Siebel gets into the Burst Edge Esports car, deciding to stick to what they know, stick to their guns, and go for the exact same strategy that they plan to do here. I guess, Aidan, they've got enough things going on right now without... trying to change their tyre strategy as well. They've got enough kind of going on with the whole Dennis Jordan PC debacle.
Well, I hope Alex has got a wife or a girlfriend or somebody that could potentially let Dennis in, because if he's driving and there's a knock on the door, they've got no chance. But yeah, they're doing very well to cope with the situation that they've got. Alex Siebel, a solid driver, so yeah, they're in safe hands.
Yes, hopefully there is someone to let him in. He'll be standing outside rather awkwardly for half an hour while Siebel finishes his stint. But yeah, it seems that that's something they'll have to worry about a little bit later on. I'm sure they'll schedule it in a different way to make sure that doesn't happen, but you never know what happens down the line. So Arne Schoenfliet, as the pit stops in LMP2 shake themselves out, is now leading the 24 hours of Le Mans after 2.5 hours very nearly. Yeah, that's the order with Devin Browner 24 seconds behind him, Alex Siebel a further 3.6 behind, then Marcel Chinsick, Roy McDuff, Matthias Stair just getting through on Ground Effect Sim Racing's David Koloksai. He's on a different strategy as well right now, and he's about to get overtaken by a fair amount of people. So it seems that some of these guys have decided, well I say some, I mean just Ajira Racing have decided to jump on the bandwagon of the triple stint. Now, this would be very, very interesting to see, because if Alex Siebel gets to the back of Arne Schoenfliet here, you go, then we'll see the triple stint hasn't been successful. But I'm just not sure at this point, because with the way the Sancho car was caught and then passed, it seems that it might actually be a good call. But, you know, what's it going to be like for Ajira? Have they even practiced this? That could be, a difficult situation for them. If they haven't even practiced it, then what's it going to be like? They obviously don't know. So, you know, interesting moments coming up for Ajira right now.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, because this is the first time that we'll see the triple stint get put in direct contention with the double stint, because we've seen that, earlier at least, both Ajira and the Burst Edge were pretty much right next to each other on the circuit. So we'll see who's where at the end of this stint, and what advantage or what disadvantage the triple stint has. So this is going to be really good, and it'll be interesting to see how this translates over to GTE as well, because we know a couple of those guys have attempted at least a triple stint, and of course a triple stint in GTE is a fair bit longer than a triple stint in LMP2, although the LMP2s are much quicker. And you can see Matish Starrett now, he's moving past there to the next position with that car, so he'll be quite happy with that. He's currently in 6th place with the Go Team Racing car. Of course, the car it just made its way past was on a different lap, and trying to get past this GT, it's not really playing to their advantage. He's not really helping them. In fact, almost coming straight across them, as he's got a fair few LMP2s actually behind him trying to get through. And Koroksai as well is about to get lapped, I think, by David Mroczek there for Burst Esports Simplexity, so he's making his way up the field. And he could potentially catch up to Matias Stara. Of course, the GT3 Endurance Champion is taking part in this 24-hour race. And we'll see what he can do when he catches up to Koloksai.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for him. At the moment, still a fair way to go until we get GTE pit stops, by the way. And the one I'm really looking at to see is Volante Racing, because they're still in second at the moment, having done a triple stint in this one. Volante will be into the pit lane at the end of lap 42, which is in 5 laps' time. So where can Ferris Stanley get to in that time? We'll wait and see. But David Mroczek is now our full focus, because he is on the back of the Go Team racing car just up in front. 7th position is this battle, and they're going to be going nose to tail towards the first chicane. Your Name Here Racing and Caspian Motorsport are going to be dispatched with, because they're in GT cars, but can Mroczek get through into the first chicane? It doesn't seem that he wants to be going pretty wide to go for this, or maybe he is going to go for it after all, into the first chicane, trying to lose as little time as possible. Koloksai lets him go. It's a sensible thing to do, but he does get a very good exit off of the first chicane, and we'll see if he just sticks behind or has another go down into the next corner. He does pull to the inside, so where's this going to end between these two, because they're on different tyre strategies. Let's not forget Ground Effect still going for their triple stint that they started off a long time ago now, and yeah, it's paying off kind of, because they're battling with some of these cars that they wouldn't otherwise be battling with. So David Mroczek is just in behind them, might be getting a little bit frustrated behind them as well here, Aidan.
Sorry, I've missed that again. I'm watching about 4 different things again on another screen, just trying to see what's going on. I'll just smile and nod.
Okay, okay. I accept that. But yeah, there is a lot going on at the moment, as well as the battle for second place overall in the race. We've got this one going on as well. It's hard to know where to look, to be quite honest, because there's so many different battles going on the circuit. David Mroczek right behind Darek Koloksai. These guys have had plenty of FSR battles in the last few years as well, because they're both regulars there. Around the outside though goes Mroczek, and it's fairly close actually on the run up towards Indianapolis. But you feel that there's only one winner here. Right round the outside goes Mroczek, and he's into 7th place, as there's a lock-up from somebody in front, and very wide for the Rookie Monsters car there. It's a 73 car, currently being driven by Malcolm Smith, who went a little bit wide there. So a bit of a lock-up, and we've seen a fair amount of those actually, Hugo, especially into Indianapolis. I thought these guys would be taking more care of their tyres, but we've seen a fair amount of them so far.
Yeah, people are really into taking a fair bit of speed into Indianapolis, something sometimes a little bit more than they'd like. And as you said, we've seen a fair few lockups there. And with tyres, it is quite important to try and keep them not locked up. And yeah, as you said, some people are taking it a little bit hotter than maybe they really should and really need to now. We've got Guillaume Mas here for One Move Esports. He's really putting pressure on that P11 car. He's sitting in P12. Drive Game C Racing Team with Alessandro Apolloni in front of him. You've got that LMP2 flying past both of them. That is a fantastic shot, just to see how quick the prototypes are through the SS in comparison to the GTs, and just threading their way through this traffic. But this onboard here, we're going to get quite a good angle as to the speed of the One Move Esports car against this Ferrari. And I believe it's an Aston Martin we're on board with right now. You can see it's closing up massively in the slipstream, moving to what will be the inside. And I think Guillaume Mas might just take this position before, in fact, the braking zone for the first Mulsanne chicane. And it looks like he's succeeded there, because Apolloni has had to pull in behind him, and just off in the distance you can see a little bit further behind them is the Sim Racing Holland car, and that could become a bit of a threat, because of course Sim Racing Holland, they had a brilliant start to the season. They're not doing too well now, although they've looked quite strong so far this race. Alessandro Apolloni though, you can see here, he closed up but then he lifted off, so it seems to me that he is actually trying to keep that position behind and use the slipstream and just try and save some fuel in the current position, which could be quite advantageous to him. So this is definitely something to watch out for. And yeah, Guillaume Mas, he's taken the position, but that might not necessarily be to his advantage.
No, possibly not in this one. As we go back to 17th place in GTE, Dennis Richter trying to get through on Merrick Mackley, sorry, difficult name. But this is about for 17th. Caspian Motorsport versus Your Name Here Racing, who clearly haven't got a name here yet, but maybe next season, you never know. Good exit out of the first chicane though, and they're going to try and get to the outside, or are they? Tucking in to the back of the Corvette, weaves from one side to the other, but it doesn't look like it's aiming to get through for the moment. Maybe towards the end of the straight he's going to go for it into the second chicane, but not quite able to on that occasion, so he sticks behind for now. Meanwhile, Alex Siebel lost a bit of time, a fair amount of time on that last lap actually, because he is now 3.3 seconds behind Devin Browner. I wonder if that was in traffic, because those guys have just come through a little bit of traffic. The Sancho cars just cleared it all. Siebel just clears it all right now towards the Porsche curves. Yeah, one of those moments probably, Aiden, in traffic. It gives and takes, as we know, but unfortunately it looks like it's just taken from Alex Siebel.
Yeah, I'm sure it will come back to him later on in the race. You know, we say traffic giveth, traffic taketh. We've seen gaps between GTEs. Alex going a little bit wide there. That might be a cut track for him, but nothing to worry about just yet. When it starts saying penalty for a certain driver up at the top of the screen, that we'll start figuring out. But if you're getting a penalty in the first 3 hours of the race, then you're really not doing very well at keeping it between the white lines. But yeah, I mean, we saw the gap between Ibrahim Khan and Kasper Stolzer go up and down at the start when the LMP2s were coming through. We've seen the gaps between the P2s get bigger, and we might see it here between Boya Milan and I think that's DX Droid's car in front of him. But no, that's as you were, especially through here. This is where you're going to get held up and can lose a couple of seconds or so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important to get through because of what you just mentioned. Unfortunately, Monaco, having had a very good start to this race, have really not had a very good middle, really. The number 4 car not too far behind DX Droids at the moment. Let's not forget DX Droids are on this triple stint strategy, so they are on a little bit older tyres, and they will be for the next stint as well, because they won't be taking any tyres next time around, so we'll wait and see. But they're about to be pushed out the top 10, you might be able to imagine, by Boya Milan, who is not too far behind them. Juan Carlos Fernandez was fighting with David Coloxite at the end of the last stint, you remember, but I'm afraid now 16 seconds behind them. That is a big, big gap for them to be closing, and I don't think it is going to be closed by Juan Carlos Fernandez, but they run down the hill again towards Tete Rouge in a minute, and you get the feeling here, Hugo, that Boya Milan's going to be through in the not too distant future.
Yeah, we know Borja Milan's a very quick driver. He's proven so multiple times. And Monaco as well, they're a strong outfit. And they're going to be putting, they already are putting quite a lot of pressure on Juan Carlos Fernandez now. And as we head onto the Mulsanne straight, we know the slipstream is just so powerful around Le Mans. And I think we are about to see a move. You can see, already moving to the right-hand side. Quite a long way before the braking zone even arrives. It looks like Borja Milan might have to do a little bit of tussling, though, to make this work. As they go into the braking zone now, you can see the car shivering a little bit as he really stamps on that brake pedal to try and squeeze past. He's got the position now. He does need to defend it because Fernandez and the Black Hawk Pescara, some racing team, could try and make him move back. But it doesn't seem they've been able to carry quite as much speed through that first chicane as they'd like to. And it does mean that Borja Milan, I think, is going to be able to defend this position. You can see up at the top there, those are our DNFs so far. Dixie, Ramada, and Cynic, as well as Kiss. But elsewhere, we've got Dennis Duna now. Sim Racing for Holland, they are on a push, and this is what I was talking about earlier. They've caught up to that P12 car, the Drive Game Suit Racing team, and this is Apolloni again. And he was the person that got passed by Guillaume Mas just a lap or so ago. So Dennis Duna looks to be getting past this Ferrari as well, really getting close, maximise that slipstream before you go out into the brick of air that you're essentially hitting. And also getting lapped by some prototype traffic as well, which always makes things a little bit more interesting, especially when you're heading towards Indianapolis and the Arnage section, because it gets so tight so quickly and there's just such a variation in the amount of speed that can be taken through here. But yeah, once again, we're pretty much at the point of the race now where the two categories have dispersed so much that you're going to be arriving at traffic intermittently throughout the whole course of the lap now, which is always when you know the race is somewhat settled, and now it really is just looking forwards rather than looking at the current.
Yeah, it's, well, looking all around you, really, because there's going to be cars all around you for the entirety of the rest of this race. Even though there are 4 less GTE cars than what we started with, still 20 of them out there to negotiate for these prototype drivers. And, of course, we're going to get into lapping of the prototype teams in the not-too-distant future as well, with the number 50 Burst Esport Hungary car about a minute, maybe 30 seconds in front of the race leader at the moment on the road. So, yeah, it's going to start with that soon as well. But Dennis Duna, great recovery from him at the moment as we go up to a great drive so far from Matteo Caruso. He's nearly 20 seconds in the lead ahead of Pauli Ahonen, who is still in second place. I've tried to get into contact with the team to find out exactly what's gone on there. We believe they've gone for a triple stint. They've certainly played an absolute blinder in terms of the strategy here, Aidan. They've gone from lower part of the top 10, seemingly absolutely nowhere, right up to contending with the podium spaces at the moment. So, yeah, I think that's been a great drive from them. Yeah, I didn't think the triple stint for the GTEs would pay off at all, but for the moment, those tyres are holding tough.
Yeah, they. I was just finding the confirmation in chat. Yeah, Donut Prodan said that they didn't change the tyres, so they're triple stinting that, and that's how they've managed to get so far up. So doing a Zancho here.
Yes, if we can call it that, doing a Zancho, because they were the original ones, to be fair, to go for it first. So this is coming towards the end of a triple stint for Arden Schubli. He's had those tyres on the car for 3 stints now. This is the 3rd stint. Devin Browner, has got the tyres on the car for the 2nd stint, so he'll be going on for one more after this, as will all those guys on the double stint. So this is the kind of stint here, Hugo, in LMP2, where they kind of equalise out, if you know what I mean. The triple stints and the double stints get together on every 6th stint. So this is one of those moments, and we really get kind of a marker of where they are. And to be fair to them, they are really making this work. Still good 15 seconds in front of Varga. And you couldn't have said that at the start of the day, that Zancho would be this far in front of Varga at this point. So, yeah, you've just got to commend Zancho for it, really. I think it's been a fantastic call so far, as long as they can carry this through.
Yeah, they've clearly thought about it quite a long time in advance of the race, thinking that, well, no one else is really considering a triple stint strategy. So they've decided, well, why don't we try it and see how it goes? And they've clearly tested it a little bit, and they seem quite confident with it. And it does seem to be working quite well to their advantage, not just in GTE, but I think also in LMP2 it's working quite well. And also it's going to be really interesting as well in that LMP2 category at the similar stage you were talking about, when the 2 pit stops come together, when we'll see the 2 stint in direct comparison to the triple stint. And, well, we'll see the results of that. But also, you've got to give it to John Lacey Esports at the moment. No one, well, apart from Aiden, predicted them to be leading the race. And they're leading the race at quite a margin. They're 21 seconds clear of Valente Racing with Pauli Ahonen at the wheel. But we've also got, once again, we've got some more battles. It's Mika Happinen at the wheel of this 10th place Cetrez Nita Velix, number 60, which has been doing less well than I think everyone expected. I think people predicted it would be doing a little bit better at this stage in the race. The current leaders in the championship, although we don't know for how much longer that will be, if they can't really get up into that top spot by the end of the race, because this race is deciding not only the GT championship, but also the LMP2 championship. So it is really significant that they aren't at the top of this race right now, and they're actually all the way down in 10th place, because it really could cost them the championship.
Yes, it may well do at this point, just behind where Sim Racing, as you say, for 9th place. This is at the moment. They started 6th here today, dropped a few spaces early on here, and I don't really know whether this, as we've got a pit stop actually, so we'll park that thought for a moment, because GTE cars are now in, especially the Porsches, after only 41 laps. They're in. They're doing 14 lap stints here, as opposed to some guys who are able to go 16 laps on a tank of fuel. But I'm not really sure what to make of this performance so far from Nitro Alex here, Aiden, because they've not had the greatest start to the race. That's fair to say, but are they going to come into the race a little bit stronger later on, maybe? Because, we've seen them get 2 race wins so far this season at the Nürburgring and at Imola. Those were a couple of shorter races, but I just feel like they might be a little bit stronger at the back end of this and might be able to give us a little bit of something a little bit later on, because right now they really don't seem very strong.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. It's like you're in a shot of winning, the season 13 of the VEC. So you're this far back. So they're gonna have to find something over the course of over the next few hours. Maybe they're saving like the super fast guys towards the end. Who knows? Or maybe it's just genuinely off the pace. But it is worrying to see that the championship contenders are that far back.
It is indeed. Jose Berenguer has followed in Vargas Sim Racing, by the way, as the GTE pit stops do now get underway. I'm expecting to see the race leaders, or race leader Matteo Caruso, come into the pit lane along with Volante Racing as well. Now, this has really paid off for them, hasn't it, really? 22 seconds behind Matteo Caruso, but they're 7.5 seconds in front of Fernando Stanley here, Hugo. I mean, they were back into the top 10 at the end of the first stint, but now they're right up there, and it seems that those tyres have actually held on.
Yeah, it does, and I'm really impressed actually that they've been able to take those tyres about 3 hours, and I wasn't really considering the strength of a triple stint, but yeah, it does seem to be working, and they seem to be doing a really quite good job. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to agree with you there. Those tyres have held on. And they've held on pretty well because they aren't even losing that much time at this stage.
They're mediums.
Ah, right. Okay. That is that different to everybody else, or is that normal? I'm not entirely sure if mediums are the way to go here.
Well, the mediums are dependent on the car. This is what I've been told by an engineer. They can be viable if the tyre wear is good on that particular car. And on the LMP2, it's viable, but it depends on the circuit and the length of the race as well. So maybe the mediums just work on that Aston Martin, but they don't on any of the others. It's one of those things, I think.
It is indeed. I've just been talking to Bart Slobodzian as well of Volante Racing. I asked him how the tyres would be after the end of 3 stints. Seemingly they're not that bad. But his first words to me was, they are still turning, which doesn't really seem like a great... If being turning is actually a good thing, then
or
if
it's
great,
still turning into a corner and not understeering into a wall.
Yes, I mean, yeah, it's but anyway, it did have a little bit more positive feedback to tell me about. He said that they've done a lot of testing with these tyres and found out that they work fantastically well on a hot circuit. I'm reading between the lines. Maybe he means the mediums work well on a hot circuit. I'm not entirely sure. But as you mentioned, it is a car-to-car thing rather than a blanket ruling that we can give to all of them. But Matteo Caruso comes out of the pit lane, and that wasn't a very long stop at all, because it is only his second stint on those tyres, so he's going to be leading for a fair amount longer now. But yeah, Paul Yahanen is into the pit lane now, probably going to be getting out of that car. And it seems that they're going to be carrying on with their triple stints here, Radar. And yeah, they've made those mediums last a very, very long time. They've done a fantastic job with them as well.
Might see a quad stint. Who knows? That would be brave.
Yeah.
But I think what they're doing works on their car that doesn't seem to work on, say, the Corvette or the Ferrari. So if they do a quad stint, that would be a huge roll of the dice and a bit of a gamble. But I would like to see it. See what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? Why not go for it? But there might be a million reasons why not, to be fair. We will have a look in the next few moments at the next few pit stops, expecting some more drivers in a couple of laps, because Zancho can actually go a lap longer than John Lacey Esports, so their pit stops will continue to get more off-cycle as we go along here. David Koloksai has just been overtaken by Roman Yakubovic. That's the battle for 8th place in LMP2. And they have just changed around. Also in the battle for 2nd place, Alex Siebel has got in front of the Zancho car
close.
of Devin Browner, as off the road goes Juan Carlos Fernandez there, Aiden.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at what was going on my other screen, and I just saw these two cars cutting the chicane. So there's a bit of flashing there going on from the Waveframe car, as I think Juan Carlos, was he moving over to let him back through? No, but there's obviously something's happened between the two, and one of those two drivers is not happy about it.
That was very bizarre. I was watching and it looked like they were just drifting together into the braking zone. There didn't really seem to be much explanation for it. I think it just happened, and I think we're going to get a replay now. So, yeah.
Just drifted into him.
Just drifted into him. And you could see there, coming back across the track, that could have ended far worse than it did. I don't think that Fernandez can be blamed at any part for that. He was squeezing a little bit, but it was definitely that Wave Freem car that drifted across.
I don't know. They kind of met in the middle from what I don't really know, to be honest. But they certainly made contact, and one of them certainly hit the wall. That's the Wave Freem eSports car, Michele Ricci, and he'll be quite glad that it happened this year rather than last, because they were in a fierce championship fight last year. Let's not forget, for the season title. So yeah, that's. That wouldn't have been useful for them at that point, but they are well out of it at this point. They're battling with Ajira for third place in the championship standings, but given that Ajira are winning the race right now, and Wave Freem have just been in the wall and they're down in 12th, you can imagine that there's only going to be one winner in that fight for position there. So, yeah, interesting battle, but I'm afraid one of them has become a bit of a cropper there, I'm afraid. Michał Sedlacek just in front of Alessandro Apolloni at the moment. This Drive Game seat car, by the way, is making very, very long stints indeed. They've still got 5 more laps to go at the end of this one. We're getting to that point in the race, really, where pit stops are kind of constantly happening here, Adi. It's difficult to keep up with, but we're also seeing who's really got the fuel mileage and who hasn't. This Drive Game seat car, clearly one of those cars that has.
Yeah, I mean, if you're lifting and coasting, fiddling with engine modes, that kind of thing, you can save a bit of fuel. I haven't seen anything as extreme as we saw a couple of years ago, where they were dropping the clutch in towards the corners, so the engine was doing nothing, and then getting down into whatever gear they needed and then through. But if you can spend, like I say, spend more time on the track than in the pit lane, then you're going to be making way more progress.
Absolutely. So we're trying to cut out some of these pit stops, Apolloni, but already behind Varga Sim Racing. Even though Varga have made their pit stop, they are still behind at this stage in the race. Still got a fair way to find out if anybody's going to jump onto this triple stint strategy or not, but we'll wait and see. Somebody might go for it, as Andrea Riccielli is into the pit lane for Wave Freem. It's the number 68 car, but not the car involved in the championship fight, as Nito Velix are also in the number 60 car. That is, well, I guess a little bit early. The 14 laps for those guys on this occasion, but Mika Happinen is into the pit lane. So, yeah, we'll see at the end of the next stint, really, whether anybody's going to go for a triple stint here once again. But we're only a couple of laps away here, Hugo, from another round of LMP2 pit stops. And Arnaud Schumvli is going to be into the pit lane for some new tyres at the end of this stint. And he's still got 10 seconds over Alex Siebel. He's gained 1.7 seconds on the last lap, did Siebel. But Schumvli has definitely gained out of this triple stint. Yeah,
well, Siebel, as you said, we've only got a couple of laps. And the triple stint does seem to be working really well for Arnaud Schumvli. As you said, that maybe at this stage, Siebel is quicker. But overall, the 10-second or so gap, even more than that, it's about 14 seconds, has really benefited Schumvli, and Siebel just isn't going to be able to close up that gap by in the course of a couple of laps for that next pit stop phase. So I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Alex Siebel, I believe this is his second stint on those tyres, he might decide to continue on these tyres into the next stint, because that triple stint just seems to be so worth it. It's saving about 10 seconds to do so. So that will even it out if he does so. We'll keep an eye on Siebel then, and see which decision is made by the Burst Edge Esports team, because they are vying for the win of this race. They are against Varga Sim Racing, who are currently in 4th place, 13 seconds or so down the road behind themselves. And that is the race for the championship. And I think it needs to be a win for the car if they're going to be next to each other in the championship. That if they want to take home the trophy at the end of tonight. So yeah, as you said, that next set of pit stops is going to be very interesting. We're going to have to keep an eye on who decides to change tyres. You can see there, Michele Ricci getting a little bit out of shape just on the entrance into that second part of the Porsche curves, but he's kept it nice, and he's got a little bit of pressure coming on from behind him in that P12 car. the Wave Freem Esports is currently sitting. In fact, my timing screen has given up. But into no, never mind. Gave us a little tease there. Staying out on track for now. But yeah, this next set of pit stops is going to be pivotal to see whether strategy decisions or whether it's going to be to stick with what we've got or go for that triple stint, because that triple stint does just look so strong.
It does look fairly strong, yeah, but is that down to the conditions that we got right now? What is that down to? We'll try and work it out. But Ferris Stanley is into the pit lane now for Zancho. This shouldn't be tyre changing for anybody, by the way, other than Paulie Ahonen, who did change tyres there because he was triple stinting. So Alejandro Lopez is now into that car. Who else? Jose Beringau was in the 52. Now Daniel Fontes into that car for World of Sim Racing. They're down in 17th, but watch those guys jump up again a little bit later on. Yeah, we've got Christian Malguera in as well. We're expecting a lot of driver changes here as well. Or are we? I don't know. Because Christian Malguera has been in there for nearly 3 hours. If he were to go another hour here, Aidan, he would be fairly tired out, but it's not out of the realms of possibility for these guys to keep their concentration for that long, because obviously they are pretty good at what they do.
Coffee also exists, so I mean, like 3 hours at Le Mans, I bet your brain is absolutely fried. But I guess the more experience you get, the more you get used to it. I mean, I did my first 12-hour race earlier in the year, and I was absolutely dead by the end of it, and that's half of what they're doing here. So, I mean, I probably did 4 hours in total, spread out over the course of the day, and just no, that's too much for me. But hey, these guys are good at what they do. I'll stick to sprint racing.
They are very good at what they do. I think that is fair to say, as Matteo Caruso retakes the lead of this race. Ferris Stanley drops into second, 28 seconds off of the pace at the moment. But the interesting thing is, Russo is doing one less lap on a tank of fuel than Ferris Stanley is. So that gap has now got to 2 laps in terms of when they're pitting. The 66 came in on lap 42. The 87 on lap 44, so that's 2 laps. That's going to continually increase here, Hugo, and eventually, in a few hours, well, in quite a lot of hours' time, actually, we're going to reach that point where they both come in at the same time. However, Caruso may well have made up a whole pit stops gap by that point. He's nearly got 30 seconds right now.
Yeah, that is, yeah, it's going to increase, not exponentially, but yeah, if it's 1 lap every stint, and we're pitting a fair bit, then yeah, as you said, there's going to be a whole pit stop difference potentially at one point when they pit again on the same lap, and that's going to be really important in terms of gap, in terms of battle, and it could be really advantageous for them. Well, we've also got here we've got Michelle Ritchie in that 11th place Wave Freem Esports car. He's doing a decent job, just sitting there. I mean, the LMP2 field, it's been a lot more spread out actually than those GTs. I mean, we've got the intermittent skirmish within that GT field, people just getting their little positions. But up in LMP2, apart from that battle for first, which we've had, and it's kind of petered out at the moment, although it's slowly bubbling away in the background, there isn't too much going on with LMP2, because we are really heading into the strategy phase of the endurance race. And here he comes into the pit lane. But yeah, this is the point where strategy is what's going to be, what we're going to be keeping an eye on for the next few hours.
Yes, it is mainly. So yeah, we'll see what goes on. Devin Brown has been into the now. Marcel Chinsick, very short stop there. No, it wasn't. Never mind. He's just not taking tyres because he doesn't need to at this point. Jordi Zvares is taking tyres though, because he's just, or Shively has just done a 3 stint. Yeah, if you know what I mean, on his tyres. Yeah, he's coming to the pit lane, and now it's 20 seconds behind Chinsick. He's going to have to catch that up over the next few laps or so. But Devin Browner has not taken tyres here because he's doing the triple stinting, as we've mentioned. So he will stay out there, and we'll wait in a few moments' time to really run through your order, because it is quite messy at the moment with the way these guys are. They're in the middle of a pit stop cycle, so it's a little bit difficult to work out where these guys are in relation to each other. Matteo Caruso is on your screens right now, though, and he's got nearly 30 seconds over the field. Ferris Stanley is in second place with Zancho Vogasim Racing are in third. We've got 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. Aston Martin, Corvette, Porsche and Ferrari all inside of the top 4. Alessandro Apolloni is in 4th. He's on a different strategy, but even if he wasn't, then we'd still have that same statistic because the 2 wavering cars are just in behind. Christian Margera and Andrea Riccielli are in 5th and 6th at the moment. So that's the running order in GTE. But here's Alex Siebel. He's running up towards the Porsche curves right now, and he'll be doing another stint on these tyres because this is his first stint on a new set for Burst Edge Esports. Still very early on in this race though, Aidan. Still over 21 hours to go. The battle between Varga and Burst Edge Esports is bubbling up. It's coming upon us because Varga are catching Burst Edge Esports, but it remains to be seen what's going to happen when that battle does eventually ensue.
Oh, I can't wait to watch it when it does happen. Hopefully they don't do anything silly and wipe each other out, because that's not what we want to see, or how we want to see a championship decided. You want it decided on track, not in the steward's office, or not by silly contact or even deliberate contact. Not saying that will actually happen. So, yeah, when the battle does happen, we'll all have a front row seat for it.
Hopefully that will be the case, as Alex Siebel comes into the pit lane right now, pulls into his box, and will not be taking tyres, as we've already mentioned. Georgie Zwares and Marcel Chinzik also on your screens right now. Zwares in the car for the first time here today. So yeah, we will see where he comes out and what happens there. In the meantime, though, while this is actually happening, it's time for us to bid a fond farewell to Aidan Millwood, who's been joining us for the first few hours. I hope you've enjoyed it, Aidan. It's been very much good fun, and yeah, I look forward to see you back, hopefully, for the next season of VEC. But no, it's been great having you on.
No, it's been great. I'll probably send the race to my TV and make some food and watch another few hours, and then when Neil and Cam turn up for 4 hours after you guys have gone, hopefully the race will start getting dark, and we'll start seeing them all lit up and all pretty and stuff like that, and continue monitoring things throughout the night.
Yeah, absolutely. See you later, Hayden.
See ya.
Getting your name wrong. But no, it's been great having you on.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, best of luck to all the teams, all the drivers, and thanks to Jimmy for putting this on.
Yeah, thanks very much, Aidan. It's you're left with me, you, and Illyrian Hugo Burrell for the next hour before we hand over to Cam and Neil for the next 4 hours after this. But we've got just under 21 hours to go in this race right now. Alex Siebel is now leading. Devin Brown is in second, followed by Marcel Chinzik. Then we've got Rory McDuff and Yuri Zvajas in 5th position, ahead of Matthias Stair, Dorin Motek, Roman Kubovic in 8th, Derek Kolotsai and Boya Milan. And the interesting thing about that top 10 there, Hugo, is the fact that we've got no gap above 10 seconds, really. It's fantastically close still, even after 3 hours.
Yeah, this is really, really good to have just such a close group, and yeah, after 3 hours as well. I mean, usually we're about, I don't know, nearly halfway through a race at this point, if not beyond halfway through a race, and usually everything's petered out by now. But because of Le Mans, because of the way the circuit works, and because it's a 24-hour race, everyone is just trying to get round as quickly as possible, because if you're losing a tenth of a second a lap every lap in a 6-hour race, that's not an awful lot of time. But then in a 24-hour race, you've got to multiply the amount of time you're losing by 4. And as a result of that, you're going to be losing an exponential amount of time. So I think everyone's pushing a lot harder. And it's just Le Mans as well. You want to do as well as you can, because this is really the big one of the season. And as a result, everyone's going to be really going to try and win the race, because it is just so important, and it's just the kudos of winning the biggest race of the season, and also the longest race. So it's impressive to have such a close battle, and it's always good to watch. We've also got Dennis Richter here now for the Your Name Here Racing, and we saw this battle a little bit earlier on, and it seems that it's decided to continue, and we've been blessed with its presence once again. So we shall see who comes out on top. Right now, though, that's Corvette doing well to try and delay the push of this Porsche. And yeah, we've still got all of these battles kind of bubbling away all over the track, and especially in the GT field because there are so many cars. There's always something going on that we can keep an eye on. And look at this now through through the slipstream. And I'm just wondering whether Dennis Richter is actually purposefully avoiding an overtake because he's potentially trying to conserve fuel.
He could be onto something there, to be honest. He's very, very close behind, but not seemingly wanting to go through just for the moment. Could be a bit of fuel, especially for that Porsche, which you've seen has been quite thirsty so far in this race. Only able to do 14 laps on a stint, and only 13 on the first stint of the race for the likes of Varga Sim Racing and World of Sim Racing, who have a Porsche here today. So, yeah, that's why maybe he's having to save a bit of fuel at the moment, going down towards the Porsche curves. They go right now. Still plenty of battles going on, by the way. But at the moment, Marcel Cintic is catching up to Devin Browner, 2.2 seconds on that last lap, and that gap is now under 3. So Cintic, let's not forget, is on one stint newer tyres, although he didn't take any on the last particular stint. Devin Browner will be into the pit lane for some tyres at the end of this stint, and so yeah, they'll be converging in the not too distant future. In terms of those who are on 2 stops, Burst Edge Esports, Varga Sim Racing, Nigel Velux, Go Team Racing are the and then Burst Esports Simplexity are the top 5 in terms of those double stinting, and the triple stinters Sancho and Ajira are 1 and 2 at the moment in terms of those who are triple stinting. However, the thing that makes it tricky with that is the fact that Sancho and Ajira are not quite pitting for tyres at the same time, so it's quite difficult to work out where they are in relation to each other. The only time we are going to know is at the very end of this race, and that is still a very long time away.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what's happened because Sancho demonstrated the triple stint was possible, and then Ajira hopped on the bandwagon. As you said, they're on different sort of pit stop positions, and that means that we don't really know where anyone is. But what's interesting is that Varga, it's taken 3 hours or so since they've had that drive-through penalty, but they are finally catching up. They had a good amount of time to close down, but they are finally catching up to Alex Siebel and Burst Edge Esports, those that they are battling with in the championship. And this is really the car, well, one of the 2 cars that we've really been actively looking out for, because its position is so significant, not just for the race, but for the championship as a whole, because they need to beat Burst Edge Esports in order to maintain their championship lead and go home tomorrow afternoon as the Virtual Endurance Championship champions. So, yeah, they are closing up. It's taken some time, but Marcel Cintic has done a really good job, as has his teammate, in trying to push it forward. And, yeah, 3 hours done, 21 to go, so still a fair amount of time. But we'll see what Cintic and Burst Edge do, because I think that gap will be closed in the next hour, and we'll see what kind of how hard they battle each other at this stage in the race. Because obviously, if they're faster than Burst Edge Esports, Edge aren't just going to let them through. But I'm not sure how aggressively they'll want to battle, and that's going to be really interesting to see how they want to battle each other at that position, because they are just rivals, even though it won't really be to either's advantage to have a battle, and it could be quite risky.
We're nearly 3 hours after that penalty now for Varga. Are you a little bit surprised it's taken them so long, given the pace that we saw in qualifying in the first part of the race and in previous races as well? Has it surprised you it's taken them this long?
Well, I think that it has been quite a while. Qualifying isn't always reflective of pace, especially in an endurance race, and I think to an extent, Varga have just been managing their position, because they have had that gap to close up. They've had not much to do apart from just try and manage their car, and I think that might be a slight explanation as to why they've taken 3 hours or so to close up a gap that normally wouldn't take them nearly as long. I mean, sometimes they'd be able to close up such a gap in about half the time that they've taken today. I also think it's partly the nature of the track, where it is a bit longer, and once you have that drive-through penalty, you've served it. There's just a lot more to do in order to close up those gaps, and so there's what I think with Le Mans is interesting is that there's not as much opportunities to lose time for such a long track as you might expect, because so much of it is just at full throttle. So there's actually, I think, less of an opportunity to gain time on those in front of you, apart from when you're in a slipstream. So that's, I think, part of the explanation as well as to why they've taken so long.
Some important battles are closing up and going away, and others closing up as well. Let's have a couple of a look at some of them. Andrea Riccielli is being caught by Alejandro Lopez Ayuna at the moment. 8/10 of a second on the last lap. That's important because Volante Racing have just pitted for tyres, and so they're trying to make the triple stint work and trying to make their way through the order as quickly as possible while they're on new tyres, because this isn't going to last very long for them in this race. Here, they're going to be on older tyres, getting past for quite a lot of this. It's the nature of this strategy, but they're trying to make things work as things stand. Guillaume Mas also on the back of Mika Hakkinen at the moment, even had a go almost, it looked like, into the second chicane, but he's not able to get through, and things look a little bit better for Nitro Velix. 7th place at the moment as opposed to where they were earlier on.
Yes, and well, we've seen that they were down to about 10th position, and it was really not looking good for Nitro Velix, but they've got up into 7th now. They're closing up some of that position where they don't really expect the championship leaders to be yet. However, they are slowly but surely, I think, beginning to reclaim some of that. Although saying that, Guillaume Mas for One Move Esports could put a bit of a dent in those plans, because he looks to be about to overtake this car, and Mika Hakkinen, I think, is still at the wheel of this. No, Mika Hakkinen, sorry, very easy to get confused. But yeah, Guillaume Mas getting past there and dropping Nitro Velix back down into 8th place. So yeah, they're still struggling, although maybe as the race progresses they'll start making some advantage, although it's a long way from them to the top of the leaderboards.
Just seen as well a DNF for one of the championship contenders in GTE, I'm afraid. Maximilian Kalnic of Deuces Motorsport Club has DNF'd from the race at the moment. I think it might be a disconnection because he's not on TeamSpeak right now either. We'll try and get confirmation of that one for you. Connection was lost to Maximilian Kalnic, I'm afraid. He's rejoining as things stand, but, Deuces Motorsport Club needed to get a podium to even stand a chance at winning this championship, and it's still a long shot for them. So it's surprising to it's not surprising to see that, but it is disappointing for them. I think it's fair to say. They needed to get a podium. They weren't really in the running for a podium, but you never like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, they would have had a very difficult task at getting the podium, and then late after that the win. But it is a shame to see them disconnect and to essentially remove them from the equation. But I think it was unlikely. However, yeah, they're going to be very disappointed about that in this connection. So that's just the thing with endurance racing in the virtual world. Although you're much less likely to have a mechanical failure that happens at random, you've still got those software errors that can definitely creep up. And we've got Andrea Riccielli now, and this is Volante Racing. That's Aston Martin, which we've seen been making its way up the order with Ayuna at the wheel, and he's going to take that 5th position off Wave 3 Esports. And the Aston Martin this evening looking extra strong, and I think it's come into the Le Mans with a really good BOP, and it sort of makes up for not being a brilliant car for the rest of the season. But Andrea Riccielli moving to the outside here. It will become the inside when we arrive at the turn. Quite a risky move right over the bumps on a really dusty part of the track that could maybe take away a little bit of grip from the left-hand side of his car. As we go into the braking zone for the second Mulsanne chicane, he's actually going to retake the position that he just lost to Volante, and just behind them as well, I think that's the Nitro Velix LMP2 that's going to be getting past them. Good place to get past though, onto a straight line area where he's going to be gone long before they reach the braking zone for Mulsanne corner. So that's to their advantage. You can see Riccielli there, right to the inside, trying to break the slipstream, but Volante Racing moving to the outside then, Can he get under braking? It's always a little bit scary through here because you're right next to the gravel trap. He might go for a later apex, try and carry speed on the exit. It looks like he's going to somewhat succeed with Iona. Andrea Riccelli, though, holding his line. He is trying to hold on to that 5th position as much as possible. But can that Volante Aston Martin get past? You can see just how close they're getting. This might not be decided until we reach Indianapolis. We've got the Azura car. That's already gone past with Arna Schindler, and it's currently sitting in 5th place in its class and in the overall standings as well, where this is 5th in GT class. Into Indianapolis, though, side by side, this could be very risky indeed. Andrea Riccelli gets the car stopped. Volante Racing have to sit behind it for now, so we head towards Arnage, switching to the inside. A very late move there. There just isn't the space to get it done under braking, though. You're just not reaching a high enough speed for there to be a significant enough deceleration into that turn.
He's having a look again here on the way up to the Porsche curves. It seems that the Aston Martin is strong in a straight line. However, the Volante one, not quite as much as some of the others we've seen. Certainly the likes of Sean Lacey Esports, but down the inside goes Lopez Iona right now. And finally, he does take the place with 2 hands, and he's not going to let go of it either. 5th position for him, and he's going to continue on his march up the field that he's continuing on for the next few laps before they come into the pit lane. Meanwhile, in LMP2, Marcel Chinzik has just got through on Devin Broner. That was a move going into the Indianapolis section of corners. I think it was a pretty good fight actually as well, so a little bit of a shame to miss that one, but we can't catch everything all at once because there's too much stuff going on out there on the circuit. Rory McDuff is under a bit of fire as well from Jordi Zwijers for 4th position as Maximilian Kalnic gets back into the race. That's good to see for Juicy's Motorsport Club, although they are down in 18th position in this one, a good minute and 45 back from the next car, which is not even in their class, as an all Corvette battle goes up through Corvette, rather fittingly. Dennis Duna in front of Mika Happinen, having got Guillaume Mas through. Now Happinen has let Dennis Duna through as well. I don't know how much of an argument there was between them about it, but we definitely know the result of the altercation. And yeah, there you go, Tim Racing for Holland in front of Nigel Velix. Lots of different battles going on, and this is the thing I find fascinating about endurance racing. There's always something to watch, especially with the different tyre strategies we've got going on. It's, even though you might think, you know, there's still nearly 21 hours to go, it's not that important, all of these battles, but the way the tyre strategies are, you really need to make use of new tyres when you have them, so they are actually still really important.
Yeah, they are really important because, as you said, it's going to affect tyre wear. It's also, if you're a fast car stuck behind the slow car, then you're going to be losing a large amount of time for over a long period, and that's going to really add up, and it can really impede your chances at a good finish of the race. We've also got Jordi Zwijers here, just behind the, I think that's a car that come from, but it's actually a lap down. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, no, sorry, that is the Setchos Nitabeus. Rory McDuff at the wheel of that car. 2.5 tenths of a second the gap was a moment ago as they head towards the Mulsanne corner now. Will we see quite a late move by Jordi Zwijers? Always a little bit risky for Ojira to do that, especially with such a long way to go. But yeah, individual battles, if you're a slow car, if you're a fast car stuck behind the slow car, it's really important to try and get past them. That's why the battles are vital. And if you're relatively equal match, then sometimes being ahead can be helpful. If they're only slightly faster but not fast enough to get past, then you can hold them up a little bit, which will help you in the long run. But there goes Jordi Zwijers now into 4th place, and he's really used the traffic cutting right across that Porsche, but he's made it work, and he's actually made a huge gap behind him as a result of that, very tactically using the traffic there, and that gap is now 1.5 seconds because that Nita Velix car just couldn't find a way through before Indianapolis.
Yeah, if you ever wanted a description in real time with your eyes about how important it is to get through traffic efficiently and the effect that traffic can have on you, then that was a very, very good demonstration of it, actually. So yeah, Jordi Zwijers is through, and David Browner is next up on the list. Browner has been on those tyres for a good couple of stints now. He'll be changing them in 5 laps' time, but Jordi Zwijers is only got 4-lap-old tyres right now, so yeah, he's doing very, very well, and we expect to see that gap come down shortly as we go back to the battle for 16th place again. It was for 17th, but the demise of the Deuces Motorsport Club car means that these guys have got one more position to be battling over and a couple more points as well. So not that it matters to them particularly, but they continue to battle. This tends to happen in endurance racing, actually. You do tend to get cars that you find yourself around, and especially by this point, you get familiar with who you're racing, really. You can pick your battles quite well, and it seems that these two are locked firmly in a battle, and neither of them can really escape. They've got a good minute and a half to the car in front, over a lap to the car behind. They really are battling between themselves in their own island, almost.
Yeah, that's what happens, especially in these long races where you find someone just with the exact same pace as you. You're locked in an engagement that you just can't break from, especially when you're so isolated from everyone else. As you said, they've got a minute and a half or so up the road. They've got quite some distance to Dennis Richter and Caspian Motorsports. And the result of that is that there's no way to break the deadlock between the two of them. And you're just stuck behind this car that you want to get past, but you can't because you're just not fast enough. And they can't pull away because they're not quite fast enough either. And as you said, that kind of builds up and doesn't particularly benefit them. And now we're also going to look up here at the Burst Edge Esports car, moving through some traffic there. And this is going to be a time that we're going to watch gradually close down between Marcel Shinchik and Alex Siebel. And when it does finally get closed, we'll arrive at the point of the race where it's going to be really important whether Shinchik can get past and pull away or whether Siebel can stay with him. Because Burst Esports and Vargas in Racing are going to be the main contenders for the lead of this race and for the win, and therefore for the championship as well. So this battle is really important for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very important indeed. These two are on the same strategy, by the way, double stinting every time, pitting at the end, changing tyres at the end of this stint. And Alex Siebel will be staying in that car for at least another 2 stints after this one to let Yuri Simoncic get back into that car. Dennis Jordan may be getting into that car anytime in the next 3.5 anytime after the next 3.5 hours. That's when he'll be arriving at Alex Siebel's house to be able to actually drive in this race. It's not normally allowed, by the way, but they've been given special allowance to do that in exceptional circumstances, e.g. Dennis Jordan's computer not working on this occasion. Not really the day you want that to happen, but sometimes these things do just happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. Good flexibility from those guys, though, to change things up. Let's not forget that Alex Siebel, Yuri Simoncic didn't even want to start this race. They were saving him for later. Dennis Jordan was going to start, but obviously we had those issues, and things didn't turn out the way they had planned. So, it's been a topsy-turvy race for them, but they are leading by 10 seconds at the moment ahead of Marcel Shinchik. Darren Browder is 4 seconds behind. Then Jordi Zvaya is another 6 seconds down. And in GTE, it's still Matteo Caruso who is leading the race in front of Ferris Stanley, who's just in the background of this shot. This is David Mocek closing in on Matteo Stair just in front of him. But just to complete the GTE top 5, Michal Sedlacek is not too far behind Ferris Stanley. Christian McLaren is in 4th, just in front of Alejandro Lopez Ayona at the end of this lap we are completing right now. So, still battles going on between them. Go Team Racing versus Burst Esports Simplexity. And this is another team who had a penalty earlier on. Let's not forget they were leading at the end of lap 1. And, held on to the lead for about a lap and a half before being overtaken by Vargas Sim Racing. They've had a decent race, but not able to claw back through the field as quickly as Varga have after their penalty hit.
Yeah, so what I've been watching as well is that I think Alex Siebel is doing a good job at keeping that gap to Marcel Shinchik about 10 seconds. And I'm not sure whether that's Shinchik suddenly relaxing, maybe not wanting to push quite too hard, or whether he is really being challenged by the pace of that Burst Edge Esports. So that's going to be quite interesting to watch develop. But yeah, we've also got, as you said, this is the ex-race leader who was leading and then fell behind Marcel Shinchik and then fell behind the Burst Edge car as well. And then Shinchik came into the pits to serve that drive-through penalty, which he is just about recovering from now, although he hasn't completed that recovery. And it might take right up until the end of this hour, if not beyond, if the timings stay as they are. We'll have to see how that all changes and what kind of pace the Varga car is running. I mean, the last lap was a 3:28.5 for both the first and second place LMP2s. Obviously not the GTEs, they can't go quite that fast. Most of them doing low 50s, around 52s, 53s in the GTE category. But yeah, this is interesting to see Davin Mroczek, of course, himself and Michi Hoyer, both of them sharing this car, among other drivers, are the GT3 Endurance Championship champions from earlier this season. So they have shown they've definitely got pace in when it comes to racing.
Yes, they have indeed, as we saw into the first Mulsanne chicane there, by the way. Darren Mroczek went very, very deep, but he's still on the back of Matthias Stair. They're losing time to the guys in front, actually. Rory McDuff is starting to pull away from those guys. Moritz Mel's very fast indeed and was able to stay with Timothej Andonovski, who started the number 30, but they're not really able to stay there much longer. Jordi Dries is catching David Browner very quickly as well. There's battles going on all over, as I said earlier on. It's difficult to keep up with everything that is happening, but Dries took 4 seconds out of Brown on that last lap, so that gap's coming down very quickly indeed. Let's not forget Dries just pitted to put on a new set of tyres, so he's going to cycle out to the lead by the end of this stint, you might imagine, because Sancho, Burstead and Varga are all pitting on this lap. It means 6 stints done in this race here, Hugo, and it means that we'll really get a view as to where these guys are in terms of their strategy. Burstead seemingly have done this one correctly. Sancho have done it pretty well, though, because if you remember at the end of the first stint, they really weren't in this kind of position.
No, they definitely weren't, and they were the guys that introduced that triple stint to the LMP2 field, and they've done a similar thing in GTE. And it has worked out for them because I think in terms of raw pace, they might be struggling. So they've turned to strategy and they've turned to doing something innovative and something unexpected in order to make up for what they are struggling with out on the track itself. And it has definitely benefited them. It's elevated them up into current 3rd place. Could drop down to 4th if Jordi Zviz catches up quite soon, which is looking quite likely. That gap already under 2 seconds and closing rapidly. But yeah, Sancho, doing a really good job in doing that strategy to be able to get up into that current 3rd place. It'll be 4th place in just a second. And as well as that, Vargas Racing finally broken into down below 10 seconds to Burst Edge Esports. And we've also got brief yellow flags in Sector 3. I'm interested to see what the cause of that is, if that's anything significant. I'm not entirely sure.
There's a couple of cars. The 26 Waveframe Esports car is involved, and the 68 is involved. That's the Waveframe car. Andrea Riccelli, he was running in 4th position there, and I think there may have been... sorry, he was not running in 4th position, he was running in 6th. And he's... Oh, my goodness me. Andrea Riccelli has got no rear right wheel. Goodness me. What has gone on there between the teammates, I believe? Because the 68 and the 26, I think, have been into contact here. That is big drama down at Waveframe Esports. You do not want to hit your teammate under any circumstances, but I have a horrible feeling that might have just happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to get Michelle Ritchie's car back to the pit lane. And of course, they are teammates in different categories, but under the same banner nonetheless, both Waveframe. And this is, quite impactful. And there goes Michelle Ritchie. I think that's going to be out of the race. That looks to me quite a huge impact. And that is inevitable when you're trying to lap traffic in the Porsche curves. There does seem to be that element of danger that just has been demonstrated now with the loss of that car from the race. And it's massively impactful. And if there's possible, I'd love to see a replay of what really caused that. But that is really disappointing for the Waveframe team.
Yeah, it may not be possible, but we'll try for you to get a replay of that one. It looks like the teammates have come into contact, I'm afraid. And at the end of 3.5 hours, looks like Michelle Ritchie's day is over, I'm afraid, for Waveframe Esports. In the pit lane, Andrea Riccelli is in there right now, and he'll be dropping way down after running right inside the top 5 for a lot of the day. They were looking at maybe a top 5 finish by the end of it, so yeah, that is mightily disappointing for everybody at Waveframe Esports. Couple of battles going on in LMP2 though. Matthias Stair and David Mocek and Devin Browder and Jordi Zvajas all out there on the circuit. Not all together, but there's a couple of battling pairs going on out there at the moment, so we'll try and keep on top of both of them for you, but it's difficult to have your eyes in 2 places all at once, and yeah, we'll see how those battles transpire. Let's have a look, see what happened to Michele Ricci. Gets it very wrong on the entry to the Porsche curves, goes spinning around, and it hits the barriers. Now then, what goes on here? Does his teammate... Oh, he reverses into the path of his teammate. Oh my goodness me. Michele Ricci, unsafe rejoin of the century. I have to say, that was straight into his teammate, and it's ruined both of their races. Don't like to see that at all. That was a huge accident.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he tried to reverse there. I know he'd want to get back into the race, but that was... that's really unfortunate, because he could have kept going, because it wasn't a huge impact. You could see he lost it by himself, but with that, if there was any major damage, it could have just gone straight into the pit lane. But unfortunately, that's just a big blunder, and it's cost not only his own race, but the race of his teammate in GTE as well, which is a real shame, because the 68 car was doing a pretty good job as well.
Yeah, indeed. The number 99 as well, to just add to Waveframe Esports' demise here in the last few moments. They slowed down by 2.8 seconds to avoid, because you saw the car, the Ferrari that was just behind the spinning Michele Ricci, was initially the 99. He skipped through quite nicely, did Christian Margera, but he still had to slow down to do so. And so he lost 2.8 seconds to Alejandro Lopez Iona in that battle. That is just a huge accident, though. Tips the car onto 2 wheels there for Andrea Riccielli. And you can just see on board there, absolutely nothing he can do about that. Not a hope in the world of him getting out of that one. So I'm afraid he's going to be a long way down now. Still in the pit lane, Andrea Riccielli. But further up the order, Devin Browder and Jordi Zvajas are now battling as they head towards Indianapolis on 2 totally different strategies. Devin Browder will be pitting to get some new tyres on at the end of this lap, whereas Jordi Zvajas will not, because he has just done that at the end of the last stint. But they go side by side now towards Indianapolis. 2 people at the complete opposite ends of their stint. Right round the outside he goes, and into 3rd place. So a good move, but they're both going to be heading into the pit lane at the end of this lap.
Yeah, so there's not a massive need to matter, but yeah, easily got past. I think Jordi Zvajas has just got the grip to be able to do so, and get straight past that Sancho car. But as you said, they're going to be coming into the pits anyway, so it wasn't a massive battle, but it does mean that Jordi Zvajas isn't going to be held up for too long behind a car that he is clearly quicker than. Especially getting it done before the curves is very important. Andrea Terzi there reporting that it's 200 seconds of repairs for that Waveframe car. I presume that's the GT, because I don't think there's any salvaging of that LMP2. This is a replay of Jordi Zvajas. He was on the outside here as they went towards the Indianapolis turn, and I think it was just the sheer speed meant that he was able to carry it round through Indianapolis and take that position. So very nice on board there. And there you can see them both diving into the pit lane and maximising the speed through those chicanes that are intended to slow you down as you enter the pits.
Yes, indeed, taking the absolute maximum speed possible into those turns. So a few guys are going to carry on for 1 lap longer. Alex Siebel, Rory McDuff and Matthias Stair are going to carry on for 1 more lap in LMP2, as they do every single time. And Zvajas, Chinzik, no tyres for... Well, tyres for... tyres for Chinzik. Should be anyway. And no tyres for the Ajira car. I think that's the only car that's not taking tyres here, actually. Everybody else should be. Yeah, it's all changed down in LMP2. And yeah, we'll see where Zvajas comes out. He should be in the lead here, but it's just a question of, over the next 2 stints, can Varga and Burst Edge Esports chase them down, and how easy is it going to be when they do indeed do that, and are they going to be able to get through? There goes the Ajira car, already left the pit lane, very short stop, and now it's going to be 2 stints of defending basically for Zvias if he wants to keep the lead.
Yeah, he's going to have to defend quite a lot in the next couple of stints, as you said, and he's going to have to be prepared for an inevitable push. But what might benefit him a little bit is that battle between Varga and between Varga and Burst Edge Esports, because that is going to delay both of those, and that could really play to his advantage. You've got Borja Milan there, Roman Jakubovic, Yuri Toman now in that Varga Sim Racing car. So Marcel Shinchik has decided to get out, and I wonder if it's the same story, or if it will be the same story for some of the other teams as well. We've got Tony Mellor at the wheel of the Blackhawk Pescara, at the wheel of Zanchosa. He's replaced the previous driver. Who else have we got as well in the cars? David Mrozek still in the Burst E Sport car, and David Serra now in DX Droids. So yeah, a few driver changes at this stage in the race. We've got 3.5 hours of racing finished so far. So, I mean, some of these drivers, I think, have been in since the start of the race, actually. So it's definitely high time they got out. But I think most of them might be second driver swaps already, which is quite interesting. I know that, I think for Varga, actually, it might be their third driver swap already, because it went from Shinchik, someone else, back to Shinchik, and now it's on Yuri Toman.
Yeah, it's been those two just swapping around for this entire race so far. Third driver change of the race, as you mentioned. These guys are really doing very short stints indeed. Daniel Visner's the other driver in that car, by the way, and he hasn't done much driving in this season. Now, I'm not sure if that's going to be a problem or not, because he is a Varga Sim Racing driver. He's very well known for being very quick. You know, he's driving a Varga Sim Racing car, which is obviously set up very, very well right now, and driving one of the best teams, certainly in LMP2, maybe in any car that you can find at the moment on rFactor 2. So he might be okay here, but you certainly wouldn't want him to have too little experience coming in here, because there's a lot of pressure running on this race.
Yeah, there's loads, especially for the fact that they are really, really battling for a pivotal place in the championship. And as you said, he hasn't really had much experience in this race, and he's not even going to be in the frying pan. He's going straight into the fire now, in a battle for the lead of a 24-hour race at the very top level of endurance racing in rFactor 2. So that's not to say that there's no faith placed in him, because obviously he wouldn't be part of Varga, and they wouldn't have lined him up if they didn't think that he was going to be an adequate driver. So it'll be very interesting to see what he does when he gets into the car at some point. I presume the next time Toman gets out, he will be in, and then we'll be able to see what he's going to be doing. So Alex Siebel has stayed inside that Burst Edge Esports car, and we've got Yordis Viz now heading through the Ford chicanes, and it does seem that that Burst Edge car is going to come out ahead of them. So we'll see just what the gap is in a moment's time. Onto the pit straight goes Yordis Viz, and continuing along now. You can see there's a little bit of traffic up ahead of them.
All right, I reckon it's going to be nearly 25 seconds between Zvias and Siebel here, as long as Siebel stays in the car, which I'm not sure about. Oh no, sorry, he is going to stay in the car for another couple. There he is, just leaves the pit lane right now. And where is Yuri Toman? Just coming through the Ford chicanes right now, as you might expect, coming towards the end of his lap. And yeah, easily through. Alex Siebel stays in front. Yuri Zvias then leads the 24 hours of Le Mans, 22 seconds in front of Alex Steele, returns to 23 as the gap's just normalised for a moment. Yuri Toman just under 10 seconds behind Siebel as things stand, with Tony Mellor dropping himself into 4th place. And he's got some new tyres on right now, so he'll be pretty quick. But Yuri Toman has as well, as has Alex Siebel. Rory McDuffie's got some new tyres. Matthias Stair getting some new tyres on as well. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pace knocking around at the moment. Yuri Zvias, by the way, on his first stint, actually set the fastest lap of the race. But I feel like with the talent we've got going on right now and the tyre situation, that might topple in the next hour.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a really interesting stint. I mean, Yuri Toman, that Varga car is still 9.5 seconds behind the Burst Edge car. And that means that these two guys these two teams are going to be mutually pushing each other further and further, and I think that's going to drive them towards even faster times, especially with the tyres, as you were saying. So this is going to be a really interesting stint to watch, and over the next hour or so, of which we'll be seeing the next 22 minutes before being replaced. But yeah, this is going to be an important stint. And one thing we haven't really talked about for quite some time is the Jean Alesi Esports car in the lead of GT, 36 seconds clear of Ferris Stanley and Zancho in second. But this is Matthias Stacher now, and the David Mrozek of Burst Esports and Plexity trying to find a way through here along the straight into the braking zone of the first chicane, not finding that route. You can see they've really used all of the track, getting right over those white lines that mark the edge of the track limits. And right now, that gap doesn't seem to be quite enough for Mrozek to be able to close it down and fly through. It's 3.5 tenths of a second, and you really want to be quite as close as possible. It doesn't seem like the slipstream is being too advantageous for this Burst Esports and Plexity car quite yet, or maybe he's just putting what we've seen quite a few times so far this evening, where you just sit behind that car in front and ride in their slipstream to save some fuel and try and extend those pit stops as much as possible.
Yeah, indeed. So this battle continues. It seems that these two have kind of felt where they are and are staying where they are really at the moment. Not really gaining any time on any of those in front and not really pulling away from each other, etc. So yeah, things staying rather the same in this battle. In GT, by the way, we've just seen the first pit stop of the next cycle. So we've had Varga Sim Racing, the number 69 in. Michal Schmiedel is back into the car. So you can be sure there's been a tyre change there as well. It just remains to be seen, really, whether anybody goes onto the triple stint at this point, because you know, it's going to be interesting anyway. We saw Volante make it work very, very well, but as Aidan was saying, maybe it wouldn't work so well on the Porsche or the Ferrari, for example. So it's very, very, very strange, really. And it's going to be interesting to see which one prevails.
Yeah, it's interesting that GT is different cars that are meant to be so similar, but they are still so different despite all of these rules and the homologations between all of the vehicles. So that's really interesting to watch. And this is one of the cars. This is one of the cars that is fighting for that championship in GTE. It's currently third on 540 points, I believe, overall, and it's 9 points off the leader in the GT championship. But this is Daniel Fonte for World of Sim Racing. We've seen quite a few of these World of Sim Racing Porsches around the place, and we know the Porsche is not fantastic this weekend at Le Mans. It doesn't seem to be working brilliantly. We've got, although saying that though, we have got some good examples of Porsches, and that Varga car is slowly but surely making its way up the order. We've got a replay here though of Daniel Fonte. So there he is exiting the pit lane towards the Dunlop chicane. So we'll see what that's all about. But 2.1 seconds is the gap to that Your Name Here car you can see up ahead, and that's still battling with the Caspian Motorsports car, which has been doing so for at least the last half an hour, if not much beyond that. And I think it's much less of a battle, more of a towing match for that car, because that Your Name Here car just seems to be sitting behind. And we've got Borja Milan now. He's in a battle with the 10th place LMP2 car of DX Droids, with David Serra at the wheel of that car just ahead of you, as you can see on this onboard camera, as they head through the Dunlop chicane, having to navigate a fair bit of traffic there, coming quite close. And through the S's they go then. Let's see whether Borja Milan can get this position done, because he does seem to be quite a bit quicker at certain stages. They've got to go up here through Tete Rouge and this right-hand kink onto the Mulsanne straight and get right up into that slipstream. But it's 0.3 of a second. It's a little bit of a gap. It will close up, as you can see in the slipstream. It closes up quite rapidly. You can see accelerating exponentially. To the inside goes Borja Milan then, and I think he might just get this done before the braking zone. You can see there on the off-board as they go into that first of chicanes, and it's going to be 10th position for the Monaco LMP2 with 20 hours, 18 minutes remaining of this 24 hours of Le Mans. And they've got to move up. The next car is 3 seconds up the road for Borja Milan, and that's definitely a gap he'll be able to close up if he puts the pedal to the metal, essentially.
Yeah, there's really not much of a gap there to close, so we may well see that battle develop as well. We've seen more pit stops in GTE. By the way, the race leader of John Lacey's, but Matteo Caruso has been in. Martin Darland is now in that car. We've seen Casper Stoltz, we've seen Matteo Caruso, now we're seeing Martin Darland in that car. He's about 20 seconds in front of Nito Belix, even though they haven't even pitted yet, which is not great news for those guys. Really expect to see them come in at the end of this lap. Yeah, we'll see where they are after all of that. But yeah, it seems that most of these guys have decided to take tyres as they would normally. Alejandro Lopez Ayona has not taken tyres, but that was expected because he's doing a triple stint. And even if he'd gone double stints again, he would still not take tyres. So yeah, we expected that from him, but nobody else expected to skip tyres at this point. But we'll wait and see if indeed they do. Yuri Toman is catching generally Alex Siebel, although not on that last lap. 0.3 of a second. Alex Siebel was faster than Toman. Yuri Zvajas is now being caught by Alex Siebel here. The question really does remain, is he going to hang on over the next hour or so when these pit stops finally do shake themselves out? It seems unlikely at this stage, really.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with you. I mean, that's still an 18-second gap up to Yuri Zvajas. And despite the pace of Alex Siebel, he's really got to be careful about that gap behind him. I mean, it is slowly but surely coming down. It was 10 seconds earlier when Yuri Toman got past, I think it was the Zansho car. I can't remember off the top of my head. When it was just Yuri Toman or the Varga car behind burst edge. That's down to under 9 seconds. And I presume it's just going to get lower and lower, although it might take quite some time to do so. I think my prediction of it happening within this hour, the 4th hour of the race, is not going to happen because that's still quite a lot of time to make up in a quarter of an hour. However, as the race progresses, that gap is going to continue to get lower by the looks of it. So we shall see what the result of that is. Yuri Zvajas, though, still in the lead of the race overall and in category, of course, and in class, rather. I mean, Alex Siebel does seem to be slowly but surely just chipping away at that, but with a very small chisel, and that might just be the result of the way the traffic works. But there we go, Yuri Zvajas passing the Volante racing car, and this is what we can see in the background. It's Mikhail Schmidl and Vargason Racing against, I believe, that is the yes, that's Tim Ulrich with Black Hawk Racing, having got past there. Got a nice move, got it done right into the Indianapolis corner. So nicely done there, and Vargason Racing continue their recovery because they are in with a shout of winning the GT Championship. They're third so far, 9 points off the lead. They can do it, but they do need to get themselves up the order in order to do so.
They do indeed, yeah. I mean, we do have a way of showing where they are in terms of the GT standings at the moment, but it's not the best idea because we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle. However, if we do go to LMP2, I believe we'll be able to see what the championship standings are like. If they oh, it doesn't work, never mind, we can't do that. I'll doesn't matter. So anyway, I can do the maths myself, and I can tell you that Burst Edge Esports would win by 2 points. So there you go. But it's not going to stay like this for the next 20 hours or so. Things are going to change around us, we know. And so, yeah, we look forward to that. But no, at the moment, Algeria Racing are still leading ahead of Burst Edge Esports and Varga Sim Racing. So, yeah, we'll see. 1.5 times points, just remember as well. So 45 points for a win, and 38 points for second. But these guys are in second and third at the moment, which I hadn't quite considered. But Burst Edge Esports would still win by 1 point because they're 5 points behind at the moment. They would gain 6, and so you do the maths. So there you go. Battle for 12 going on at the moment. Bert Knops is now in the Sim Racing for Holland car ahead of World of Sim Racing, who are trying triple stinting as well. Unfortunately, World of Sim Racing's pace has really tailed off towards the end of this season, Hugo. I'm afraid to say that, really, because they had a fantastic start. They are a very capable team as well. But Bert Knops has caught them at the moment, and they're outside the top 10, even though they are on a different strategy as well.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the championship, and yeah, as you said, they had a pretty decent start to the season, but it has tailed off a fair bit. They've not been getting a lot of points in the recent races, and but not. It's a similar situation for Sim Racing for Holland, having such a strong start and also tailing off as well. They're currently sixth in the championship. Last race they got 1 point, and yeah, it's really gone downhill for them. They're looking to recover a bit of that though. So two cars with very similar championship stories. Of course, the Sim Racing for Holland car having a few more points than the World of Sim Racing number 52. So we'll see what the result of this battle is. And they seem to be quite evenly matched in terms of pace. It's going to be a difficult move for Bert Knox to try and get past it. It does seem like that Porsche has a little bit of advantage in different parts of the track where it's prime position to overtake. And we've got Michael Schmidl actually battling Volante, and this is the Volante we saw right up the order a few laps ago, about an hour ago I think it was. But Vargas in Racing, that GT car is on a real charge, trying to get right up into that top and really put the challenge for the lead, or not necessarily the lead, but definitely the winning of the championships. And this is definitely something to watch because they are batting the number 60 Ceteros Nita VEC, the number 99 Waveframe Esports as well, and in part the 87 Sandshoulder. I'm not sure that car can win.
It can mathematically, but in real life it's unlikely at this point in the championship. This is still a battle for 5th place though going on, and Alejandro Lopez Ayona is going to be going another couple of stints on these tyres. So is Michał Schmidl, because he's just put some new ones on. That's why this battle is so important as they go down towards Indianapolis at the moment. On board with Schmidl, and the Aston Martin has already gone from view on the right hand side. He goes round the outside through the first spot, gives him the inside for the banked left-hander at the second part, and that is a move done. Michał Schmidl is now into 5th place, and that was a very good move, very important move as well, because those guys are technically in the same battle here, the same race here, Hugo.
Yeah, they are. They're battling each other quite heavily, and both of them have been quite quick. But this is really an example of that Varga charge up the road, and trying to get up into those top positions, because they are progressing into a position where they look like they could potentially win the race. I mean, Waveframe are currently in second, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that Schmidl and Varga could catch up to them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to change a lot throughout the remainder of this race. So 20 hours and 10 minutes still remaining. Agila Racing leading from Burst Edge Esports and Varga Sim Racing in LMP2, and in GTE it's Sancho leading from Waveframe Esports and Jean Lacey Esports. But we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle in the middle of that update, so it might not be the most useful thing to you at the moment, but it will change, and it will shake out in the next few laps time. Well, that's it from me and Hugo. We've been on here for 4 hours now, so 4.5 hours. So it's time for us to leave. So we will be handing over now to Cam Roger and Neil Heatley. Welcome along to both of you, and yeah, enjoy the next 4 hours.
Indeed, thank you, Ewan, for that. Indeed, as Ewan said, it is myself and Cameron Roger for the next 4 hours, taking you into the evening, taking you slightly later into the evening. And as Ewan said, having a look at that P2 championship battle is rather spicy. Just, well, if the finish as they stood at the moment, just 1 point separating the two of them, and it will be, in fact, Burst Edge Esports jumping Varga in the last race of the season.
Yeah, certainly will be an interesting race, but the cool factor with the 24-hour race is even after some 4 hours of racing almost, we've still got 20 hours left, which is effectively a couple of 6-hour races and an 8-hour back-to-back, which is always what you want to see. But on board right now, we just jumped into Borja Milan now coming onto the back of this ground effect car. This is an interesting one for these two cars. First of all, this ground effect car being recently promoted into Division 1, but Monaco also not really having the best season that they would have wanted, so I'm sure they will want to get way up in the points. as we get towards the end of this race, but for now that position is right in front of them for them to get. But yes, Neil, this is certainly going to be a fascinating end to this season 13. It's been a 9-race season, so a little bit longer than normal as well, but the action is still continuing.
Yeah, put an extra race than normal, because if I remember correctly, usually here in the VEC, we wouldn't have had round 8 essentially at Spa. Usually there'd be about 6 week to 2 month gap between the second to last round and Le Mans finishing off the season, but we did slot another race in there, so it is 1 race longer than it normally is. And you're talking about Bor Milan currently in that tackle car, or I should say 1 active in being professional, currently 13th in the championship, and they haven't had that good a season. As you said, 428 points, they're 2 points ahead of the Undercover Sim Racing, 235, and I make that 25 points behind the 48 Zancho, but 13th is uncharacteristically low for the 1 active car.
Yeah, you would expect them to be a bit higher, so let's see if they can improve that next season. We'll see if they come out on top of the car in that case. But now we're just coming to this battle for 11th place with the GTEs. We've got a number of cars. Caspian just got overtaken by Sim Racing for Holland, but we've now got World of Sim Racing trying to get involved behind them as well as Cetra's Nita Velux. So it's a 4-way battle here for P11 effectively, even though we've got a couple of pairs during at the moment. Now we've got Caspian now trying to get back into that 11th place, but closely followed behind. We've got Nita Velux also trying to get down the inside into Mulsanne corner. Very good overtaking opportunity, as you can really get hard on the brakes here. And I think he's going to try and do it down the inside, and he's going to get that track position as well. As Caspian going wide there, that's going to give an opportunity potentially for a double overtake here for Nita Velux.
Accelerating out of Mulsanne car and up towards the Three Kinks before Indianapolis. Look at this side by side. Are they coming to the first one? They are just. The the Chevrolet on the left hand side trying to squeeze the Nitro Velux car towards the apex. Nitro Velux has to tuck back into the slipstream. He's moved out to the right hand side again. This of course will be the inside for Indianapolis, but isn't able to use that slipstream in order to get up the side. There is an opportunity for overtaking at Indianapolis, but it wasn't close enough that time round.
Yeah, that's a very awkward point of the track actually, to try and make an overtake through that little kink there into the next brake zone. But let's first of all see the replay of how it happened in the first time. So we got Sim Racing for Holland there, just making sure Caspian don't have too much room. Caspian going a bit wide themselves, and then that gave the opportunity for Christian Michel to get up the inside, but couldn't quite make that work in the end, so he's going to have to come back. And these Corvettes all battling each other, so there's not going to be too much difference between them exactly, because as many people know, the cars are slightly different, but these ones are obviously, all these teams are in that same Corvette, so they will have to do something themselves to try and get past as we come back to Borja Milan, who's still stuck behind the ground effect car, who's doing really good, to be honest, considering they've just, as I said, recently got promoted, and they're already up there inside the top 10. I'm sure they'll be very happy with that one, but that just shows you obviously the reasons why there is that relegation promotion system. It allows these teams who are doing well lower down to come up and fight against the big boys.
Indeed they are. Bor Milan trying to track down that car coming out of Tetra Rouge, and then the first section of the Mulsanne straight. Bora in that LMP2 will be trying to use as much of the slipstream as possible, and the car in front will be looking the rear view mirrors really down this straight, because you've got a good 20 seconds of full throttle before you really need to have a look at that braking point. Here comes Bora to the left hand side of the circuit, sweeping around the outside at the first chicane. Indeed he does manage to make use of that slipstream, but the question is, can he defend that place down the second section?
Yeah, looks like he might have just been able to pull out of a gap to George Whitehouse, who's currently in that ground effect car, as we come on to the pit road, and we see Blackhawk as well as Caspian in the pit lane. But you see there's a bit of an awkward angle there, so that's going to be quite fun getting out, but that is just the way it is when you come endurance racing with many cars. The pit box is always nice and close together, so it can be a bit fun. But yeah, hopefully they can get out of that one nicely as we come to Rory McDuff now, 5th place for the Nita Velux in the LMP2 category. They've got a car in both, and they are now trying to get into this top 4 on the back of Tony Mello, who's now into the Zancho car, and they've been doing a good race so far. Good start to the race in the first 4 hours, and it's good to see that these guys are actually really challenging up the front a little bit more than the previous races. In the previous races, we've seen Varga and Burstage Esports really just fly off into the distance. But these guys, in the grand scheme of things, are only about 30, 40 seconds off the lead. So they're still in for a shout.
Yes, that number 30 car currently 6th in the championship with 522 points. Just having a look through the points, they haven't managed to get a win so far this season, but 522 points, 2 points behind number 49 Burst Esports Simplexity car, and 28 behind the number 2 Ajira Racing. So still 4th place up in the championship. And even you could say 3rd place, number 26 Wave Frame Esports car, 42 points ahead. They're going to need sorry, I'm looking at the wrong car there. I should say 38 points ahead. So really, to get that 3rd place, they're going to need a lot of luck on their side. 5th place certainly is in their sights, perhaps 4th if they have a good race and the competitors fall into a little bit of bad luck.
Yeah, bad luck is always something that can happen in a 24-hour race as well. There's so many hours and so many corners, so many times you're going past traffic. It's just way extended. I mean, the longest race we've done apart from this season was an 8-hour race as well. We didn't even have any 12-hour races. So all of a sudden, you're then jumping 3 times longer to the 24. So it just makes it way more intense and brutal as well if you get so far, but then have some issues. But hopefully we can see pretty much as many teams as possible get towards the end of the race. But you never know, things can always happen.
McDuff there cutting it very, very fine with the LMP2, but both himself and that Zancho car were lapping, coming down towards the second chicane. McDuff isn't close enough for a move this time around. This is a battle, however, for 2nd place in the GTE class. Having looked at Mikael Schmiedl in that Varga Sim Racing car, trying to make a move on the car in front as they're coming down towards the first chicane. Again, I think he's just a little bit too far back to make a move this time around.
Yeah, Schmidl's been doing a decent, and his teammates in the car earlier have been doing a decent opening few hours, and this will be a really nice improvement as well. Getting up into this 2nd place, they are, everyone really has dropped quite a way off that Jean Alesi car, who's looking very strong here today.
40 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, it's huge gap, but this would be a very good margin if he can get past. Getting that slipstream now down towards the next chicane. He needs to make sure he's going to be alongside enough though to make a late braking maneuver. He don't want to be causing any contact, but it looks like he's going to be nicely there down the inside. Plenty of space for him, easily does it, and that is now 2nd place for them.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think you're really going to see drivers defending their positions with vigor. If you say 4 hours to go tomorrow, you'll see a little bit more of rigorous defending. But at this point, they just want to get to tomorrow, get through the night, and see what position they are in when the sun rises again tomorrow. So at this point, it's just about preservation, really. And Schmiedl, as you can see there, 40 seconds behind that Jean Alesi car. Got to see if you can close that gap by any amount, because, as he said, Martin Dearland and that car appears to be very, very strong.
Yeah, they're doing a good job, and I did some. I mean, I haven't driven these GT cars, so I don't know exactly. But I've seen some people suggesting maybe the Aston Martin is very quick, but there are other Aston Martins that are a bit further down and nowhere near that pace as well. So they're still doing something very good compared to those other Aston teams as well. And you should obviously never count out anyone, to be honest, as we now see Michelle trying to get past. That 4-way battle now has really opened up, and they're now getting down the inside of that 2nd chicane. So Nita Velix now up into that 8th place. And another team, Sim Racing for Holland, who had a sort of a good start to the season, they've dropped off as well. So there's been quite a few teams fluctuating up and down over the season.
Yeah, fluctuating up and down, but this thing about endurance racing, certainly because here we've only got 9 rounds, and this round's worth 1.5 points. 1.5 times points, I should say, rather. You really need to have consistency. You can maybe afford 1 or maybe 2 bad rounds to be in with a shot of the championship. But as soon as you go to 3, really you're then fighting for maybe 3rd, 4th, 5th in the championship.
Yeah, even with, I should say, 9 races, you can't be making mistakes. And you can't allow yourself to really have a bad race. And that is one reason why the 2 teams in LMP2, the 2 teams quite a way ahead Varga and Burst Edge. The reason why is because they've been consistently pretty much first and second, give or take, all the time. During the races, there's been a couple of differences in results here and there, but for the most part, that is what it is. And when you're getting those results all the time, it just makes it so hard for the other drivers, the teams to get those points back. Because to really gain positions, you need to win the race and your rival finishing maybe 5th, 6th. But if you're always finishing at the top, then it's hard for your rivals to gain.
Yeah, of course, every position you are higher, that means the less points you lose to your rivals. So having a look here, Rory McDuff, right on the rear end of that Zancho. Is he going to be moving to the right-hand side, making a move into Mulsanne? No. The Zancho car actually did a very nice defensive move into Mulsanne corner. Of course, something which maybe disrupts the overtaking opportunity is that slight right-handed kink before the braking zone, and the Zancho car defended that nicely, which means that Nitrovelix could not make a move this time round. And now the next move that they can make is up into Indianapolis. But with these LMP2 cars, the right kink before Indianapolis is pretty much flat out. And you can have a look here, McDuff going all the way around the outside. Will Zancho fight it? No, not at this moment in time. So Citrus Nitrovelix, that number 30 car, goes up into 4th.
Yeah, we saw Zvias as well do a nice move like that. It's certainly it puts you in a very good position if you're on that outside into the kink, because it's the natural racing line. The person on the inside has really got to back out of it to avoid any sort of major collision, and also that curb on the inside. You just don't really want to be touching it. It's quite aggressive, and it's always a nice move when you can do it on the outside of a fast corner as well, which McDuff managed to do, and he's now coming through Sector 3, and he's actually managed to pull a bit of a gap as well. So I wonder if he's actually able to just pull away a little bit and try and cement that position in that 4th place at the moment. But he is some 14 seconds off Varga, so he needs to do some catching up if he wants to get onto that podium.
Yeah, he needs to do a little bit of catching up, as you said. But of course, this will be very dependent on what sort of strategy they're going to be doing, whether they're going to be doubling or treble stinting the tyres, whether they're going to alternate between the two, go double, then treble, double, treble, so on and so forth throughout the race. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do in terms of strategy there. But something else is that at some point during this race, some point tomorrow morning, they're going to have to start essentially fueling from the end of the race back, which means they might have a short stint somewhere in the morning. They might have an incredibly short stint somewhere at night. We've really just got to see at what point they decide, right, we've now got to start essentially working from the end of the race backwards.
Yeah, fortunately for the mathematicians in the team, there's still plenty of hours left, and especially for these LMP2s where their stints are 35 minutes long, they've got plenty of stints left in the race. So I think for now they're just going to be pretty much just going flat out as far. But yeah, you're right, once that sun starts to rise, you're getting towards the end of the race, you're going to have to start thinking backwards, and hopefully the teams will be able to manage that quite well. I mean, we've had this Orica now for 3 seasons now. This is the 3rd season that we've had it, so therefore we've also been to Le Mans twice before now in the VEC with this car. So we hope that teams by now have really learnt the way that the car works, because it's changed a little bit, but it hasn't changed hugely since its introduction. It has got some updates here and there. So hopefully they sort of know what they're doing. But every now and again, we do see teams making some mistakes.
Yeah, this is the first time that we've been using this car where there's only been 2 classes as well. So that just excuse me, that just adds something else with not having that 3rd class in the mix. It means these LMP2s don't always have to be looking in the rear view mirrors as well. They can just focus on the windshield in front. Indeed, Geordie Spheres is doing that currently in that Ajira Racing car. If you have a look at the timing, you can find timing at simracing.club/D1 live timing. You can have a track map there as well. You can see when people get blue flags and when they're coming to the pits, and see what their last and best laps of the race are. But indeed, the Ajira Racing, that number 2 car, 7.5 seconds ahead of Alex Siebel in the 28 Burst Edge eSports car.
And I do believe, from what I've been following, that Ajira are triple stinting, which means they're slightly well, I mean, I guess it depends which way you look at it, but they're either ahead or behind. But they're off kilter with the Burst Edge car, which I believe is doing its double stint. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one, and obviously keep up to date with where it's fluctuating, because then depending on what point of the race we are, one car might be ahead or behind with the strategy. But obviously for the finish of the race, it's obviously who gets that strategy right to be ahead in that final pit stop. And as I say that, Jordi's Vires is coming in at the end of lap 69 of the race. But we jump to Cedo Vire, who's now getting on the back of Drive Game's seat. So they were overtaken a short while ago from Varga, and now it looks like they might be overtaken once again and drop off the podium.
Yeah, that is a nice stint there for Agir Racing and Varga Sim Racing, the 2 and the 27, respectively. But as you said, we now are looking at Siravaya in that Zancho car, currently in 4th position, trying to chase down Alessandro Apollone in the 83 Drive Game Seat car. As they're making their way down towards Mulsanne corner. Not close enough this time round. Via might be close enough for moving to Indianapolis. We're just going to have to wait and see if that happens.
Yeah, I
We've got
think
yellows in sector 3. Sorry, yes, I'll see if we can have a look at the track map, see who that is. I think that's the number 4 car in the LMP2s. And that's one Akko. Bora Milan's gone off at Indianapolis, I think.
that would have been quite a big accident if it was. And yeah, on the track map, he is starting to move, so it looks like it's going to be clear there. But that's not going to be a nice one if he has put it in the wall, because that could always be a bit of damage as you're coming into this corner, as you say, flat out, just going for that little kink, trying to get on the brakes. And if you lose the rear, you're just flying off at well over 300 k's an hour. But it actually looks like what's this going to be? Yeah, just a little bit of an awkward situation for Borja more than anything. Is he going to hit the wall? Now, I think he's going to be able to keep that out of the wall, but he's going to have to do like a 15-point turn to get this round the right way. And that's
not a fun place in the track to do that either, is it?
Yeah, it's really awkward because it's blind, obviously. You know, you come around a corner, it's completely blind for those people. But now let's see Sidovar up the inside of Porsche. Oh, he's lost the rear. That's the accident, but he's managed to save it. No, he hasn't. He's going to go around. And is he going to keep it out of the barrier? Yes, he is. But that Zancho is not going to have some nice tyres, because he would have flat spotted them just a little bit. But overall, that's a decent save. And he's now got Volante coming up. I believe this is 4th position. Yes, it is. Volante now getting up into 4th place. So their good race continues, and they get another position there.
Yeah, he almost saved that, did Via, then just got a little bit of a tank slapper on, but he managed to not touch anything, which is fairly impressive at that section of the track, because it is so quick. And of course, coming up into the Porsche curves, at that point it almost comes street circuit-esque, because the safer barriers are right there on the edge of the track. There's no room for error. So a very good job there by Via in the Zancho car. He now has to try not only pass 4th place again, not pass 4th place again, which is currently, let's have a look if I can remember correctly, Alejandro Lopez Arona in the number 67 Volante racing car. He has to also try, well, I would say pass the 83 car as well, but the 83 car's just coming to the pits.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting to this next round of pit stops as well for these guys in the next couple of laps. But yeah, Cedo Vire making that mistake, and those little mistakes, maybe a 24-hour race, but they certainly do add up, especially if he gets potentially held up behind this Aston Martin. Let's see what he can do with the top speed between these two cars. With it being Le Mans, I would assume they're pretty much all on the lowest wing setting possible. So what is the difference between the Corvette and the Aston Martin? Let's have a look as he comes down to this first chicane. It's a very, very long run all the way over a couple of kilometers, really, all the way coming down into this first chicane. He's going to the outside. Is he going to be able to do it on the brakes? That's going to be a good position, track position wise, if he can get there. And yes, he's done it. So it looks like the Aston Martin there is it's certainly possible to be overtaken, but let's see if he can come back.
Yeah, he's going to be looking to see if he can respond. And look at this, it looks like he is all over that rear wing, moving to the left-hand side of the circuit, which will be the inside for the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Indeed, I think that's the overlap done. Indeed it is. Via moves in behind the car, and then moves back out to the right hand side. Will he go all the way around the outside under braking? No, he doesn't. So for now, this really is back and forth. For now, Arona keeps that position in the 67 Volante car.
And this is actually quite a good situation for these teams, because by slipstreaming and then overtaking, you're effectively gaining time. as well throughout the lap. So if they do this in a smart way and they can sort of swap position a couple of times a lap, that might be actually the quickest way for these drivers to try and get up towards the top two, because there's a 15-second gap to Schmidl up the road, and obviously we just mentioned drive game seat going into the pit lane as well, so they'll be there as well. So if they can actually do that, they will gain a few, maybe even up to a second a lap or whatever, just by getting that slipstream. So that is quite important. But what is also important is this battle for the overall lead. We've now had another round of pit stops, and it looks like Alex Siebel is making some ground.
Yeah, that gap is only now half a second as opposed to 7.5 as it was before the pit stops. So Siebel has got a lot of ground in that, from that number 2 Ajira racing car there. We can wait through the first chicane, a little bit of GT traffic in between the two. And Siebel's got to try and make the move stick on the current race leader, Jordi Sveers, in that number 2 Ajira racing car. And that is far, far easier said than done.
Yeah, certainly not going to be easy. This Ajira car has been really on the pace. You know, I already mentioned normally with races this season, Burst Edge or Vargas, someone really sort of pulls out in the distance, but it's normally one of those two cars. So to see Ajira really actually fighting for this victory is good. Obviously, they've got some good drivers in their car with Jordi, for instance, as well. He's won at Le Mans, I believe, more than once as well. So he really knows what he's doing, especially in this LMP2. So he's got a lot of experience and he knows what he's doing. So fair enough, he's going to be in this position. But it's great to see that team as a whole. The number 2 struggled a little bit this season. So it's good to see that they're here really fighting for the victory. But Alex Siebel's coming and he's in that slipstream. And as you mentioned, he was about 7 seconds behind. He's really getting there now. And I do think it may be a matter of time before Alex gets back this track position.
Yes, it may well be a matter of time, but I think it might be a lap or two before he has the opportunity to attack the Ajira racing car. Coming into Indianapolis at the moment, and really for Indianapolis and these LMP2 cars, that right-handed kink, the last one, is flat out in these LMP2s, and they break, and then essentially they straighten up and then brake hard for the left-hander. So it's a very small braking zone for the prototypes into Indianapolis. But I think that was a move that we just saw. Well, we're now going to the GT battle. Cedar Vaya in the Zancio car in 4th place at the moment, trying to hunt down and pass Arona in that Volante number 67. And you might have a good chance here with that slipstream coming down the Mulsanne.
Yeah, this is where he got that move done on the previous lap, but it just depends if Lopez is going to be able to get him back straight away like they did on the previous lap. So once again, Sidovar coming to the outside. It's going to be really good track position, but he's actually not quite far alongside this time. So I think he's going to have to pull him behind and see what he can do on this second part of the Mulsanne straight, getting the slipstream once again. This is where Lopez came straight back at him. So I do wonder if, maybe that Aston's got quite good drive off those chicanes. But it seems like that Zanchikart not quite close enough maybe to get the move coming into this second chicane. Is he going to get that slipstream? I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. So we'll just, spot to saying that was a move earlier. That what we saw was the Burst Esport Hungary car getting past Arm Sim Racing for 12th place.
And here we go, battle for the lead of the race. Siebel is much closer now to Sveers. Only 4/10 of a second now, separating the two of them, coming through Tetraroos and down onto the Mulsanne straight. They've got a couple of GT cars ahead that we'll see the GT cars move out the way. That's actually not what's written in the rule book. It's the faster car must make their way around the slower cars, so the prototypes need to find their way around the GT traffic. It's going to be very interesting to see what the situation is at the first chicane. I think both of them might be caught up behind this car.
Oh, Jordi going a little bit deep.
Oh!
I thought that he's maybe going to be running into the back, but it could just be the perspective. But he certainly was going as late on the brakes as possible to try and not lose time, because there's always those traffic situations where the second car can still come at full speed. But it looks like now on this second part of the straight, he's going to be getting that slipstream and moving to the inside of the Ajira car for Alex Siebel. Can he do it on the brakes as well? Although he actually doesn't need to. He's easily ahead there coming into the second chicane. And now let's see, can he pull away? Can he pull away and do something, pull a gap maybe try and get out of the slipstream from Zvias as well. That would be quite good for them.
Yeah, getting out that slipstream range is very important. Well, there we go. I think Via has passed Arjona somewhere on the circuit. Arjona's got 2 wheels on the grass, coming up to the Porsche curves to take that position back. Indeed, he does. Volante Racing back up into third. I don't know where Via passed him. I presume it might have been the run-up to Indianapolis. But look at that, Arjona fighting back yet again in that number 67 car.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job. And it's good to see they're holding on to this as well. Zancho have been so fast over the last couple of races. They've really worked that out, so it's good to see that Volante getting up to speed. But the slipstream now coming towards the four chicanes. Or is one of them going into the pit lane? No, they're going to be going side by side into the four chicanes. That's going to be a very difficult overtaking opportunity, so you can see why he backs out of that one. And they're now going to be coming once again onto this start-finish straight. I think maybe this Sancho car is a little bit quicker, but it seems that every time he gets past, Lopez can just come straight back at them. So now coming through the kink of turn number 1, the LMP2 getting past them doesn't seem to hinder them at all. And once again, Volante is holding on.
Volante still holding on, which is incredible. But yes, there's such a good job at the moment by Arjona to keep the incredibly fast Zancho car behind. And we have a look at the standings. If we get the correct tab up, that is timing, that is standings. That Arjona car, excuse me, that number, we could also remember the number of it, wouldn't it? That number 67 car. There we go. It's currently 16th in the standings, having been relegated to Division 2 for races 7 and 8 of the championship, then back up into Division 1 for race 9, because they got a second and a first within the second division. So yes, they're currently 16th overall in the GT Championship, and this would be a very, very good points hold. The 50 participation points plus whatever points they get on track.
And that 1.5 times points as well for Le Mans will always be good in comparison to the other races. So it's always a nice little factor to have at the end of the season. Having those extra points for this race just makes it that little bit more important. Although it already is probably one of the most important races of the year that everyone wants to win. But now can we see VAR come around the outside into the check? Oh, that's going to be a lock-up, and that's going to let the Zancho car pass. So that was a little bit of a mistake there on the brakes from Lopez, just locking those rear tyres. And now that is Zancho up the road, but it looks like a gap has formed, so maybe Lopez won't be able to come back this time.
We've seen that Aston Martin be incredibly fast in the straights, which makes me think they might have a little less wing on that car. There's a quick yellow in Sector 2. I didn't actually have time to even launch up the track map to see who that was.
Now let's see, coming up to Indianapolis, is the Aston Martin going to be able to come back? He's too far to at least make an overtake, but is he going to now be able to get the slipstream and work it into an overtake, maybe on the next lap on the Mulsanne straight, or is the Zancho car going to pull away? That is where we're going to find out, because that was what the other person needed was to sort out that gap in between them so that he could try and pull away. Because the issue is, on the first 2/3 of the track, it's just straight after straight after straight. So if you can pull that gap like he did, then coming through the all these curves in this final part of the track, that's where you can try and pull a gap. But it seems like Via is able to not quite pull away, and it seems that Lopez is able to stay with him. So that is quite crucial information to see how this battle is going to go on.
Yes, this battle might be incredibly fun. You can see that gap was about 8/10 after the pass. It's now only half a second, made that 4/10 of a second, come up into the Porsche curves. So that at least suggests to me that that Volante car has a lot less wing on it than the Zancho. But coming through the Porsche curves, the left and the right, down the bottom of the hill, then coming through Corvette curve. Next, that left, and then through the Maison Blanche, well, I wouldn't say chicane, they're really flicks, they're just deviations, meanders in the road. We're now having a look at the battle for 12th in the GT class. We're having a look at Christian Hindmarsh in the Your Name Here racing car.
And he's getting that slipstream to the inside of the Rookie Monsters to Porsche's now coming towards this second chicane. It looks like that Ricky Monsters has some damage on the front of it as well, which could be ever so slightly hindering its top speed, because that is quite a crucial factor around this track. If you do get some damage, you get some top speed damage, then obviously all these straights you're just going to be losing those couple of tenths here and there. As I jump back to this battle for third, and it seems like there might be a bit more of a gap there, but we'll see actually first if Sellers can come back, because I do wonder if that battle's going to continue. But also this one as well, Lopez is a bit further away as we get towards the Mulsanne Straight for another time, and I don't know, maybe he just doesn't have quite enough in that third sector to hold on, so this could be Sancho just pulling away.
Yeah, I think it really is. Well, I would say that the third sector is the most technical sector on the circuit with the Porsche curves. It's the one that relies on the most downforce, I should say, rather, out of all the sectors on the circuit. And again, just look at that gap that Sancho pulled out. Again, that makes me think that Sancho car is a little bit more downforce on it than the Volante car. Going through the first chicane now, it's 1.1 seconds between them. We'll see what the gap is when they come up towards Indianapolis, perhaps. And here we go. We're having a look at Borja Milano. That one Echo car, 21 seconds behind 8th place after that incident at Indianapolis about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's trying to sort that one out. Lost so much time trying to do that million-point turn, getting around. Hopefully he can get through the corner this time. And yes, he does. So that is a good one to be able to. Because that's one thing, really. Once you make... Oh, it goes wide in Arnage, though. Once you make a mistake in a certain corner, if you're not careful, you can let it sort of get into your head, and you can really start to... make a sort of mental block on that corner, and you can think that you're always going to make the mistake every time, and you really need to be able to get over that and just get straight back on it, and driving at the potential of the car. But yeah, it looks like he's doing a decent job for the moment, but he does have that number 49 car, the burst car, only 2 seconds behind him. So yeah, if he's not careful, that car will slowly start to catch him down.
I'm going to have Rojek here in that Burst Esports Simplexity car. You've got to remember the Simplexity car is essentially well, I wouldn't say the second car of the Burst Edge Esports operation in Division 1 of the VEC. But it's the one that's currently second in the championship out of the two of them. And I say that, they're in 5th place still. So Burst Esports with 2 cars in the top 5 in the LMP2 class, a very, very good job there by that outfit. They've got 524 points at the moment, 2 points ahead of Nitro Felix, and 26 behind that number 2 Ajira racing car. And obviously, at this moment, they won't be passing that Ajira racing car in the championship, mainly because Ajira racing is leading. Well, I should say they're second now, but yes, certainly ahead on the circuit, which means they're not going to be making a move on them. And the same goes for, and they'll probably lose that 5th position in the championship to that Nitro Felix car, because they're currently 4th on track as well. So that Simplexity car looking to make some more positions to try and get protect their place in the championship. Having a look at Arjona now, that Velocity racing car, that gap's kind of stabilised at about a second now.
Yeah, it hasn't actually, the gap hasn't really increased on this lap, so I think he might be able to stick with him. But so as long as Via can keep that just a little bit further ahead, so that he's able to keep out of the main slipstream. He will be getting, Lopez will be getting a tiny slipstream, maybe 1 or 2 kilometers maximum from this far back, but it's really when you get within, sort of 5, 6, 7 car lengths that you really start to gain that time. So as long as Via can hold that distance, I think he might be able to hold on to this position, which is very good. But they're still dropped to the Varga car ahead in second place by many, many seconds now. They're losing over 2 seconds a lap to Mikhail Schmidl there in that second place, number 69. So yeah, all that battling maybe hasn't really helped them too much, but at least this battle for third place is going to be where they're at for the next couple of hours at least.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next couple of hours. And normally, well, of course, we've said this many times over the season. In general, the LMP2s can do 45 minutes in a tank and the GTs an hour. With so much full throttle here at Le Mans, those stints are far shorter than they are normal, which means we'll expect to see more pit stops here than we would in a comparable time at, say, Spa, at Imola we've been to as well, at Nola. So we'll see a lot more pit stops, which obviously means a lot more opportunities to get busted for speeding in the pit lane. All these drivers have to be incredibly careful that you do not speed in the pit lane either. Having a look at Christian Michel now, in that number 60, Cetres, Nitro Velic's car, 13 seconds to the car in front, though.
Yeah, that is an interesting point with this track, as you say. The stints are maybe sort of 5, 6, 7 minutes shorter than on some other tracks, but that might also be because the lap is just so long. So for you to save a lap is quite a big deal. Like that's a lot of fuel that you need to save over the course of the stint. So sometimes it's just easier to run your numbers and have the nice easy stint, because down all these straights, if you're turning down the mixtures or you're doing a bit of lift and coast, you're just going to be losing time, because your opponent's going to be flat out where you're off the throttle or whatever. So the fuel around here is quite interesting. The way it works out, especially in the LMP2s, is pretty much bang on the 10 laps as well. So you're looking fairly good in that regard. But yeah, to save the 7 or so liters that you do a lap is obviously a lot of effort to try and do that.
And the question is, for example, if you can save half a lap of fuel, just for example, the question is, can you, for example, do a 14 lap stint, then a 15 lap stint, for example, essentially use that extra half lap in order to extend the second stint by a lap? It's going to be very interesting to see if they can do that in terms of fuel. And of course, it's going to be absolutely crucial, that fuel saving, towards the end of the race. And again, Christian Michel in that number 60 car, 13.5 seconds to the car in front, which is the 397 1MV sports car currently being driven by Gulen Mas.
Yeah, the main thing with the fuel saving as well is it doesn't compound, because you're still limited by the max fuel tank. But what you can do is, say you had let's say 4 liters left in the tank when you pit, you then have to fill up 4 less liters, so you effectively have a shorter pit stop. And some people might say, oh, why don't you just take 4 liters out of the tank and not fill it up, and then it's lighter? But it's a little bit more risky doing it that way, whereas you can control it a little bit more with your fuel saving if you just fill up. So yeah, having a shorter stop is also a way that you can gain some time, even if it's just a couple of seconds. When the gaps are so close and the margins are so close, those couple of seconds, especially as we mentioned with the amount of pit stops that you make here, could actually be quite crucial, because that will obviously add up. Over 10 stints, that's 20 seconds. That's quite a lot of time that you can be saving. So I'm sure some teams are looking into that.
Yeah, and of course this will be something that they've tested so many times over the last couple of weeks, is really how far can you push that fuel, and also what can you do balancing between fuel usage and acceptable lap time. It's just having a look on board with Christian Michel. I think the car in front almost faked coming to the pit lane, or was that my eyes just deceiving me?
I think that's just the line
taken.
Actually take, because you can use the entry to get the car way over to the right, which just helps in that first of the final chicanes, because it's fast, but it's also really tight, and it's really sort of sensitive for the cut track detection as well. So you want to be getting that line so you can get the car turned left as much as you can for that first apex, which is quite crucial to that final section, because it looks like just a couple of little chicanes, but they're actually really difficult, especially in qualifying last week. That would have been really difficult for some of those drivers. They'll see on their delta that they're half a second, a second a lap up on their time, and then you just have these really tricky corners to finish the lap.
Yeah, and of course it's all about getting every single tenth of a second, and it's so easy there just to get a cut track and then use up one of your cut tracks, and of course that can affect you later on in the stint, because you want to carry as much speed as possible through those chicanes. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've driven them all. If I remember correctly, I think the second set of chicanes are slightly tighter than the first. I think for example, I think you need to take the first set in about fourth gear and the second and third, if I remember correctly. Roughly.
Yeah, obviously it obviously depends on the car and the tires as well. But yeah, you're
Indeed.
sort of slowing down between the chicanes as well. It's a very interesting part because very rarely do you get sort of a double section of chicanes like that. Most tracks, if they had one, they would just have one on its own rather than two. So that makes it quite difficult. And we actually do see some LMP2s try to overtake in between them, but that is a very risky maneuver to try and overtake there, because there's just a very minimal acceleration and deceleration zone in between them.
Yeah, and of course, with every single tenth wanted, you're going to be accelerating a little bit between the two chicanes as well. You won't really, well, I should say in fuel saving mode, you might roll between the two chicanes, just coast it a little bit. But when you're really pushing, you'll be accelerating and then braking again, coming through those two chicanes. So again, yes, it's all about these tenths. Every single one of these drivers wants to get every single tenth possible on the circuit. So having Michelle trying to maybe save a little bit of fuel almost, using the car in front perhaps, just staying in its slipstream. Maybe using only about 80% throttle down the straights.
Yeah, that's certainly a technique that a lot of teams will be doing. It's just very hard to do it for a long period of time because it takes so much concentration to do that in a good manner, because you have to really calculate the locations where you're lifting off and when you're not, and then also judging that you're not dropping back too far behind the car ahead. Then obviously you won't get enough slipstream on that occurrence. So yeah, it takes a lot of mental concentration, so it's a very difficult thing to do, and keeping yourself not tired is quite important in a 24-hour race.
Yes, it's incredibly important, especially through the middle of the night. And this is really where, if you've got a team that is spread across the globe, it makes it far easier to do a race like this. For example, if you've got America and Europe, for example, there's about a 6-hour time difference between the two of them, which means one of your drivers can drive, your American driver can drive until midnight their time, and they swap over to the European driver, and it's 6 a.m. here in Europe. So really having a team that's across multiple continents really helps you stay alert and stay awake and make sure all your drivers are fresh and at their best possible performance.
Just hearing someone getting a warning for the blue flags. The 252s getting some warning for blue flags. So yeah, you don't want to be getting a penalty for something as silly as that. You do have to get out of the way within your class. So obviously the GTEs will naturally get blue flags for the LMP2s, but they obviously can hold their position. Whereas if you're getting lapped within your class, then yeah, you do have to obviously give away the position as you would expect. So that 252 has obviously been a little bit naughty there, and not yeah, not doing anything.
I think that
too
252
good.
car's just come off of Tetra Rouge, is now making its way down the first section of Mulsanne, but I can't see the car that's just past it because they're so close together on the track map. But I think it's the car that's just past them coming down the Mulsanne straight into the first chicane.
Yeah, getting a penalty like that is also just a little bit silly, really. Because
I think that might be the Jean Alesi car, actually. I think that might be the leader that was trying to pass them.
Yeah,
or is that the Citra Snyder Velox car? I can't quite tell.
Yeah, it might be. To be honest, it might be one of them, because maybe they sort of sent a complaint about it to the race direction. We will might have to find out who that was a bit later on. But
it is indeed the Snyder Velox car, the one that was just on stream, and you just saw the 252 car, I should say, just behind it. As we're having a look at Christian Heinmarsch now in that 391 Your Name Hero racing car, 10 seconds away from the car in front, which at the moment is the 77 Blackhawk racing car. But the battle that we're looking at is the one behind, because in 12th place, that number 52 World of Sim racing car, Daniel Fonte, currently driving it 1.1 seconds back, and 1.3 seconds back from that 52 car is the 73 Rookie Monsters being driven by Bradley Sellers.
Yeah, they're getting very sort of close in this part of the field. Unfortunately for these guys, they've actually got some quite big gaps just ahead of them if they really want to move up the field. But we're now seeing your GTE leader, the number 66, Jean Lacey Esports team, coming in for their next pit stop. And therefore, we go back to Cedar in second place currently because Vargas Sim Racing, who were in second place, they have already made the pit stop. They're down in fifth place at the moment, but obviously that will filter its way back out. Let's see if Zancho are going to be following in or if they're going to stay out. They're going to stay out once again. So they're going to be taking that lead. I would assume that Jean Lacey won't be able to get out in time. So yeah, that could be a nice lead for them.
Yeah, it is going to be a great lead for them. Well, of course, they've got just having a look, it's 18 seconds the gap at the moment, and I think that Jean Lacey car might have made its last pit stop, no? Especially because Arjona and that number 67 cars just came in.
Yeah, they when we saw them on the camera, they must have actually just been leaving when we jumped back to Cedar Vire. But now we come to the LMP2s, and Yuri Toman now in that car going down the inside of Yuri's Vire. So now that is up into second place for them. So in this stint, we obviously had Azura leading for quite some time, but just the way it is working out with the strategy that they do and believe they are sticking with that triple stint idea, obviously means they'll get to a point where they are effectively slower. Though he's trying to get the slipstream back now down into Mulsanne corner. That's is he going to try and overtake there, or is he just going to let Varga? He's probably just going to let Varga go, because battling for that position when you're on a slightly different strategy at this point is always a risky idea. So Varga now up into second place. Remember, they had that drive-through penalty earlier, and they're only just over 9 seconds off the lead. So they've done a really good comeback so far.
Oh, yes, excuse me. It has been a very good comeback so far for that car, as you said. Let's see really how far that can go. Let's see if they could make it up towards the very pointy end of the field. But yes, Yuri Toman at the moment, and indeed Jordi Sears in that number 2 car, battling it out for second place. And of course, the next complex they're going to come to is the Porsche car. It's going to be racing up the hill through that right-hander, then cresting as they turn left. And it appears that Giro Racing car not quite close enough for a move as it stands.
Yeah, I don't know if he is going to be able to come back, because I believe with the way it's working, he's on older tyres at the moment, so he might be just struggling on this stint in particular. But then obviously that will work its way out later on, where he'll have a stint of advantage. So it's going to be that's yo-yoing pattern if they continue with these strategy differences. As we now see Team Rookie Monsters come into the pit lane there, which is going to let World of Sim Racing now free into that 12th position without any issues or battles. And that's going to be 11th place as well, so someone else must be in the pit lane.
Yes, someone else is in the pit lane as it stands. I can't quite. Let's have a look on the live timings as to who that is. Rookie Monsters and your name here are both in the pit lane at the moment in the GT class. I think, well, a lot of GT cars are also coming in, and a lot of them are getting some blue flags as well. The Team Spirit Racing car, it's the Rookie Monsters car, the correct gets off in terms of the LMP2s in 15th place in the pits, and not having a good time is that number 37 car.
Yeah, these races are always quite interesting to follow for these teams, because at different points in the race, they're always on slightly different strategies or slightly different pace, or different drivers are in the car as well. That's quite an important factor for a 24-hour race as well, is if you want, to get, especially if maybe you only have, say, 2 really fast drivers in your team.
Yeah.
You might need a 3rd or 4th driver to help you get through the race, because doing 24 hours with only 2 drivers is an absolute killer. So if you then want to get some slower drivers in your team to get some hours under their belt, but then you have to balance out how many hours they're doing and how much time they're losing compared to competitors and that sort of stuff. So that's always very important in a 24-hour race, because that issue is extended by quite a lot compared to your normal 6 or 8 hour race.
Yeah, and of course, well, I must say, if you say it's quite difficult to do a 24-hour race with 2 drivers, I believe the correct response by those teams are watch this. But Yes, it's a very, very tall task to do 24 hours with only 2 drivers. As we're having a look at now, the leader of the GT class, at number 66, Sean Lazy Sports car, Martin Dearland, currently driving that one. And he's currently got, well, a lead of, I make that 18.5 seconds still over Cito Vaya in the 87 Zancho.
Yeah, he's got a nice position to be in, hasn't he? He's doing
Yes.
also Stolzer as well in that car, doing a really good job with that entry. They've really found out the pace of that car, and they're looking fairly nice indeed. I do believe that gap was quite a bit bigger at one point, though.
It's about 40 seconds,
So so maybe there was some tyre differences going on there as well, but it's only come down just a little bit either way. So I don't think they're going to absolutely run off in the distance with this, but they've certainly put themselves in this opening almost 5 hours now into a really good position. They just need to keep it going and keep that concentration and motivation going, because sometimes when you get comfortable in the lead, you can always relax a little bit and maybe start making a couple of mistakes, but they need to make sure that they're just keeping on going and trying to pull out that lead even more.
Yeah, that lead is obviously one to be extended to make sure they have a little bit of a buffer should anything go wrong for that number 66 car. And at least having a look at the standings, that number 66 car, that Jean Lazy car, currently 10th in the championship with 470 points. And a win here would give them 95 points, which put them on 565, which I think at least might be good enough for maybe a top 5 in the championship.
It's going to be, I mean, it's hard to predict right now because there's so much can change, but it's going to be quite close between a couple of the teams. There's only, as you've been saying, there's literally 2, 3, 4 points between some of these teams as well. So that's going to be very important with where they finish, because obviously with that 1.5 points that we've got, there's going to be a slight increase in the gaps between positions as well. So there's potential for things to change a little bit more quickly than we're used to.
Yeah, I mean, look at the GT Championship, really the 3 main teams in with a shout are the 60, the 99 and the 69. The 99 and the 69 are 3rd and 4th respectively, which means they get 32 and 27 points, which means, that number 99 car will gain 5 points on the 69 car. Now, that's quite helpful because that 99 car is ahead of the Vargas Team Racing car by 2 points. But that number 60 car is all the way down currently in 8th position. And that really is not helping them at all, because I made that 4, 6, 8. That only gives them 20 points, which means they're losing 12 to that number. They're losing 12 points to that number 99 car, and they're only 7 points ahead of that 99 car. So at least as it stands, Wayframe Esports will be taking the GT Championship. But indeed, it's incredibly close between those 3 cars because only 9 points separate them.
It would be pretty crazy actually if Wayframe managed to win, because I'm not saying they've been bad by any means, but they've been that team that's just been consistent throughout the whole season. They haven't actually got a race win. They've got a couple of second places, but they haven't actually got a race win this season. So if they can put themselves in a position to potentially win the championship without winning a race, that is always a good omen. But it does mean that there's obviously been some other teams that have had issues around them as well. And just with the way it's worked out, the BOP and things like that, maybe the Ferrari wasn't always the best car as well in certain races. So, especially at the start, sort of near the beginning of the season. So, yeah, it's quite interesting if they're able to do that. But there's still plenty of time left for these teams to sort themselves out and get themselves into a position to change the race. Because at the end of the day, the only person really stopping their progress is themselves. If they come out and are really fast and win the race, then it's just going to make it a lot easier.
Yeah, it's going to make it a lot easier if they can really get out in fresh air, and of course far away from the competitors, because that means you don't have to worry about looking through your windshield or looking behind you. You can just focus on the track ahead of you. Now, having a look at Gillian Mass in that One Move Esports car, and currently up in 7th position as they're making their way through the chicanes now, the left, right, and they're only about 3 seconds behind the car in 6th, which is that number 67 Volante racing car. Arjona's still in that car. There hasn't been a driver swap last time round. And having got Zveers now in that number 2 Giro racing car, he's obviously made a pit stop when his competitors haven't, because he's now down in 6th.
Yeah, Chinchig is just ahead of him. But now Alex Siebel and Roy McDuff are coming into the pit lane, so you would assume that these positions are just going to change around a tiny bit. But yeah, they have swapped around. So once again, after those pit stops, Ajira are still behind. So they obviously need to try and do that on the track. They're just losing a bit of time there through behind the Rookie Monsters car. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ajira just drop off a little bit. Once again, because I need to go back and double check, but I do think that they are on the same tyres again in this stint, which would mean that this would be their worst stint in terms of pace. So they're probably going to lose a little bit this stint again, but then they'll obviously then come back. It'll come back to them after this one as well, where they go onto new tyres. So that's just going to flip-flop again, but he needs to do his best to try and keep with Varga, because when those gaps really start to increase, it becomes a lot harder to get that back later on.
Yeah, it's always excuse me. It's always a little bit easier to gain that time at the beginning of a race than it is the end, mainly because everyone's still a little bit bunched up towards the beginning of the race as opposed to 12 hours time, for example. But yes, that number 2 car, 2.5 seconds now. That's your name here racing car that they just had to stay behind through chicanes, and again, it's just catching traffic in awkward places like that that costs you a little bit of time. So having a look, well, we're having a look at the top half of Marcel Chinsik's head at this point.
Yeah, it's a very interesting webcam view. Just seeing his eyes, that is a really sort of realistic eye path as well, if you think from a racing position. But I do like the poster behind him.
Indeed. It's almost like looking backwards towards the driver from a Formula car, isn't it?
Yeah, he's certainly got a sort of proper sort of rig or frame for his seat to be in, but he's very fast either way. We mentioned last week in the qualifying, he set pretty much like one of the fastest times we've ever seen, to be honest, if not the fastest, especially with not having ABS available as well. So yeah, he's a very fast driver, especially in that qualifying session, and for him and his team to now come back from that drive early on is certainly showing their speed in the race as well. As we come to Michi Hoyer now, 11th place on the back of the One Echo car. This car was actually leading the way at the very start of the race, but after that penalty and a few other issues, I believe they had a mini crash earlier on as well. They're now down in 11th place. So that's sort of been the story of this car. I mean, you mentioned earlier they're sort of the second best team, and I really think that this team, I mean, we saw it in Spa last race a month ago as well. They can fight for victories, but they've just had a very maybe unlucky, maybe however you want to put it, they've just not really had the results for their speed.
Results, and really that is painful when that happens, when you know you've got pace, you know you have the speed to be up there in the top 5, and it just doesn't happen. That is incredibly painful.
And he's certainly in a decent position to try and get this position back, but he needs to keep on pushing. This car has, I think, one of the sort of, again, it's arguable with, because teams have done it before, but I think one thing that's hindered that car this season is they've only really had 2 drivers, Michi and David Mocek. It's only really been those 2 drivers. They also have Jesper Pedersen, who's already done some stints this race, but he hasn't really been available. He's a very busy man. So he hasn't really been available for most of the season. Also, Robin Panzar's in that car, and I think he may have done some stints in Silverstone, but I don't think he's actually done anything really this season, because he struggles with the his PC struggles with the endurance racing side of things. It's a bit heavier, so it's really been left to Mitch and David. And I think, again, we've seen teams we've even seen teams win championships with only 2 drivers, but it does make it that little bit harder, and it just puts that little bit more pressure and stress on those 2 drivers. It can't sort of be spread out over the course of 3 or 4.
But on the other hand, when you've got, for example, only 2 drivers, that arguably makes the setup building process, shall we say that, a little bit easier, because you've only got 2 drivers to consider as opposed to 3 or 4 as you would for other teams.
Yeah, that is a big factor in preparation for the race. You obviously only have 2 opinions going into all sorts of things to set up the strategy, with also the actual driving stints, who does what. And I guess that does make it a little bit easier as well. But Burst in general, they've also got that other car in this in Division 1. They've got the number 50 car as well. So along with the Burst Edge Esports car, they've got 3 total entries. So in total, I think that's got to do quick maths, but I believe that's 12 drivers over the course of those 3 cars. So they've certainly got a lot of input, and that's probably one reason why they've got at least 2 cars up in that top 5.
Yes, they've done an incredible job as Burst Esports. They really have so far this season, and you know, it would be very good to see if they could both of them stay in the top 5. But of course, with this 1.5 times points here at Le Mans, that Simplicity car might not stay in that top 5.
Yeah, very true. Having a race like this when the double points are, when the double points are active is not always the nicest thing in the world. But that's endurance racing. They've still got just over 19 hours now to go. So we're actually coming up for the 5-hour mark in this race, and that would normally us be saying, oh yeah, we're coming up to the final pit stop, but that is not the way with 24-hour racing.
Indeed, we still have 19 hours to go here at Le Mans, and many, many, many more laps to turn of this circuit, as we're now having a look at Lorenzo Arisi in that Wave Freem Esports car, currently in 4th place. That obviously may change as the other competitors pass him in the pit lane. But indeed, and there goes Arisi away from the pit stop. And you've got to see where he comes back out.
Let's see, indeed. So he's going to be in this 4th position for Lorenzo. And this is obviously the car that we're looking at to potentially take the championship today as well. So they're getting themselves, working themselves into a decent position in general. We've mentioned they do need to get a decent time margin down to that Jean Lacey car. But the good thing that we've mentioned as well is the Jean Lacey car is obviously so far back in the championship that it's sort of not really a factor in terms of those teams. And that could actually be quite a big factor, because if they go out and win the race, they're going to take the big points, those 45 points, away from other people as well. So that can always be an interesting factor for those teams to work out later on.
And that's, of course, what happened last season. If I remember correctly, it was between Niter Velix and Juices Motorsport. But the thing is that one of the Zancho cars essentially was so fast at the end of the race, the Niter Velix car couldn't pass it. And all that Niter Velix had to do was to pass that Zancho car and win the championship. But they just couldn't. And that's really what these non-championship, almost spoiler effects can do within a season-long championship like we have here.
Yeah, indeed. You get, especially this car, 66 was down in Division 2 at one point. So for that race, they would have got less participation points with the way that it works out. But let's turn our focus now to Yannis Simicic. He's got in that car over Alex Siebel. So it looks like they're doing 2 double stints each before swapping drivers, and he's now going up the inside. Is he going to be able to get up the inside of the Zancha car? Yes, he is. So retakes the lead there, and you can see the concentration on Yanni's face to make sure he can keep that Burst Edge car in the lead. And he's already pulled a little gap actually to that Zancha car, which has got Tony Mellor in it at the moment. So yeah, Burst Edge looking decent for now. But Chinchik is actually not too far behind. You can just see him right in the far distance. Not too many seconds behind now. So that's possibly another reason why Yanni had so much concentration on his face, because he needs to make sure that he's keeping that bit of a gap to Varga.
Indeed, keeping that gap. And you say, looking concentrated. The question is, are you really concentrating until the tongue comes out of the corner of the mouth? I think that is the ultimate sign of concentration.
Yes, I would hope. I've never seen anyone do that, but I'm sure some drivers do. I know
some do.
Yeah, I know from my personal experience, when I'm doing it and I have a webcam on my stream or whatever, I just don't blink. And I'm sure that's probably the same for most drivers, but yeah, when I'm really concentrating, just don't blink. As we have a Jukic there in the top left getting a penalty, so that is not what you want to be doing. As we mentioned, it's not the longest pit lane here in the world, but it's still going to cost you some 20 seconds that you don't want to be losing.
Yes, that time is certainly not anything that you want to be losing. But at this point of the race, it's really just about getting it towards the end. You really attack towards the last 6 hours. But the thing is, in those last 6 hours, your competitors will most likely be further away. So the question is, balancing between pushing as hard as possible and just keeping that car intact. Simichich in that Burst Edge esports car now.
He's pulled away quite significantly from Tony Mellor, so Tony Mellor struggling just a little bit. He was over 3 seconds slower on the previous lap as well. Obviously, maybe a bit of traffic didn't help that one, but that gap has gone already over 3 seconds on this lap since that overtake, so I wouldn't be surprised if Chinchik now is going to be getting really close and coming for that Zancho car, although maybe can't remember off the top of my head the pit stop cycle, but maybe Zancho is actually going to be coming into the pit lane fairly shortly, which will make that a lot easier for that car of Chinchuk to try and get past up into second place. And you can see in the background as well, Zvaz isn't too far behind, so there's actually the top 4 within about 12 seconds.
Yeah, the top 4 within 12 seconds, which is incredible after 5 and a bit hours of racing here at Le Mans. It really is incredible to see all these cars still this close together. And as you said, Marcel Chinchik now 3.5 seconds away from second, 8.5 seconds away from the lead, and still in with a very good shout of taking first place in this race, that Varga Sim racing car.
I want to see what Chinchik and his teammates can do over the course of this race. We've seen that in the previous races that they've been very aggressive with their driving style, and obviously in the shorter races that maybe works. In qualifying last week again, maybe that works, but over the course of 24 hours you need to be kind to the car, especially with things like the not necessarily the brakes, but especially the engine in this car is very easy to blow up, basically. So you need to make sure that you're getting that car towards the end of the race. And I wonder, I haven't seen any onboards of them so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're still having a bit more of an aggressive style compared to some other drivers as we go to 19 hours remaining in the race. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're a bit more aggressive, and therefore maybe they're using up the wear on that car just a little bit more.
Yeah, deciding to use those tires up a little bit more is the racing. Really, it really is. It's again what I was saying earlier. Are perhaps some of these teams switching between double and treble stints, which means they can just push the tires a little bit more during those double stints.
Yeah, the double stints obviously make it a lot easier, and I believe to do a triple you will also then have to take the mediums, if I'm not mistaken, which means that you'll generally be a little bit slower, but obviously the idea is over the course of 2 triple stints, are you going to be slower than doing 3 doubles? So that's what you really have to work out. But if you can keep that average speed, especially on that 3rd stint, of tyres. That is the important one, because when you're on your third stint, the person doing doubles is then on their first stint of the new tyres. So there's quite a big difference at that point of the race. So if you can really keep that third stint quick, then you might be able to make them work.
Yeah, being able to might make them work, and that really is the important question. Can they make that work? And it's really going to be the major question over the next 18 hours, 19 hours of this race. Can these teams make that treble stint work? Anyway, having you looked still at Marcel Chinchik and look at that gap, it's now down to only half a second as opposed to 3.5 beforehand.
Yeah, it's getting very close. And Chinchik now is getting right on the back of him, and I wouldn't be surprised if on this lap he's going to be making the overtake, and he might even be doing it into turn number 1 and 2. Let's see how he gets the slipstream. He's going to have to pull to the inside, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tony doesn't really defend this one too much, as that Varga car is going to be going way off into the distance. And yeah, late on the brakes for Chinchik, maybe a little bit early for Miller as well, and that is going to be that overtake done. So now, what is Chinchik going to do? Is he going to catch down Simčić, or is he going to stay there? Is Simčić going to be able to hold this off? We are about to find out.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what Chinchik can do. Of course, the GT traffic helping him a little bit as they come through Corvette and now through Maison Blanche, and that gap really has extended due to that GT traffic, and he's really got to be thanking them. But of course, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and you can never tell what happens here in endurance racing. Chinchik now, now look at this, only 0.2 of a second behind now.
Yeah, it's getting very close for some of these battles, and we're going to see a few positions changing, I think, in both classes at some point over the course of the next bit. But one thing for Jordi is he's got that number 50 Burst Sport Hungary car in front of him as well, so he's got to get past that one first. There will be blue flags, as we mentioned previously, within the class, so he will, I think it's Rasmus Andreasen is in the car at the moment. He will have to actively give up that position to Jordi, and then he will be going all the way, Jordi will be going all the way down to the Zancha car to try and get that move. And let's see what he's going to do. I think it's going to be a fairly nice move for him, actually. He's going to be getting that slipstream. I wouldn't be surprised if Rasmus is actually just going to lift off here just a little bit to let Jordi down the inside, and that means that the Zancha car is going to be heavily under attack as you come down into Indianapolis. That has worked out really well for Jordi.
I honestly thought Jordi might have immediately gone for the move on the Zancho car, but no, decided not to this time round. But indeed, Jordi, look at this lovely rear view action from the Zancho car in the bottom right. You can see the Agera car in the left. You can see Spears now moving to the right hand side of the circuit, coming up towards Indianapolis. Will Zancho yield? Indeed they do. Zancho just letting off the throttle. Spears up into third.
A nice play with the traffic there. He used that burst car to get past nice and easily, but also gain time, because as you said, he had that double slipstream, so he would have got a few more kph top speed from that as well. And now the burst car is almost coming on the back of Tony Miller, who we believe is on that triple stint strategy, so he'll be struggling at this point in the race, as well as Jordi there trying to go off into the distance now and catch back up to Varga. But let's see how that gap works its way out, because maybe it'll work. The strategy will work out for Zancho at another point. I don't think it's going to be all over for them. They're still in a really good position.
You're still in a very good position. And of course, that Zancho LMP2, if we have a look at the standings, you can find the standings at simracing.club/VEC-standings. But yes, that Zancho LMP2 car, if I can find them, they're currently 12th in the championship. So really, they are fighting to get as good a position as possible and trying to crack into that top 10.
Yeah, the top 10 is, I'm sure, the battle really for a lot of these drivers. That's really a good target, especially if you're just a little bit further down in the standings or in that race. That's always a really good target, because this is Division 1. There's all those good teams in that top 10. So to be able to get yourself there, if you're not able to just come in and fight for a win, then that's certainly where you need to be aiming. And there's certainly going to be a few good battles between between these teams to try and get into those top positions.
Yes, and Sphere's just 4 seconds to try and track down the car in second place, which is that number 27 Vargas sim racing car, Marcel Chinchik, currently driving in it. And we, of course, cannot see if Chinchik's tongue is hanging outside of his mouth because we can only see from the nose up.
Yes, quite a unique webcam position, but it's actually quite a nice one. He must have his monitor sort of quite high as well, because otherwise he'll just be looking directly into the webcam. But it's always good to see in sim racing different people having different rigs and and different sort of setups, because that's one of the cool things really, is you're able to customize it how you want. You're able to whatever wheel, whatever monitor, whatever seat position, etc. that you like. Whereas if you are obviously in the real life Orica, or if you went to some sort of LAN event where you only had one rig for all of your teammates, you would have to get used to their setup, and you'd have to make compromises. Whereas in your own rig, you're able to get it exactly how you like it.
Of course, you don't need to deal with any seat inserts either, which is also very helpful. But indeed, Spheres, that gap is still holding at about 4.5 seconds. Actually, it's 9.5 behind the leader. And indeed, trying to chase down Chinchik is no easy feat at all. We've seen how fast he is over many seasons here in the VEC.
Yeah, indeed, there's been many drivers, many teams, many champions indeed, and I do wonder if we're going to see some different people there, because obviously the burst edge car, at least if we go for LMP2 first, the burst edge car, they did win the championship a couple of seasons ago, even though I believe they were ACR when they did that, but it's the same drivers anyway. But Varga have not, so that would be or at least to my knowledge, so that would be quite a big thing for them. And I think if Waveframe were to get there, obviously there would have to be catastrophic damage for someone else. Then that would obviously be a really good result for them to get their name on that Division 1 listing.
Yeah, that Division 1 listing would be incredible. And of course, all these teams are sort of like driving for their initial positions next season as well, because of course Jimmy always has a look at all of the entries and sorts them out into divisions and whatever. But because of the names of some of the teams here, he already has a good idea of where they're most likely to be. And of course, the performance in the last couple of races will also have an effect on where they are initially placed for next season.
Yeah, we don't know any details actually about what's going to be happening.
I request
in
6 hours of not kill.
Imagine. But normally we get a couple of little sneak peeks, but it hasn't really been, so we don't know how this is going to work. Although first we'll see, can Black Hawk Pescara get down the inside of Ground Effect? He's got Bushko's got some good overspeed there, although the driver in that Ground Effect is going to be coming back at him, but that's going to be a fairly nice position there for that goal. Though actually the Ground Effect's gone off in the background. He was managed to keep out. Who's driving that car at the moment? George Whitehouse is still in that car at the moment. He's lost out that position for that 7th place.
Yeah, that's 7th place, and of course losing points for every position that they lose. But of course there's no such thing as a small crash here at the moment, is it? Everyone is a massive crash. Having got Dmitry Buksha at the moment in that Black Hawk Pescara SRT car as he's making his way through the Porsche curves. Oh, and look how close he was that time round to the safer barriers at the top of the hill.
Yeah, you got to get so close to that barrier, but you don't want to be touching it, because that will obviously give you some damage. It looks like that car might have a bit of damage on that front left, so hopefully they are doing okay with that one, because top speed damage or anything like that, or even just a downforce loss around here isn't what you want to be doing.
Yeah, losing downforce is particularly helpful in the straights. Coming through the Porsche curves, indeed, coming down the Dunlop S's. We saw last year at the moment what happens when you lose some downforce due to the Bicollis one-time DRS. the rear wing just flew off, and something predictable happened when the rear wing falls off off of the prototype car, and it has a rather sizable incident coming down this exact section of the circuit, actually, where George Whitehouse is in the ground effect car. But indeed, coming through the left and the right through the Tetris S, now through Tetris itself, soon will be Whitehouse, and now we're having a look at Semenchich in that burst edge esports car accelerating out of Arnage. Of course, Arnage the slowest corner on the circuit. Slightly surprisingly, I always thought Mulsanne was the slowest, but no, it is indeed Arnage, and that gap 4 3/4 seconds.
Yeah, the thing with Mulsanne is it's actually the actual road itself is quite wide, so you can
Yes,
take a sort of a quite obviously bigger radius around the corner, whereas Arnage it's really tight, and there's a big curb on the entry, so you can't really take a wide entry. Then it's got this horrible
when I drive it,
asteroid.
it almost feels like it's off camber as well.
Yeah, it's a horrible corner. I absolutely despise like it's a challenge, but it's so difficult because you're also just coming out of Indianapolis, you're getting on the power thinking, oh yeah, I'm going up the gears, then you just got to brake straight away again, but you can never brake as hard as what you want. Then it's always a bit bumpy, and then you hit the little curb, and then as you go in, it always, as you say, sort of like understeers almost if it's a bit off camber. Then you get on the Astra on the exit, and yeah, there's just so much going on in what looks like such a simple corner. It's really, really tricky.
Yeah, it is incredibly tricky. Is Arnage? And you know, Arnage corner is like one of these. Is like so many corners in racing. There is no correct point to put on the throttle at Arnage. No matter where you pick up the throttle, it's always wrong, and you always feel like you could have carried more speed and put on the throttle a little bit earlier, or you put on the throttle too early and you understeer wide. You cannot get Arnage correct.
I don't think anyone has ever taken the perfect line in Arnage. It is that
It's
it's
not
that type of it's that type of corner. Like you can do it, 90%. You can have a good corner, but I don't think anyone has actually nailed that corner.
Yeah, and it's the same with, for example, I can think of Sunset that we went to a few rounds ago as well. Sunset Bend at Sebring. Again, no correct line through Sunset Bend.
Oh yeah,
it's only
yeah.
the least worst line you can take through Sunset.
Yeah, there's different lines, but I don't think anyone's found this the best one over the years. It's certainly it's just one of those corners where you've almost got too many options, whereas Arnage, there's one specific line that you need to take that you can't find. Sebring is the opposite, where there's so many different lines that you can take. You're almost spoilt for choice, but yeah, that's certainly another challenge. So it's great that we can come over the course of the VEC season to these different tracks and get all these different challenges, even from some of the maybe slightly lesser known tracks like Indianapolis or NOLA, etc. They still have their little quirks, and that is why we obviously have a longer season, and to see which team will come out best on average.
And look at this gap, it's went down about half a second since we started this last conversation. It's now 4.3 seconds between Semenchich and Chinchik, but really, that is nothing when it comes to sim racing, because you can just gain or lose that amount of time just by catching a car in the wrong place, or indeed just by having a little bit of a wobble on the exit of, for example, Tech Rouge or Mulsanne corner. Semenchich making his way out of Arnage now, stamping on the throttle and underneath the bridges and up towards the Porsche curbs.
Yeah, this gap coming down, as you say. I don't know if Semenchich is going to be able to hold on to this on pure pace, because Chinchik just keeps on chipping away. It's taken quite a while, actually, to get the sort of previous 15-20 seconds or so that they lost from the drive-through. It's taken them a long time to get that back, but something just tells me that this last 5 seconds might come down that little bit quicker. We will have to find out how that one goes, but I do think Chinchik is going to be able to just slowly chip away at this and get there at some point within the next maybe 2 or 3 stints.
It's just, it was within these next couple of stints, as you said, as long as they don't have a driver change, because of course that can always happen. It's going to be interesting to see what the strategy for these two cars in terms of driver changes and things like that is going to be. But indeed, you can just see that gap going back up to 4.8 seconds, which is, what it was 5 minutes ago. So it really is just ebbing and flowing around the 4 to 5 second mark as it stands. Simoncic coming through the Tetra Rouge S and now coming through Tetra Rouge itself. And again, this is an incredibly difficult corner because it's fast, it's blind, and now I've always found it's much narrower than I think it is.
Yeah, so it's another one of those sort of awkward corners that has been what's the word, like artificially made awkward, because it used to be sort of just a long right-hander basically, that was quite easy. Then they've obviously moved the apex out and they've pinched you on the exit as well, and they put these sort of yellow sausage curbs. It's certainly a very difficult corner, but it's a very challenging one. And the only sort of bad thing about it these days is there's just so much tarmac runoff on the outside that it takes away that little bit of the challenge in some regards. But obviously it's there, for safety, which is obviously a good thing. But obviously from the driving point of view, it just means if you make a mistake, you're just going to turn out and just go wide and maybe get a cut track. But yeah, still a very big challenge, because the main point for Tetra Rouge is that the inside apex is horrible, so you have no chance of just like cutting over, making it nice and easy. So you really have to nail that entry turn in, and I think that's why it's still a very challenging corner.
Yeah, and I guess when these ones, again, this might just be my perception, but it almost seems like it's off camber as well.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if it actually is, but I know what you mean. I think it could just be with the way that it is with the curb on the outside as well. It's a very aggressive curb at that corner, because obviously it's there as a deterrent. So yeah, it's always a bit of a tricky situation going into that one.
Indeed, Simoncic still holding on to that first place. And again, 4.8 seconds, so really that gap not moving at all as it stands. Well, it ebbs and flows as they go around the lap, but really it is staying pretty stable at 4.8 to 5 seconds.
Yeah, maybe Simoncic can hold on. That gap this lap has stayed pretty much the same, within a couple of tenths. So they are trading those times. And yeah, on the last lap, they were still well into the 27. So was Jordi Zvares just behind them as well. Although he was a couple of tenths slower. So they certainly are very evenly matched. But Tony Meller, he is really dropping off the pace in this stint. He did a 34. So that's 7 seconds slower. That seems wrong, but the numbers say that. 7 seconds slower. So yeah, that is... so that's maybe, he possibly should have changed tyres, but it's always good to see people trying a different strategy. And talking of strategy now, Marcel Chinchik coming in, and I believe that was his first stint, so he should be just taking some fuel on this stint. We got Jordi just behind as well. So let's see what they do. You'll notice if the tyres go up, or if the car lifts up, which it doesn't go onto the jacks, so it is sitting there nicely. And then Jordi comes in as well. Are we just going to see what he does there? He's also not changing tyres.
Yeah, not changing tyres, and there you go. You can see the concentration on Simoncic's face. You can see also the feedback that he's getting from that wheel. Very, very realistic feedback, because of course this version of Le Mans is laser scanned, and you can find it yourself at the Steam page for rFactor 2, and then buy it, download it, and you can also have download the endurance packs as well, when containing the LMP2 and indeed the GTE cars that we're using here in the VEC. See what times you can get when compared to the drivers here.
Yeah, these guys certainly setting some fast lap times as well, but it's always a good challenge to see actually how close you can get to them, or if you can even beat them and then try and get yourself into a seat for next season. That's always a good one to see some new names coming in and out. And one is actually in that Night of Alex of Jake Destu. He came I believe, back. I do believe he raced some years ago, but it came back. But obviously, for some people who are fairly new, they may not have heard of him. So it's good to see some different driver names, because it always surprises you because you don't know what they're going to do. And hopefully he can catch up that gap just a little bit, because they were in the fight earlier, but it seems that they dropped off just a little bit with the way that it's working. It turned into more of a 4-horse race at the front. But we're now on to lap 90 of the race. So going by the LMP2s pitting every 10 laps, then that is obviously where I would assume that these guys are going to come into the pits on this lap.
Oh, assuming that's a brave thing to do in endurance racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
As we're having a look at Simicic. Again, you're, I think you are correct. They're most likely to see this Burst Edge esports car come in at the end of this lap as well. That's a curb cam from Arnash, which is quite interesting. I don't think I've seen that camera angle before. As you're coming up towards the Porsche cars, climbing the hill, the big right-hander, and you can pretty much do this flat out. It's maybe just a lift off and the gear down for this right-hander, but from there it's flat out for these LMP2 cars all the way around. Maybe a little bit of a lift in the gear down here as well for this long right-hander, but now it's flat out all the way up to the chicanes towards the end of the lap again.
It's such a fun sequence of corners that coming into the sector 3 here, as we see Simicic come into the pit lane, and once again an awkward little chicane there. In the pit lane itself, they could have made it a nice straight, but they decided not to for reasons. So they are making that a little bit more difficult for these drivers. So let's see where Chinchik comes out in this battle, where Simicic comes out, I should say, in this battle with Chinchik, because that is going to be quite important for the next part of the race. Where is the pit stop strategy going? Who is going to be doing a bit better, as Chinchik now trying to get through both of these GTEs before the fast section, and he almost loses the rear end there, but managed to hold on to it. And now it's quite important actually, because otherwise he would have been losing time all the way through these couple of corners, like Maurice Mell is just behind him.
Yeah, that was a big drift. Oh, it's this GT traffic ahead that's done a big spin. But that GT traffic has obeyed the rules by locking down those brakes to make it a predictable car. But yeah, that could have been incredibly scary for Chinchik. Could he have just been a second up the road?
Oh yeah, that would have not been good for them. Still battling for this championship, obviously, and let's see how far behind Simicic he is. So he's just going to be going past that Nita Velik's car in the pit lane, and then once the turns out Simicic is closer, it will then change to him being in P1. But maybe he's lost a bit of time there. Yordis Vires is his closest opponent there with 8 seconds. So that's a bit surprising if Simicic has actually managed to gain that much time. But it looks like the gap has got up to about 8 seconds, or just over 8 seconds to Simicic. So he's gained a total of about 3, maybe 4 seconds in that pit stop sequence.
Yeah, just a few seconds in that pit stop sequence, and really every single second counts here at the 24 hours of Le Mans. And here we go, Yanni Simicic. Indeed, as you said, making that gap bigger. It's now 8 seconds, whereas it was just 4.5 beforehand.
Yeah, I do wonder how that's turned out. Obviously, your pit entry with that chicane, you can actually gain or lose time there as well. It's not a set time that you're going to lose in the pit lane. There is variance, and even in the actual pit stop itself, there is even up to a couple of seconds variance between doing the exact same type of pit stop every time as well, because there's just a variance factor involved with that as well. So there's always chance for things, but Simicic obviously did quite well there. And maybe something that we mentioned before was saving some fuel, so you effectively fill up less. That is always a factor as well.
Yeah, that always is a factor, again, just doing these fuel numbers. Because I remember correctly, when we still had the LMP1 car here in the VEC a few years ago, and I think it's still Doug Henson Racing driving the DHR car, at least what they were doing is they actually worked out that it was not efficient to fill up the car the entire way. It was actually most efficient to fill up the car to only about 75% and then just drain it every time.
Yeah, this is something that my team tried last season when I was driving. When we had the McLaren Senna in that car specifically as well. The fuel tank was so big. I think it was like 120 liters or something. That's a lot of weight to add to the car. So especially in, obviously, it depends on the length of the race. I believe it didn't really work in the 6-hour races, but in the 4 and the 8-hour races, when you're in the cycles of 4 hours, the way it works out, you can actually basically you'd effectively do an extra pit stop that way, because you can't go as far in each stint, but you'd be on average a lot quicker under fueling it. Because obviously you just have way less weight, and then your pit stop is also shorter, so you gain time back that way. So you could actually make back the pit stop. So something that we did try. With the Orica, it's a little bit difficult because the stint and the tanks are so small, and I've never really seen anyone try it. But it's certainly something you can at least try at some point in the race. If it's if it depends. Depends on the traffic and where you are as well, but it's certainly something that has at least been tried before, and maybe they're trying it today.
Yeah, and it's, again, these strategies is going to be so important. But the thing is, we won't really see these strategies play out until, well, I make that about 16 hours time.
Well,
They're
yeah, I
not-
mean, once
as-
we
Sorry, yes.
once we get to that point, that's actually quite interesting when you say it. 16 hours. That's 2 8-hour races back to back. We're used to 8-hour races in the VEC. We have 2 of them back to back, and then there's still 2.5 hours left in the race. That is how long these 24-hour races are, and that is why it's so difficult to predict what is going to happen, because you just have to. All these teams, they just have to keep driving and just keep going and just keep doing their stints and just see where they get to in many hours' time.
Yeah, many hours time, and that's, well, of course, many hours time. Well, I'll be commentating with you in the morning. I think we're in the first stint in the morning again, aren't we?
Yes, we are. So
7 o'clock. Yes.
yeah, so we'll get to the evening, and we'll get to the sunset at some point in the next couple of hours, and then at 11 CEST European time. We'll have a break from commentary over the night. Then at 7 in the morning CEST, we will then come back on commentary. So the first 8 hours there's commentary, the middle 8 hours over the night there won't, but there'll still be the live stream. And then in the morning, we'll be back to wake you up bright and early for some nice endurance racing to see the start of the final part of the season.
Yes, I've got my cannella and cinnamon rolls in the freezer, ready to go immediately in the oven as soon as I wake up. And I've got my cafetiere ready as well for my coffee, so I'm already set and ready to go for the 7 a.m. slot tomorrow morning. But yes, and then beginning at 7, then I'll be rejoining at least for the last couple of hours of the race as well. So it's going to be incredibly fun to see the conclusion of this race, and of course it's going to be incredibly fun, Cam, to see what happens overnight.
Well, it certainly will. There's potential for, as we said, a whole 8-hour race to go by in that time.
This is
And
true.
if you think about
yes,
if you think about what we normally see happen in your average 8-hour race, then it's going to be it's going to be potentially quite a lot different. The order might be quite a lot different by the time we get to that point. I mean, we're already 5.5 hours into this race, so we'd normally be coming up to the final half an hour. We'd be like, oh yeah, there's only 30 minutes left, all this sort of stuff. But instead, no, we're still going to keep going well into the sunset indeed. But here is Shelik now on the back of Philippakos down the inside of the kink in Indianapolis, but he decides to pull out of that one. I believe Philippakos is still, to my knowledge, one of the only guys to be racing on a gamepad as well. So the fact that he is the speed that he is, he's not the quickest guy out there, but he still is able to hold his own in Division 1. So
and I must say,
he's
he
very
loves
quick.
it every time we bring it up. on
it's-
broadcast. He really
it's
does.
We still can't get over the fact that he's so quick. He obviously does or he's had a lot of experience by now with that to be able to do that. Certainly a lot more difficult to control everything, but he's certainly a master at it now, and Chelik can't quite get past him yet.
Yeah, can't get him past him yet. And of course, yet being an operative word in that sentence. See if Chelik can get past in that Caspian Motorsport car. 4/10 of a second separate the two of them as they're coming down towards the chicanes to finish this lap. It's still Simichich and Deerland, the leaders of the LMP2 and GT class respectively. And look at this, some LMP2s threading their way through this battle as well.
This is what we want to see. We want to see the classes battling each other, and that's for position as well, isn't it? That's Morris Mel. He must have just got past Tony Miller, I believe, is in that car. No, Devon Brown is in the car. It's saying on the live timing now. So there's obviously been a swap of positions there. So they have obviously made a pit stop now as well in those entries. But that Zancho car going from what was effectively the lead on track position now down into 6th place. So that just shows you how being on different tyres at different times can really change your track position.
Yeah, and again, like we've been saying, it depends where you find that traffic as to how many, as to how much time you lose or gain. We're having a look at Philippakis now, 13th and 14th there, Philippakis and Chelik, as they're making their way down towards the first chicane. They're right, left, right, and you notice a biggish braking zone coming down here into the chicane, actually. Right for move if you're close enough, and oh, look at that! You can see the smoke billowing out the back from Chelik's car as he locked up the brakes.
And no ABS in these GTE cars at all, and that always makes it a lot more difficult for these drivers, especially when you're really trying to make an overtake. You're really trying to push the braking zones, trying to brake as late as you can to try and get that track position, but it wasn't quite working out on that one. But Philippakis is doing a good job to hold on to this position at the moment. Speedy Mike, 13th place. I'm sure they would want to be a bit higher, but still 13th place is in the points and still a respectable place when you're looking at the opponents that they've got. But now, can Caspian get this slipstream coming down into the Mulsanne corner, or has the Ferrari got some decent top speed? It actually looks like they kind of do, because the slipstream is there, but it's not going enough to make the move just yet. So we jump back to Morris Mel and Devon Brown. And it looks like Devon's getting a really good slipstream now coming towards Indianapolis. He's going to be going on the outside, and he's going to have that overspeed to get back that position up into 5th place.
Yeah, making that move up into 5th place, and Zancho making it up into the top 5, and of course gaining those few extra lovely points that may gain them a position in the championship at the end of this race in 18.5 hours. But indeed, Devon Brown now trying to run away. See if he can do that as quickly as possible. Try and open up the gap and try and make sure that he escapes the slipstream effect, if you like, of the car behind that GoTeam car.
And GoTeam's been doing a very good job. I think it was Ewan said previously, they almost got a podium last time out, and even potentially a race winner, I can't remember. But then they got that penalty in those final couple of laps. So that really took it away from them. So they've certainly put themselves in some good positions. And that, when you're a team like GoTeam Racing, when you don't quite have that outright pace for a win or a podium at every race, when you get yourself into a good position, you really need to be making it count. And unfortunately, they made that bit of a mistake in that Spa race. But once again, 6th place, very good especially when you look at the teams. But they have this opportunity to get past Zancho, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're really going to try and battle this as hard as they can over the next couple of hours, because I think this is really one of the teams to look out for in maybe even next season as well. I think they're really making some strides, and they want to get some experience fighting with the bigger names that we're used to.
Yeah, Go Team were originally placed in Division 2. And in the first 4 races in Division 2, they finished third, second, first. And then they got moved up here into Division 1. And as you've said, the last couple of races, they've been quite good. They got 14 and 16 points respectively in the last couple of races, which is a 7th and a 5th. Which is very good for this Go Team car. And as you said, if they can get into Division 1 from the beginning next season, they may well be in contention for a top 5 in the championship.
Yeah, they might. They might indeed. But I think one of the things with that, I should say, they didn't start in Division 1, so that just proves the gains that they have made to be fighting so far up, having obviously been put in Division 2. Obviously, the division splits at the beginning of any season, as we're now seeing Philippakos trying to get past Marcel Offmans there for that 11th place. So Sim Racing for Holland, they're dropping down. But yeah, see, before the season starts, very difficult to get divisions 100% correct. But that is why this season we added in that promotion relegation method, so that there was the potential at least for those teams to swap around a little bit, and it's good to see that has happened here. We're seeing one of those teams come and then thrive in Division 1.
And having a look at Philippakos now, 2.1 seconds to the car ahead. So I think just by looking at live timing, I think he's been passed actually. When we weren't quite looking at that battle, the car ahead of Philippakos is now Celik in that Caspian Motorsport car. But the thing is, right behind Philippakos is Marcel Offmans, and those two are fighting for position as it stands.
Yeah, these looks like these guys are going to be battling on for quite a while here for this fifth and sixth place. We got Mel now half a second behind. Can he get the slipstream and get back involved in this fight? Because he hasn't had a chance to fight back for over a lap now, so he needs to try and get himself in that position to do so. And it looks like he's not letting Devin get away, but Devin is a very fast driver, very experienced driver indeed, so that'll be a good battle if he can try and get up to him. But it looks like Devin's holding on in a good way just for now, but they're doing fairly good as they're coming to this part of the race where the sunset is actually starting to get quite bright.
Yes.
Or quite strong, I should say. Just on the very horizon, seeing the shadows get quite long. I'm sure in some corners the drivers may struggle with the sight just a little bit.
Yeah, struggling with that sight is always fun, especially when it's right in your eyes in your braking zone as well. That's really, really not helpful when that happens, and especially when you're in a battle with one of your rivals. That sun really can scupper your chances to make a move, and perhaps scupper your chances at a good finish in the race. Mersmel still a second behind though, not really gaining that much time as it stands.
Yeah, it is, to be fair, it's actually quite, when you're in a similar position with the strategy and everything as well, it is actually quite difficult to gain time, because you have to be physically faster than the guy ahead. And we've had this Oracle for a number of years now, and some of the drivers will know the car so well. I'm sure a lot of these teams are actually running fairly similar setups. I don't think anyone here really has like a bad setup per se. They must understand and know the car by now. So on a straight one-to-one, it's so difficult to actually gain time. You really need to try something different with the strategy, or maybe with the traffic as well, to try and really gain time on your opponents. But it's good to see that some of these drivers are making some strides and trying some different things to see how that one can work out a bit later on in the race.
And having a look now at Gregory Shaw in that one move car, 0.8 of a second he needs to make to at least get up directly on the rear wing of the Blackhawk ahead and try and make that move. This one move esports car, let's have a look at where they are currently in the standings. That one move esports car, it'd actually help if I was looking at the GT standings as opposed to the as opposed to the LMP2 standings, wouldn't it? That one move car currently 24th in the championship. They had a very good run in Division 2. Well, sorry, they began in Division 3, actually, and scored a second and a win. And then they moved up to Division 2, scored 18, 15, 21 points, and then won in round 7. So some very, very good results there in Division 2. Then the last time at Spa, they got moved up to Division 1. So One Move Esports, a 397 car, has made the entire journey from Division 3 up through to Division 1 this season.
Yeah, and that is exactly what you want to be what you want to be doing when you're in their position. Maybe I'm not sure. I can't remember why they started in Division 3. Maybe they had a bad preseason, or maybe they didn't have the best drivers in the sign up at that time. But either way, that was their goal. That is what the promotion system allowed them to do. Every couple of races that it gets reviewed. It was the potential for them, if they show that they've done good performances, they might be able to get promoted. And it's good to see that has worked, and we're not having a team that is potential to be inside the top 10 in Division 1, then be having potentially some overly easy races, because it's also about having competitive divisions in the lower tiers as well, to make sure that they don't have one or a couple of teams that are just way too fast. So yeah, certainly worked out good for these guys, and they're now on the back of the Blackhawk car ahead of them. So it's, they are obviously having a decent race so far, but they are a bit over 2 minutes off the lead, but then that is in almost 6 hours, so that's not really too bad.
Yeah, and again, 6 hours, as you said, a very, very good job. Excuse me, yes, that One Move car still trying to make a move on the car in front. I think that gap's got a little bit closer. It's now 0.6 of a second, so slowly closing in. It's Richon as they're coming their way through the Dunlop S and will eventually come underneath that Dunlop bridge.
A nice part of the track, this really coming down the hill. Awesome place to make an overtake work when you're in the LMP2, but in the GTE, you're obviously just fighting with your own class. It's a completely different type of racing, to be honest. It's if you think about it, it'd actually be quite weird just to have an LMP2 only race where there isn't any sort of traffic or anything like that, because that really is part of the prototype style of racing. Whereas in the GTE, you can envisage you having just a GTE only race, because it's generally just the GTs fighting themselves. They're not having to overtake slower classes and that sort of stuff. So it's really a different type of racing. You've always got to be looking in your mirrors and making sure that you're also being compliant when the LMP2s come past. It is the LMP2's responsibility to overtake safely, but from a GTE side of it as well, if you can just slightly change your line or just slightly hold off on the throttle on the exit of a corner, something like that, to avoid a crash, then that is always going to be in your favor as well, rather than to be involved in the crash and then complain about it afterwards.
Yes, complaining about things afterwards is always it's a favourite of a racing driver, isn't it?
Oh yes, they love it.
The number one priority is driving. The second priority is moaning about something that's happened while you were driving. I think those are the two main things.
I think the reason why is because you put so much effort and focus into driving, and you're always on the limit. Even if you're a bit slow, you're always sort of on the limit of what you can do. So when someone is trying to mess that up, you can obviously understand why drivers get a little bit annoyed, and I'm sure some drivers say some fruity language about each other during the race, but that is obviously just in the heat of the moment, and you're sort of more annoyed at the situation rather than at the specific person, as it seems that One Move have got past Blackhawk, but now Blackhawk with Mark Veit are trying to come back.
Yeah, trying to fight back is right in that Blackhawk car, making their way through towards Arnage now. I think that is indeed the slowest car on the circuit. That right-hander, that big nasty curb on the inside. Of course, the deceptively large runoff on the outside, because of course rFactor 2 will ping you if you go too wide there.
And also there's a wall. So after the runoff ends, there's basically a wall that's like that would be straight ahead of you if you crashed into it. Normally the walls are sort of at like a 45-degree angle or so, but now this one is literally going to be a straight wall to hit, and I'm sure some of the drivers have hit that in the practice sessions, but hopefully no one does it in the race.
Jimmy Allison is daring to tell me to try and mute when I try and sneeze, but the thing is I can't do two things at once. It's not possible. Don't worry, Jimmy, I'll try next time. but yes, Mark White in that Blackhawk car, 1.2 seconds now the gap, so that gap really has extended since that pass, hasn't it?
Yes, it is weird that we've seen this a couple of times where the position or the places have really they've really changed or the gaps have really changed once the positions have changed, because the pace seems to be fluctuating back and forward between a lot of these teams. So that's why you got to be in the best strategy that you can to try and be the fastest on track at any given time.
Mark White, that gap is still at 1 second, so it's now really holding at 1 second by the looks of it. And the question is, how far is that gap to the car behind? Having a look at the live timing, Mark White is a second behind Shaw and only 2 seconds ahead of Christian Michel in that 16 Ceteris Nitrovelix car. So
yeah, so this is quite an interesting situation for this for the Zancho car to be in, as we're seeing them now. They're in quite an unusual one in this position. The Your Name Here racing car now also trying to get past the car ahead of them, Waveframe. But yeah, that Zancho car, they've sort of been in this world of their own at the moment, and they still haven't really caught up to Casper Stolz, but they've also been quite a way ahead of Waveframe, so they haven't really been in that sort of position to really try and do much. They've just been running their own race, and it has seemed that the John Lacey car is continuing to have that pace, but want to see what they can do a bit later on in the race as well. But we'll look at this battle for 14th place with Mario Tump and Galbiati for Waveframe, and that is the Waveframe down there in 14th place, which is the number 68. So it's the sister car. This car has been a little bit faster than this in previous races, but their teammate is up in 3rd place at the moment.
Up in 3rd place, the teammate, as you said, so doing very well is their teammate as it stands. You know, obviously that 68 car will be wanting to try and go and replicate their teammates. We're now having a look at a move perhaps by Your Name Here. They had a very good shot there, didn't they?
Oh yeah, they had a bit of contact there actually on the apex, so this battle's getting quite close indeed. So let's see how the slipstream is, how quick the Porsche is in a straight line. They're actually they are getting there now. They're really getting that slipstream now. Which way are they going to go? They're going to go down to the inside, but they've been blocked off there by the Waveframe car on the inside. So they're going to have to go down the outside now into this second part of the Mulsanne, but it seems that Ferrari could hold on by that. Was a little bit of a late sort of defensive move, but no contact, I don't think, between the two cars.
No contact, well, at the moment at least. But they're coming down towards they're now slipstreaming. At least Tump is now slipstreaming Galbiati, try and get as close as possible before coming to the braking zone for the Mulsanne corner. And that your name here car not close enough as it stands. Perhaps he can make a move up towards Indianapolis, especially because that Wayframe car I think went a little bit wide on the exit of Mulsanne.
And this is the corner that we're talking about being a little bit difficult. When you just get around this first kick, the sun is really in your eyes. So hopefully Mario can see the car ahead of him and the braking zones, but he's going to now go around the outside. There's still quite a few hundred meters before we actually get to the main corner. So who is going to be big enough and brave enough into this kink before we get towards Indianapolis? And it seems that he's going to have to just back out of that one. Look at it on the brake, so into the corner itself. But it seems that Ferrari has got just enough to hold on in this straight line.
Yeah, I thought Tump was there actually going to try and stick it right the outside there for a second. But no, he decided just to come back and look at this. It might be 3 wide between the 2 GTs and the LMP2 traffic. The LMP2 traffic is almost stuck there. Has to go all the way around the outside. And Tump, I don't think he's close enough to make a move into the Porsche curve section. I think he has to wait for perhaps a Dunlop chicane.
I think that Your Name Here racing car is just struggling a little bit in the top speed department compared to that Ferrari. We'll have to see if that was if that's going to continue when we get to the next straight next time round. But I'm sure he's going to be trying his best to get past, because it does look like he's got the pace to do so. He also needs to make sure that he's going to be doing a nice clean move when he gets there as well. So let's see once again as they come onto the next lap, as we saw a couple of drivers already coming into the pit lane for their next round of pit stops.
Yeah, that next round of pit stops is going to be interesting to see if there's going to be any driver changes, see if they change any tyres, and see how much, of course, they fuel up. Tump now half a second behind, coming up towards the Dunlop chicane. Now he's not close enough this time round. I really think he's going to have a look at using as much slipstream as possible and make a move down one of the Mulsanne chicanes, perhaps. Coming down the Dunlop S's, where, of course, Alan McNish had a very iconic accident, stage right there.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see anything like that, because that was quite a large accident indeed, as he's now got the Sancho car coming up behind him, now coming down the inside. But is this going to be enough for Mario Tump? He is certainly going to be close enough, but when he pulls out of the slipstream, will he be able to continue that overspeed? It looks like he's going to be just pulling ahead, so this is going to be probably one of his best overtaking opportunities. This is where he almost got the move done last lap, but you can see now the Ferrari is just inching slightly further forward as well, so that Porsche is struggling slightly for that top speed. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It looks like it is going to be the Wayframe car as they hold on to that position once again. So Tump is going to have to try on this second part of the straight once again. This is where he got blocked off a little bit now.
He had a good run there, but I think that run was maybe just halted slightly by that LMP2 traffic coming around the outside, because he definitely did appear to have a momentum coming out of the chicane. But look at this, closer, just move to the right hand side, which of course is the outside for the second chicane down here at Mulsanne. Is he going to make it move? No, he still hasn't stuck there, so Mulsanne corner will be the next opportunity, but Tump appears to have the pace at this point.
Yeah, he's definitely quicker in the corners, but you have to get close enough in a straight line. And it does seem that Ferrari has just got that little bit of pace. But you see, once you get within those last couple of car lengths, you really get the slipstream. But Galbiati's doing some good defending here to try and hold on for this position. He's putting his car in the right places to make sure that the Your Name Here racing team aren't going to be able to get too close. Once again, we come up towards Indianapolis, and we need to see if he can do that move.
Yeah, coming up towards Indianapolis this time round. And, well, we'll get to see what happens when I have Christian Michel being half a second behind his competitor. Of course, Christian Michel driving that number 60 Cetros United Belts car and trying to chase down Richon in the one-move car.
Indeed, trying to chase him down, but it's easier said than done sometimes. But let's see what Christian Michel can do. getting that slipstream now down into the first Mulsanne chicane. He's going to be getting that slipstream. And is this going to be a little bit easier than it was with Mario Tump? Is he going to be able to try and get past as we come out onto the second part of the Mulsanne chicane? Or how is that Aston Martin in a straight line? There's only a few tenths between them, but this could be just the straight as well, where he tries to set himself up. But that Aston Martin is looking pretty good as well compared to Corvette, at least in that first half of the straight. But now the slipstream's really kicking in. He's starting to gain. Is he going to be close enough before the braking zone? He's going to have some overspeed. That's going to be a bit of a dive down the inside, but he's actually managed to get it just before the braking zone. So can he hold on that position at the apex? Yes, he can.
Yeah, managed to dive it down the apex there. So a very good job there. As yes, Christian Michel is now ahead of that one move car for now, but can one move respond immediately? Coming down the Mulsanne straight, having a look at that slipstream, it appears that it's not Richon is not close enough this time round to make a move.
And now the slipstream once again coming up to Indianapolis. This is the longest actual straight on the track, although it does have these couple of kinks, and obviously the big kink at the end of it before Indianapolis corner as well. So it is not necessarily the easiest straight, but it's certainly the longest to try and get the slipstream. But it does have that sun right in your face during the mid part of it, but it does seem that Nita Valek's car can hold on in the lead of this little battle here for P7. And I do wonder if he's actually going to just start pulling away a little bit now, because he's in. He's got the high ground.
Yeah, he's got that pace at the moment, at least, and it looks like that he has managed to pull away from Richon as it stands. So Christian Michel now has 16 seconds to try and chase down 6th place, which is that Volante car driven by Alejandro Lopez Arjona. And well, we've seen how fast that 67 car has been over the past couple of hours, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have. The pace has come towards them with just with the way that it's worked out, and they're looking to be in a decent position for now. But I do wonder if they're going to be able to get back up a couple of positions, because they are looking to looking for a bit of a better result than where they're at the moment, although where they are is still going to be good for that car. But yeah, they need to try and continue going with their good pace and see where they get to later.
Yeah, and of course it's going to be many, many hours to see until we see where they eventually get to. That number 60 car currently in 7th place. Having a look at the live timing, Varga, that number 69 car is in 2nd, the 99 Wayframe is in 5th, and then number 60 Cetres Niter Velix in 7th, which means if you have a look at the GT Championship, I think that number 69 car would take it indeed, because there's only 2 points behind the 99 and 9 behind the 60, and having a look, the gap between 2nd and 5th is obviously more than 2. The gap between 2nd and 7th here at Le Mans is 38 and 21, so it's a 17-point gap. So at the moment, that Wayframe Esports car, that Vargas Sim Racing car would take the championship.
Yeah, I'm sure the points are going to fluctuate multiple times during the race, though, so it's going to be quite difficult to make a prediction, really, because you never quite know what is really going to happen with these teams, because either obviously either situation or whatever might turn out to be slightly different. Let's see what they can do, as they are now in for another pit stop. And are they going to... Oh no, Yene he was already off the track, so he was not going to be changing driver. But I do wonder if anyone else is going to be changing drivers. Oh, they did in the end, actually. It's changed now to Alex Siebel has got into that car. So interesting fact for how this is going to work out as well is, at the moment, we've only seen Mcic and Siebel So only 2 drivers for the burst car. We did mention previously that Jordan's had some issues with his PC, but also I believe so far we've only seen Chinchik and Toman as well. So if we do see maybe Vezina getting that car or something else, then at that time maybe there's going to be a speed differential, and that could be quite crucial in this battle, especially if Jordan sorts out his situation as well. Obviously he's going to be on the same speed as these guys, but if Vezina comes in, I believe from the practice serve he wasn't quite as fast as Toman and Chinchik, so maybe they need to be strategic where they put their drivers in.
Yeah, and of course, what we were saying earlier, we know if the teams have 3-4 drivers, it's also scheduling their sleep patterns as well, partially depending on where they are in the world, and partially according to what their normal sleep patterns are. Like if you've got someone who works night shifts, that's always helpful in your team because they can take you through the night.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier about people in different continents, and that is a huge factor and is a benefit of sim racing as well, because if you obviously doing the real life Le Mans, you would have all your 3 drivers there, and you would then be all on the same time zone as all Zancho.
Yeah,
DNF. What's happened to, I think it was Devin was in that
it's
car.
Brown, yeah.
I obviously looking away for 2 seconds when I saw that one, but either way, Zancho are now out of the race, and that's a bit weird for them because they were in a decent position here.
Yeah, they were doing very good, whereas Zancho this time round, and that's going to be incredibly painful because when they rejoin, essentially the lap that they were on doesn't count.
Yes, so if they were to sort of disconnect, come back in, they would lose the lap they were on. Then they would have to do. Then obviously they lose the time it takes to come back in the server, which could be another lap or 2. Then when they join the server, they need to do the out lap, basically start the lap that they were already doing. So, yeah, that is never a good situation to be in, and that is a bit of a shame for that Sancho car.
As I think there's been a driver change in the Speedymite GT car. It is now Cameron Sansano in that car. Philippakos has got out of that car as Devin Brown has got Pit beside his name, so I think he might be back in.
We will see. Yep, he is coming back out, but you can see he's already a lap down to the leader. But
then
then
he'll go another lap down.
He will lose the lap that the leader's doing now. Then he will start his lap again. So he's probably going to lose another 2 laps from there. So yeah, that is not great at all. And yeah, I just went back to see on the stream. Yeah, it looked like just a disconnection for the Zancho car. So not ideal. But that is it's just what I was saying. It's sim racing. It's different to real life, and that is just what happens sometimes.
Yeah, so now having a look at Nico Barclay in the tackle, trying to get into 9th position, moving to the left-hand side, which is the inside line for the second chicane, down the Mulsanne Straight, which means this should be a nice, simple-ish pass for Nico, and indeed it is.
Yeah, no pass is ever overly simple, but that wasn't going to be the hardest one for Nico. And once again, we've said this car should be a bit higher up than they are, but 9th place is not too shabby indeed, as we've obviously gone into the next hour of racing. So we've gone past the 6 hours, so this would be, as we said, where we normally get a result, but we're still going to keep on going to being a 24-hour race.
Just do this 3 times more, yeah.
Exactly, and after that 6-hour race there, was that almost 3 minutes off the lead, so that would normally be about 2 laps. So yeah, that's not ideal for them. I'm sure they're a bit disappointed with how that one's worked. Obviously Borja lost that time with that spin into the corner that we're just coming up to now, or out of the corner, I should say. So hopefully they don't repeat that one. But yeah, I would like to see what these guys can do in the next season to see if they can try and get back towards the top results.
Yes, and Nico Barkley, 5.5 seconds you have to make up to try and get into that battle for 8th.
Yeah, they're actually only a couple of seconds behind, aren't they? So I do think they're going to be able to try and battle with that. It just depends how far they can go really during the course of the race, because they've obviously lost a decent amount of time so far, and getting that back is always going to be a bit harder than how you lose it.
Yeah, it's going to be much harder to see exactly what they can do. Of course, it's always hard to battle your way back up through the pack after an incident, and we saw a little bit of an incident earlier with Born Milan in this one Aqua car with a spin at Indianapolis. And Barkley, look how much time he's taken out though. He's now only 4 seconds behind the next car.
Yeah, he's starting to make some progress, isn't he? So he's trying to get himself up there. If we have a look at the timings, he was quite a way quicker than the Grand Effect car on the previous lap as well. So he should actually be catching up fairly quickly to that car. I'm not sure why the Grand Effect car is so slow at the moment. Maybe they're on some older tyres, haven't caught up with the strategy that they are doing. But yeah, maybe they're on some older tyres, because there was about 4.5 seconds difference between those two cars last lap.
Yeah, and that's it. That's still a lot here at Le Mans, because if you condense that down to a normal track, that's still about 3/4 of a second to a second faster per lap. So it's still incredible pace that they're showing. Now, Casper Stoltz here in the Jean Lacy number 66 car, you can see the gap is 46 seconds. So that's gone up by about 6 seconds since Darland was in the car.
Yeah, certainly. It's changed around quite a lot. But this is sort of something I was mentioning with when you get different drivers in at different times. Maybe there's a difference in pace between them, and having those drivers in at the right time is really what you have to manage. Manage quite well, because you need to make sure that you're effectively pairing your worst driver with their worst driver, because if you put your worst driver in when they've got their best, they're going to gain loads of time on you. And of course you might say, but that will turn around at some point, but you can never be guaranteed of that. So you do need to try and sometimes see where it's going. But obviously a lot of these teams are so well balanced that it isn't the biggest issue in the world. It may be a couple of tenths here and there, but it's still something that you need to think about.
Indeed, and it's really something that you not got to think about just here, but indeed during all endurance races. And having a look now, it's now a battle between Bushka and Hoya. We're now having a look at Michi Hoya, incredibly fast driver. It's now just 3/4 of a second behind Dimitri Bushka.
Yeah, he's getting very close. I'm surprised that this car hasn't made. I know they did have that bit of a crash earlier as well, but I'm surprised that this number 49 hasn't made some more inroads into the races it has, because they led the race early on, and I think Varga did get back the track position, but then they both had a drive-through penalty, and Varga are now 5 seconds off the lead, whereas this car is minutes off the lead, and obviously that crash didn't help that. But I was expecting this car to be challenging a little bit higher. But even if they get past Bookshire here, they've then got almost 1.5 minutes. So they've got well over 80 seconds to catch down to Moritz Mel. So yeah, they've got quite a lot of work to do over the night.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting to see what they do over now. Of course, we're going to go radio silent, if you like, for 8 hours between 11 and 7 Central European time, of course, because that is the only time zone that counts. You can make your own you can decide what that is in your own time zones, that information. But yes, it's going to be interesting to see what happens during the night. And here comes Hoya making a move perhaps on Buksha, coming down to the first chicane, and Hoya moves that Simplicity car up into 6th.
Yeah, nice overtake there, but you'll see very soon that Mitchell has a big gap ahead of him to make up. So he really needs to try and pull away from Buksha and not battle too much, and then try and fill that gap ahead of him. But already the Blackhawk Pescara car is coming right back at him. And let's see if he's going to be able to hold on to this. Can Michi Hoya into the second chicane? Yes, he is. And yeah, you can see right at the top there, P6, 83 seconds to the car ahead. So he has a big job. He and his teammates have got a big job ahead to try and get their way up the order. But I'm sure they're going to be doing the best work that they can. Although the Blackhawk Pescara car is really staying in the slipstream here. And I think this could be a thorn in their side for the next couple of laps if they can't pull away.
Yes, the next couple of laps really is important here for Hoya to see if you can break that slipstream from Buksha. And at the moment, that's still within half a second, which is certainly slipstream area, because really you really get a strong slipstream within about a second or so in these cars. Buksha definitely still is in that gap, and you can see that time tumbling down and down. That gap is getting smaller and smaller, but not small enough for him to have a go into Indianapolis.
Yeah, it looks like Michi might just be able to hold on to this one. But yeah, you can't really count out that Blackhawk Pescara car. They haven't had the ultimate pace this season, but they've still been in fairly decent pace positions, as he does a little flash there, possibly to wave goodbye. We'll see. And what has happened to Nita Velix? If they had a disconnection as well, that is a big shame for them as well. So that is 2 cars now, fortunately having a disconnection, although definitely from Devon's side, it was also, from what I'm being told, it was from TeamSpeak as well. So that was obviously from his side, but it also seems that Jager Destu was the same. So yeah, I can see he's off TeamSpeak as well. So it's obviously an issue his end, unfortunately, and that is going to cost him a few laps.
Yes, I must say the electricity has been fairly interesting here in southern Germany the past couple of days, mainly because of massive thunderstorms. So my power actually went out last night for, well, I don't know how long. It went out about 9:20, then I went to bed. It was restored sometime during the night. I don't know when it came back on. But yes, especially here in Germany, the power's been fairly interesting. And of course, in Spa as well, I'm not sure how many have seen the interesting scenes from Spa yesterday with the water just flowing all the way down the hill down towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, hopefully we don't get anything too crazy like that. But let's first see Nico Barkley trying to go around the outside of turn number 1. That is going to be a very brave move, because that'll be the inside for turn number 2, which he's managed to do. That turn 1 kink is a lot tighter than you would imagine. So there goes the number 4 up into 7th place. But yeah, I saw the big rain from Spa, and talking of rain, I was told that we might see some rain during this race. Hasn't come yet, but maybe we'll see some.
Any of you live near Le Mans, go and find the weather station, and I'll pay you €20 to throw a bucket of water on it.
Yeah, that would certainly spice things up, actually, because I'm sure the teams have planned a little bit for the wet, but it's still an impossible situation to predict, because you don't know exactly how hard it's going to be. You don't know, because also it depends how many DNFs there are, because the more cars that there are out on the track, the quicker it will dry, and also the longer it will take to get properly wet. And yeah, there's just so many different variables with it. It also depends what part of the stint you're at. So that's certainly something that we might see in the future.
So now having a look at, well, this is Galbiati and Sakuna side by side, making their way down towards Indianapolis. And Sakuna's on the outside, backs out of it. Galbiati in that Wave from Esports car in 13th, and Christos Sakunas in the Rookie Monsters car now in 14th.
Yeah, these battles have been. Oh, there might have been a bit of contact actually in Arnage, but these battles,
lower
lower down, they've still been going on. and good to see from these teams still batting out hard as we get towards the lower positions. But there's always something to fight for. There are still a few points left up for grabs down in these places as well. So there's always something to fight for, and also just naturally, as a driver and a team, your racing instinct should be just to try and get as high up the order as you can. There's still just shy of 18 hours to go, still plenty that can happen, and we're really starting to get towards sunset here. 9:30 local time, so we are getting to that point where we're going to be seeing some some darkness action, as we're actually going to be seeing an overtake here potentially into the 4 chicane. You don't really see overtakes here, and once again you don't, although the Ferrari then goes over. They probably got a cut track from that.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah, I think that's been a cut track there for the way we can go.
Not what you want to be doing too often, because you will obviously end up getting a penalty. I believe the limit was 12 for this race, so it's normally a bit less than that, but because it's a long race, it's 12. So therefore,
1 every second hour.
Yeah, so you got to be careful, but you do have that little bit of leeway.
And something that I've seen in other series is that they often, for example, if it was a sprint race, it's not so good here in an endurance race, but in a sprint race, you get given a certain number of cut tracks, let's say 3. But what they do is that they save up the cut tracks for the end of the race if they're in a battle, then almost use them strategically to try and keep ahead in a battle.
Yeah, there's always something that you can do, but you do need to be careful, because if you deliberately cut a corner to then make an overtake directly afterwards, then you'll obviously probably be penalised a bit extra for that. But let's see now what Rico Monsters can do on the outside. Is he going to have enough track position? No, not quite enough. Oh, he's going to hit the curve there and go for a bit of a spin. Managed to save that and get it out of the way just before the LMP2. But yeah, hitting that curb just a little bit too hard.
Yeah, and again, these evil curbs that you have sometimes here at Le Mans. I'm wondering if that's going to be a cut track for the Porsche.
Could be.
It might be. It might have lost enough time for the game to not recognise it as a cut track.
Yeah, because he was
stationary for part of it.
Yeah, slowing down. He should probably be okay. The game mainly detects where you sort of leave and then rejoin, and then it does a sort of maths calculation for how much time you gained and how much distance you cut and that sort of stuff. But I think for him, because he's slowed down so much effectively, I think he might be okay with that one.
I must say, you were saying it was sunset 9:30 local time. If I turn around and look outside the window behind me, the lighting conditions don't exactly correlate, I must say.
What's
pretty dark here now.
Yeah, the obviously the in-game choice rFactor is actually quite good in that respect. Each track effectively has its own longitude, latitude coordinates, as it would in real life, within the track settings, and then the sun is simulated, and also there's a date as well that goes with that. So you've got longitude and latitude, then got the date. So the sun will basically simulate sort of the sunrise and sunset of that location on the Earth on that date. So it is quite cool. So obviously we're in Le Mans, we're in June, so we will get to that. But if you then set it to say December, you'd then have a lot shorter, and it would already be dark by now, like you would expect. So it is cool to have just little features like that, which actually make a bigger difference than you would expect in terms of the immersion of the simulation.
I said the chest. Look at that gap now that John Lacey has. It's 51 seconds.
Yeah, it's really starting to open up now. Let's have a look at some lap times. Yeah, he was 2 seconds a lap slower last lap, was Sedlacek on Stolzer. So there's certainly some time to be found. But having said that, it's not Sedlacek being slow. Sedlacek is doing the same lap times as Zancho, Wayframe, etc. behind him. But that is just purely Stolzer on the last lap was 2 seconds a lap quicker than anyone.
And to show what the gap really is, Stoltz is just coming through the first chicane down the Mulsanne, and that number 69 car is just coming through the Dunlop chicane. So that's a massive amount of time.
Yeah, it's so I mean, obviously there are other factors that you could bring into it, but sometimes I think it's just the driver, and Ireland and Stoltz especially are really getting the pace out of that car. But the one crazy thing is, though, the Zancha car is also quite far behind Sedlacek, unless I have missed a pit stop in that battle. So that is looking, fairly good for them. But quite another interesting battle is third and fourth between Zancho and Wayframe in GTE. We got quite a big battle there as well between those two teams, and that is obviously getting quite close for the podium, but also the championship. Those teams are obviously it is quite important for these guys. Zancho are a bit of a way off, but that Wayframe car, as I mentioned, number 99, is second in the championship, as we now see Christian Mikel trying to get down the inside there of Alejandro Lopez, or is this actually Lopez trying to come at Nita Velik's car for that fifth place? Either way, he is leading the way there and getting past for that position. So we come on board with Arisi, and he's really starting to close down now, and this could be quite important because that's Nita Velik's car that we just saw is their main rival, and they are obviously a few positions behind.
Yeah, a few positions behind, but of course, as every single point counts here, Jurgen Djurdjevic 1.2 seconds ahead of Lorenzo Arisi in that Waveframe Esports car. And now Nita Velik is 5 points behind Varga Sim Racing in the championship. So again, that's another championship going to and fro.
Yeah, we got Ewan obviously not on the comment booths at the moment. He's trying to do some maths to try and work out where these guys are going to be, and it looks like Varga would be in the best position at the moment, being in second place on the road and only 7 points behind Nita Velik's. Then it looks like they would be leading as it stands, but obviously this is going to sort of fluctuate up and down if the positions change. So so it looks like it would be Varga leading Nita Velik's, then Waveframe at the moment, but obviously that is going to change. We'll try and keep up to date with how that goes, but there's still plenty of hours of racing left.
And Waveframe 9 points behind as well, so I think that means that Nita Velik's at the moment, if it finishes as it stands, take the championship. But this is something that we can only really calculate in the last 20 minutes tomorrow. I say we can only calculate in the last 20 minutes tomorrow. It will probably change after that as well.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't be surprised actually if there's some, especially because it's the end of the season and there's potential for things to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some protests and things like that to discuss.
Again, what
getting
were you
very
saying
close.
The second favourite thing of racing drivers.
Well, exactly.
Complaining.
Complaining, yeah, but obviously if it's just I don't know, the fifth race of the season. That's going to be too deep there for the other Wayframe car. But yeah, if it's just another race of the season, like the fifth race of the season, there's just a little incident, maybe you won't think about it. Because it's the final race, the points are there for the taking, and the championship positions will be finalised. Obviously, there could be potential for that. But there hasn't really been too many incidents or anything to look at in that regard so far. So they've been doing a decent job with that.
Yeah, so having a look now, this wonderful front view actually from Casper Stoltz. I quite like this nose view as well, coming through the second Mulsanne chicane and down towards Mulsanne corner itself. Still an incredible lead for that Jean Elese car. It's now up to, well, I must say that the Vargas racing car just came to the pit, so the lead is temporarily 103 seconds. You just got to wait for that 66 car to come in.
We will we'll see what that remains when that happens, but it's still going to be a fairly fairly comfortable lead, I think, for these guys. And yeah, we saw that they were going to be quite fast. We could see that during the qualifying session. We could see that even at previous races they've been coming. But it's quite crazy to see just how far they've gone so far during this race. You can see Stolzer really pushing it there through the kink as well. So he's certainly, he's not relaxing as such, but then again, you can never relax, and getting as big a lead margin as you can is always going to be beneficial. But yeah, it's just quite interesting to see how comfortable they've got it at the front at the moment.
Yeah, that Jean Lacey car really is steaming down, really has nothing, well, really has, at the moment, nothing to worry about. As we said, 95 points available for that Jean Lacey car. Currently 10th, 95, would put them on 565, which would have put them at a very good shout of getting a top 5.
Yeah, would indeed. And they need to be working towards that. But we jump back to this battle for the overall lead. We've got Yuri Terman just over 3 seconds now behind Alex Siebel. And that gap has come down just a little bit over the course of the last few laps or so. That did go up to about 7-8 seconds at one point, but it is coming down just a little bit. And we are now on to lap 108. So we are looking at another 2 laps after this one for the burst edge car. And I believe Varga are currently 1 lap previous. So Varga will only have 1 more lap of this stint if they are going by that same margin. So we're getting to that point where we'll see what they're doing potentially with strategy as well, or if they're going to continue with what they're doing. But Siebel's doing a good job so far to hold on to that lead, but Toman can't quite get there, but he is certainly closing down.
And Yeri Toman, 2.5 seconds, getting closer and closer, but pit stops are looming for the LMP2 field. Does the leader come in? The answer is no. Does Toman come in? The answer is also no. So these two going for 1 more lap for both of them as well. And oh, look at them attacking the curves and using every single centimetre of track possible.
Yeah, you got to try and do your best to use the track, as you say. The time is there for the taking, and sometimes that is where it is found. But in other corners, sometimes it's actually not so beneficial to use the track. But yeah, that gap has once again come down because of traffic and such. So I wonder if Siebel may be feeling a tiny bit as that John Lacey car, that is the leader, Stolzer, having a bit of a slide there. But yeah, now it's Yuri Toman's turn to try and get past that Go Team Racing car in obviously that's a lap down position for them. And now Toman needs to try and get past as quickly as he can to try and come down onto Siebel. And looks like he might just be able to do that on this straight.
Yeah, straight's going to be a good opportunity. You can just see Toman there in the background, just ever so slightly blurred. But yeah, Siebel in this first edge eastwards car making his way through the first chicane. Again, that gap's still 2.5 seconds or so. And it's quite interesting. You can just see the gap, you know, it ebb and flow a little bit there. So it appeared that Toman was slightly better into the brakes coming into the chicane, but Siebel had a better exit.
Yeah, that gap will just fluctuate a little bit because obviously depending where you exactly you're braking and accelerating and that sort of stuff, it can always go up and down just a little bit. But yeah, certainly getting a bit close for Alex Siebel. They've had this track position for quite a while now. The only time they really lost it from memory was when Zancho were doing their interesting strategy. They gave them that track position for a bit. So they've been in this good position, and they've been in somewhat a controlling position, but it is starting to get really close now, and I wouldn't be surprised if Varga look to take the lead fairly shortly, which would be very good indeed, considering that they obviously had that drive-through earlier. They've been able to get back this time, but it's not the first time we've seen that. I think it was in Indianapolis race. They had maybe 3 drive-throughs or 4 drive-throughs, and they were fighting for the lead in the final stint.
Yeah. But it's the same thing, it's interesting because some circuits, the drive-throughs hurt you far more than others. For example, here at Le Mans, it's kind of okay because both the Ford chicanes and the pit entry, they're kind of comparable speed. And of course, Ford chicane exit is kind of quite slow, and then you're accelerating out of it. So really, the time loss in the pits isn't as bad here as it is compared to, for example, Spa or Interlagos. Those two are really bad in terms of losing time.
Yeah, Spa's a crazy one, isn't it? With that whole
Especially if you use the endurance
pit
pit lane, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good one. But this one, is actually quite nice, as you say. So it left them still in a decent position to be able to fight for the victory. And it certainly is getting very close now, though it's actually got up just a little bit because Varga are into the pit lane. So as it is continuing, Varga are always pitting 1 lap earlier than the burst car, which managed to do an extra lap on the first stint, and that has carried on over the course of the race so far.
Yeah, carried on over the course of the race, and look, Siebel, well, that gap's now 27 seconds, and Georgie Spheres now overtakes because Toman is in the pits. So it's going to be interesting to see where Toman comes out in relation to Siebel, because of course they were essentially nose to tail before this pit stop. And I think Spheres has stopped as well, judging by the time that gap is going on. Indeed, they are both in the pits. So now the next car on track, well, it's now Yuri Toman's now in second. So fantastic. So Toman will come out of the pits, accelerate up towards the Dunlop chicane. It's time to see when Siebel pits and see what the gap is going to be after that pit stop.
Yeah, it seems that that was just a fuel stop for Toman. Didn't lose really too much time for that one. And I believe the Ajira car, as you mentioned, is on that same strategy as Varga. So we'll see if that lap, that burst edge can do extra, is going to be a factor later on in the race. It'll be quite some time before we know about that, but it could certainly happen, as we've seen Caspian now trying to get past the Sim Racing for Holland car, and they're getting there just before the braking zone, and that is going to be a nice overtake there for 12th place. They were there for quite a while, but Sim Racing for Holland not really defending that one too much. Now Caspian up into that 12th position, and only 7 seconds to the next car.
Yeah, not that far at all, actually, to the next car. You are entirely correct. And he's going to be looking at a delta, just seeing, Demirkan is going to be just looking at a delta, seeing if he can bring that gap down. Now look at Joran Djordjevic in the Zancho car, just half a second away from a podium position.
Yeah, the podium is exactly what they want to do. Let's see how close they can get. This Waveframe car is in a good position indeed to try and get past. And actually, I believe these cars was the other way around at some point recently as well. So this is just a battle continuing indeed. And that Waveframe car, as you mentioned, trying to win this championship. So they don't want to be fighting too much because Zancho are just a tiny bit behind. They're not really able. They are mathematically, but they're not really able to win the championship. They really need some other people to have some major issues. So they are doing, a bit of a. They're sort of being a thorn in the side of Waveframe because they're fighting on track, but they're not quite in the fight for the championship. But either way, Waveframe needs to try and hold on, and Orisi is doing a decent job for that at the moment.
Lorenzo Risi doing a good job, 12.5 seconds to second place, but indeed that Waveframe Esports car currently in third, and every point counts for the GT Championship charge. And that number 69 car, as we said, currently in third position. And having a look at the timings, it's the 99 is in third, the 69 is in second, and that Night of Alex car is in sixth. So, of course, with the 99 being the 69 to the 99, excuse me. Can they just have different enough numbers so I don't get confused? That'd be wonderful. But the difference between second and third is 6 points. So that means the 69 gains 6 points on the 99, which would put them 4 points ahead. And then 99 in 6 is not part of the equation as it stands at the moment. Varga will jump from third to first in the championship.
Yeah, that would be a nice one for them. And imagine Varga as well winning both the LMP2 and GTE championships in the same season. That would be good. It is a shame that, for instance,
I'm trying to remember if that's happened before. I think Monaco did it one year, or so when we had 3 classes, Monaco won 2 of them. I think.
I'm not the man to answer that question, but I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if it has been done before, because there's a lot of teams, a lot of good teams that have raced in multiple divisions. So that is certainly something that is very likely to have happened, and we are on season 13 now as well of the VEC. But for the GTEs, it's actually a bit of a shame that teams such as the Williams Esport entry couldn't do more races, because they did 4 races in the mid part of the season, and they won every single one of them. So the only one that they didn't actually win was when they got a DQ. They still won the race on the track, but then they got disqualified in the penalties after the race. So they did 4 races. They won all 4 on track, and I think if they continued, then they would be a lot higher challenging. But unfortunately, they I can't remember the reason, but either way, they didn't continue after that point. So that is a bit of a shame, because they were very competitive, and they will need to hopefully try and come back next season and do a little bit more.
Yeah, it's going to be it'll be incredibly fun to see Williams back again, hopefully next season in season 14. And who knows what season 14 is going to be? Who knows what dastardly concoctions Jimmy Allison is going to brew up for season 14. I want every race to be 1,000 miles. Thank you. That's my suggestion. Lorenzo Risi still ahead of this Sancho car, and he's built up that gap a little bit. I think that's now up to a second or so, as opposed to half a second beforehand.
Yes, that gap, it's just stretching a tiny bit. So I think maybe that, the Sancho car can't quite stay close off. We've got Djordjevic in there at the moment. And interesting talking about next season. Absolutely no, this is just me speaking off the top of my head, but one thing I would always thought would, or is a cool thing, is if, as you say, maybe 1,000 miles, or just something a bit different in terms of the race length, because I think it would be quite cool doing, even if it's just some random time, like 6 hours and 25 minutes, because then there would always be that sort of interesting, weird time as well. Something like that could be quite cool, but I'm sure plenty of drivers and staff members will have their different ideas to look over during the next few months before we get some details of next season, I'm sure. So it would be good to find out what's going to be happening with that. But there's still just over 17 hours left of the racing this season, and it's 17 important hours for finding out the championship winners. And it's always good when you have a championship fight coming into the final race.
Yeah, and really, this is really what a season like this is about, just being in contention when you come to the final race of the season, just so you have a chance to win the championship at the 24-hour race here at Le Mans. And look at that, Lorenzo Risi is definitely pulling out from Sancho. That gap now 2 seconds. So it appears that Wayfaring car has a little bit of pace advantage over Sancho at this moment in time.
just look back at the overall lead as well. And Yuri Tobin now has dropped back to about 5 seconds behind Alex Siebel. So that gap hasn't opened back out again, although they've just made their pit stops as well. So maybe once again Burst gaining a couple of seconds in the pit stop. We saw that in a previous pit stop when Yerny Simicic was in the car as well. So yeah, I'm interested to see if that is a continuing factor. But once again, those couple of seconds could be quite crucial in that battle. You might be like, oh, it's just a couple of seconds, but when you're battling your championship rival, a couple of seconds is very important. Now this Nita Velik's car trying to get on the back of Drive Game Seat. Drive Game Seat having a decent job there in P5, and I wouldn't be surprised if they can actually sort of keep there, because this Nita Velik's car seems to be not quite there with the with the ultimate pace. And what let's have a look at what their lap times are in comparison. Actually, our last lap, unfortunately, there was the pit stop, so we couldn't quite see, but we'll see when they get to the end of this lap what this pace difference is between the last one, because obviously that 57 seconds gap included that pit stop here. I'm sure we'll see when we get towards the end of this lap and see if they can try and make their way further forward. It is it is something that you would expect to see this Nita Velik's car to be a bit higher up, but then you can't discount the other teams because it's been very competitive.
Yeah, it has been incredibly competitive. And really, this number 60 car needs to find some pace from somewhere to keep their championship hopes alive, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They obviously, we can speak about the points, and obviously they're leading the way at the moment. So they should, judging by the standings, they should be sort of leading the race. But when you get other teams coming up and doing good performances, it is certainly very difficult to see them winning the race from here. So they effectively need to do some, almost damage limitation as such. Obviously that sounds a bit more extreme than what it is really, but they are obviously some way off in that regard. So they need to try and get back if they want to still try and have a nice fight for this championship.
And although you would say, this position is good, 6th position is a very good job, it's not good enough as it stands. But Arjumini in that Drive Game Seat car doing very, very well. And you can see they're in 6th place due to the green 06 on the LED board there. And again, it's that line coming into that first chicane. I always think they're coming to the pits.
Yeah, you got to really open it up, as we mentioned, but that burst car, which I believe was the number 50, has come into the pit lane. But this Zancha car is continuing as we're really getting towards the actual sunset now. Within the next few minutes even, I think, maybe next 10-15 minutes, it is going to be getting dark. And it will get dark fairly quickly, because once the sun has gone behind the trees, has gone behind the horizon, it will start to get pretty dark indeed, as we're now seeing this Drive Game Seat entry get on the back of Juices, and this is actually the battle for 18th place. And this is Lorenzo De Chutis in there, battling with Toyin Lua in the Juices car, and they now have that one anchor coming behind them. But yeah, as we've said, it's always good when you see these cars low down still battling for position, because you never know what is going to happen.
Yeah, anything can happen in endurance racing, and it normally does. Toyin Lua in the Jesus Motorsport Club against Lorenzo De Coitis in the Drive Game Seat car. De Coitis going up the inside, coming down towards Indianapolis, and he's made that move. Of course, Jesus Motorsport Club defending champions of the GT class.
Yes, was it last season, or was it 2 seasons ago?
I thought it was last season. Oh
Last
no,
season?
time's just kind of merged into one. I can't
It was.
remember. I thought it was last
Zancho.
season.
It was Zancho last year, wasn't it?
Was it? Oh no, I thought it was Jesus.
You made me question myself, but no, I'm pretty sure Juices won the first season that we used the endurance pack, which was season
11.
11. So then, Zancho it was last season. Because if you remember, last season Zancho had 3 BMWs, I believe it was.
Oh, that's right,
And-
they were hoarding.
Yeah, and
Yes.
there was one point where they were 1, 2, 3 at Le Mans as well, which was quite an interesting sight. And there was also quite a funny picture. Someone took it from the practice server when, obviously on the practice server, all drivers can be on there at once, rather than just obviously one car. Specifically, so there was obviously like the 9-10 drivers across all of the 3 cars at one time with the same livery. It looked quite funny. But yeah, you're right, the Juices were champions at least 2 seasons ago, so it is a bit of a shame that they had a bit of a drop last season and another one this season, so hopefully they can sort that one out. But that doesn't mean to say that they are, bad or uncompetitive. They're still sitting there in 4th place in the championship, but they've just been missing that little bit to try and fight for the championship. They've only had 1 2nd place. That was really, and I think a 3rd place as well. That was really the 2 main results. The other ones, they've been a little bit hit and miss. So we've already been saying about season 14. Hopefully they are another team that can make some strides and really fight, be in the actual mix for the championship next season.
Yes. As Kiko Galbiati now, we're looking is now an entire lap ahead of Dakota. So there's 17th and 18th, they're battling tooth and nail, and then there's a lap to the next car. So, but you can always make up a lap here at the moment. You can never tell what's going to happen to your competitors.
Yeah, you never know, and that is why in endurance racing, you just got to get to the end of the race, just see what happens. I mean, even if you're 5th place in the race right now, especially when we get to the night, people get tired, it's dark, so you can visibly see less and things like that. There's always going to be little incidents that happen here and there. The further you get into the race, the more likely cut track penalties are going to be coming into it, because people will be getting closer and closer to that limit before they get penalties as well. So loads of things are still potential to happen. Also, the
Indeed,
bad
as we're
side
still
of it
having
as well
a look
is,
at this,
software. So the software could be an issue as well for some of those people. So hopefully they can try and get themselves there towards the end of the race, because if you stay there to the end, you literally there's no reason to quit, because if something randomly happens, then you're going to be there. If you get to the end of the race and nothing random happens, and unfortunately you just finish in a bad position, well, at least you still managed to get to the end of the race. It's more experience, it's more knowledge for the upcoming seasons.
Current standings in GTE, well, we've got some lovely spreadsheet. But current standings in GTE is Vargas Sim Racing, the 69 car, would win by 4 points over the 99 Waveframe Esports car, who in turn would be 2 points out of the number 16 Niger Velix car. There would be Zanchko in 4th and Jonna Lazy in 5th. So Jonna Lazy Esports looking good for that top 5 in the championship.
Yes, it certainly would. I know they had that. It was either 1 or 2 races where they got demoted to Division 2, so they would have had slightly less points from that race. But it's a shame that they haven't been able to fight as well as they could, because you could see, well, here today, they've got such a good team. So, hopefully they can come back next season and fight as well. But the same for Zancho. You've got the top 3 teams within 6 points, and then you have pretty much 40 points back to the next car, being Zancho. So the top 3 have really been so much more consistent this year. This battle for second now, getting somewhat closer. Sedlacek has dropped off just a little bit from the that battle with Stolzer. In fact, he's almost up to a minute now that Sedlacek is behind Stolzer, so he's really lost some time. I haven't seen if that is just because of maybe some strategy calls, or if it's just the fact that Sedlacek is that slower driver of the team, as we've been explaining. I haven't seen if it's quite that, but either way, that means that Arisi now is only just over 6 seconds behind, and then Djordjevic is only another 3 seconds behind. So if Varga aren't too careful, they might be overtaken by those two cars, and with them currently being winning the championship by only 4 points, those two positions are going to be crucial. It seems at the moment Sedlacek is going to be holding on for that position at the moment. So he's doing a decent job with that, but he's certainly lost quite a bit of time. He's now about 2 seconds slower than everyone else around him. So before, that 2 second differential to Stolzer was purely just Stolzer being faster, but now it's actually just the fact that Sedlacek is being slower. Arisi was 2.5 seconds quicker. Djordjevic 2 seconds quicker on the previous lap. So those times are really sort of coming down, to be honest, and they're really starting to catch him. So maybe by the next pit stop, they'll be able to really get involved with that battle.
Yeah, the rounds are Arisi 6.5 seconds. They have to, of course, the next car is their championship rival, the Varga Sim Racing car. That number 69. If they swap round, that would be a net +6 for the 99 and -6 for 99. That would swap the championship in favour of the number 99 car.
Yeah, I think it's gonna go to the wire, basically, between it looks like these, depending on who's in the car, depending on what part of the stint they are, these positions are going to change all the time, and I think it's going to be difficult to keep up with the with the maths as we get towards the latter parts of the race. But what we do know is that Stolzer is now leading by over a minute from Sedlacek, which is quite something.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly fun to watch, especially tomorrow morning when you can rejoin us. We're going to be leaving in about an hour, but you can rejoin us at 7 a.m. tomorrow, Central European Summertime. I'll be myself and Cam waking you up. Hopefully you can bring some coffee or some pastries or a roll or whatever you want to wake up. I'm fully I would say I'd be tempted to go out and buy an energy drink, but everything's closed now.
Yeah, unfortunately a bit late now, but that's going to be an interesting one in the morning, seeing who survived the nighttime stints cleanly and who had issues. It's going to be a fun one just to jump straight back into that and work out what is the situation, what's going on, and I'm sure in those 8 hours it's going to be quite a lot different.
I must say that I'm now incredibly glad that we've got enough commentators so that I don't have to do a 24-hour race myself like I did in season 8, I think it was. I'm glad we've got more people now, I must say.
Yes, indeed. And then obviously later on in that 8-hour stint, you'll be getting Ewan and Hugo, I think potentially Aiden as well, coming back in for that one. So that'll be a good end to the season. And the night stints will still be available to view as well. So there'll still be a visual side of that one as well for those of you watching. But at the moment, we are still going to be going on for about another hour or so. So there'll be about 16 hours left of the race when we leave that. But Alex Siebel, to come back to the focus now. Alex Siebel, he is in the lead by now, over 10 seconds to Yuri Toman. And then the battle between Toman and Zvias has really dissipated as Zvias is now 11 seconds behind. So the pace has once again come back to the burst car in the latter part, or like the mid to later part of the stint, which is quite interesting. So maybe that means that the Varga boys go out a lot harder at the start of their stint, and then that means they drop back as the sort of the wear kicks in. Maybe that could be a factor with that one as well. But yeah, just quite interesting that that gap got so close, and now it's about 10 seconds.
Yeah, about 10 seconds. Yeah, that gap ebbing and flowing. Of course, part of that could be perhaps a small mistake, or just catching traffic at the wrong point for 5 laps in a row. I'm just thinking you're cursed.
Yeah, there's always the potential, to be honest, for something like that. I do remember, back in the day when I was racing in Division 3 a couple of seasons ago. I was battling with Mathieu de Crop in Silverstone, and I got in the lead. He was second place, and in the first stint, I managed to gain something like 15 seconds, just purely. I wasn't necessarily quick on pure speed, but just through the traffic. Maybe it was just the way that I caught the traffic. Maybe I was just doing a bit of a better job. Who knows? But it is possible for those times to fluctuate that much, but that was on Silverstone. At Le Mans, there's so many straights, there's so many flat out, fast, open sections. There's very little sort of tight and awkward corners. There's maybe 4 on the whole track. So yeah, quite an interesting one that. But who knows? That is obviously just the way endurance racing works, especially for the prototypes.
Yeah, and these prototypes always have to be careful of their closing speed. Now, it's okay trying to spot the closing speed during the day, but when it gets to night and all you've got is a pair of red lights, it's so much more difficult to estimate your closing speed, isn't it?
Yeah, the closing speed is actually the most, in many ways, to do a big overtake. That's the most important factor, because then you have to naturally sort of outbrake the car less. It's like here with Alex Siebel, he's going to be getting, he's going to easily get them before the braking zone. Let's say the braking zone was just coming up. He's coming now past with like 30, 40 k's extra speed, and then braking later as well. There's a big sort of momentum in your favor. Whereas if it's, say, coming out of Indianapolis to Arnage, where there's a really short straight, you then have to make up that overspeed and make up that distance purely on the braking, and it makes it so much harder. So that's what I'm saying, on all these bigger, faster tracks, generally you'd expect it to be that little bit easier. But your favourite saying is traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, so you never know how it's going to work out and where you're going to meet the cars.
Yeah, it's always going to be interesting when we meet the cars. Yes, having look at Alex Siebel, that gap's still 10 seconds. So that Burst car appears to have just gained a little bit of time over the past 30 minutes or so over that Varga sim racing car. Wondering if it's just ever so slight conditions changes as well.
Yeah, the conditions can always play a bit of a factor, but the main thing that you really have to worry about in that regard is the rain. By now the track is probably already rubbed in as much as it's going to get. We've had plenty of hours racing by this point, almost 7 hours of racing. So yeah, there would have been plenty of rubber down, and the temperature doesn't really make any difference. So yeah, it's really just go flat out, go as fast as you can, and hope that it doesn't rain. And talking about rain, we had a look earlier. Don't think it's really going to be coming just yet, unfortunately, but fingers crossed from our point of view anyway. We might get some rain later, but I think it's not too likely at the moment.
It'll be incredibly fun if there's rain overnight and we never actually get to see the rain. Just wonder what's happened in the night. Oh no, everyone's gone off because they're on slicks and there's a sudden downpour.
Well, that can always happen, to be honest, but the hardest thing with that is being in the rain and at night. That is like the double hardest situation to be in. Plus also, it hasn't rained yet in the race, so they will be learning the wet during the night as well, so that's just a lot going on. But as I said, it doesn't look like it's going to at the moment, but we'll see how that one works. As we're just coming up to complete the 7th hour of racing, and we'll be entering the 8th one. And that is going to be quite a crucial factor, because after the 8th one, we'll already be a third of the way through the race, and then you'll be able to see roughly how that's going to work, because obviously you can just time, in theory, you can just times everything by 3 and see how that is going to work, but it's not as simple as that.
No, I wish it was. I wish we could just call the race 8 hours, then just times everything by 3. We can go home, that's fine. No, but as you said, it isn't always as simple as that. Max Siebel, that gap's come down ever so slightly, but nothing that Siebel should worry about.
Yeah, it's fluctuated back in the favour of Yuri Toman. We still got a couple of laps left before the next pistol, but it's really getting to nighttime now. As you can see, the headlights are one of the only things that you can see of the car down the straight, and I think the sun has pretty much just gone behind that last bit of the horizon, and soon it will be just those headlights alone that we can see down these straights, because there aren't really any floodlights out on this track. Obviously it's way too long to really add those floodlights, but we do have some lighting in the sort of around the pit area. But then once you get out here, it is it's pretty dark at the night.
Yeah, and the headlights have obviously came on about an hour ago or so, and that just makes the flashing that the LMP2 cars will do just slightly more jarring. And again, see, well, that gap's now come down to 8.3 seconds, so perhaps it's just swinging ever so slightly in favour of the Varga car now. This battle for first position as Siebel comes through Mulsanne Corner and making his way up towards Indianapolis. He's got the GT traffic ahead, and no doubt he'll pass that car smoothly before they get to the Indianapolis complex.
Yeah, and because these long straights as well, just makes it so much easier to make that overtake happen.
Yeah, it definitely does, yeah.
Because if he, obviously if the straight was half the length, he would have still been behind, and then there would have been a corner and he would have lost time and that sort of stuff. But here you're just able to get past nicely, and that is always a unique factor for this track, being the fact that it is so long and straight. It's not quite obviously like an oval, but it's got similar characteristics in that fact. And you can see just in the background there was an LMP2, which was Yuri Toman there. And the gap is coming down once again on this lap, just by an extra couple of tenths. But Siebel is holding on pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, Siebel holding on very well. Coming through the Porsche curves. Now, of course, you'll see, coming through the Porsche curves in particular, because we've seen throughout the day, all of the cars get so close to that safer barrier. But I think throughout the night, we'll see them not get as close, just give them a little bit of leeway. I think we'll see the same throughout the entire circuit. For example, at Tetra Rouge, at the Porsche Kings as well. I think we'll see at night these cars not attacking those curbs as much as they would during the daytime hours.
Yeah, it makes everything just that little bit harder to visually see as well. It becomes a lot more on the sort of instincts and muscle memory that you have in the corners. And obviously they got headlights, so it's not like they can see nothing, but you're a lot more tunnel visioned. You have a lot less peripherals with the vision. And to be honest, I know myself and some other drivers as well, they actually prefer driving at night for that fact. There's just way less, I guess, distractions, you could call it. You're just a lot more focused on the track that you've got ahead. And you can actually see, when we're on the when we're sort of looking forward, you can actually see there's those white reflectors on the Armco as well. So you do have a bit of reference for that, and the brake marker boards there get lit up a bit as well. So it's not like you can't see anything, but certainly a little bit harder.
Yeah, again, that's just the same at night. You know, it's always harder to see things when it's dark. Anyway, Alex Siebel ahead by 8.5 seconds now. So that gap appears to have stabilised quite nicely. But just having a GT battle, you can see at the timing turn on the left-hand side, John Lacey now with a 63-second lead.
Yeah, quite a margin as that car pulling out And I wonder if that's going to continue, if that's just going to go up and up and up. Because considering this is Division 1, and considering how tight it has been, this has been a remarkable performance.
Yeah, it has been an incredible performance from that Jean Lacy car, and it looks like they'll be rewarded with the top 5 in the championship should things stay as they are. But of course, something that would be quite nice is that if Niter Velux can get into that 5th place by overtaking the Drive Game Seat car, that means we'll have the top 5 in the championship and the top 5 places in the GT class, and I think that'd be quite nice.
Yeah, certainly would, but
Not in order, mind you, but they are there.
yeah, but that, I guess that would sort of prove the fact that they are the best 5 cars in the championship. So that's quite interesting how that one works out, because there has been some other good cars involved. We've already mentioned Volante, etc. early on. They were having good parts of the race, so hopefully they can try and come back for that one as well. As we now on board with Toman, and he's now 8 seconds behind, so another few tenths are coming down.
Yet another few tenths, 10th by 10th, that gap is reducing. And that's all that's important here in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Yuri Toman 8.5 seconds behind now, coming his way through the Porsche curves. Well, I said they wouldn't be going as close to that safer barrier. Well, Yuri Toman doesn't appear to have got that message.
Yeah, let's see what they do. What lap? Yeah, I think Toman's going to be pitting this lap, because this is the a lap ending in 9. So yeah, so this is 119. He will be pitting, and then Siebel pits every 10th lap as well. So I would assume Siebel comes in at the end of the next lap. So let's see. Yuri's been in there for at least a couple of stints now, so maybe he'll be pitting, as well as Yordis Vaez coming in. But let's see if any driver swaps happen.
Whereas Mail in that Go Team car coming up towards some GT traffic and towards the Porsche curves. He'll move to the right-hand side of the circuit to get around the Porsche, and then tuck back into the very left-hand side, then turn in and take quite a late apex, just so that you can square yourself up for the double left-hander across the top of the hill.
A really difficult section of corners. They are so on the limit. Even in a really capable car, such as the Orica, it's still so fast, so on the limit, and you really have to start pushing the boundaries of what is possible. But he's going to stay out for another lap, so it seems that it's just a Jura, at least for the top guys, it's just a Jura and Varga at the moment who are in there, although the gaps have actually spread out quite a lot if you look behind Go Team Racing. So we will have to see, have to wait obviously those seconds for the guys to come around and see if they come into the pit lane as well. But let's see if anyone has done any driver stints or driver swaps in the pits so far. It doesn't look like they have at the moment, but we'll see once they actually come out of the pit lane, and once they leave their grid boxes we will find out. And yeah, Chinchik is back in, so it seems like they're just doing a couple of stints and swapping. They've done that well pretty much all the time that we've been watching them so far, so they're continuing with that one.
Yes, you can see the concentration there on Chinchik's face as he comes back out after taking over from Yuri Toman. And Arch Schoonblade's in the Adura Racing car now.
So, have they all only had 2 drivers in them so far? Because I don't believe there's been another driver in the Adura as well, if I'm not mistaken from memory. So that's quite interesting that they've all had a couple of drivers so far. So maybe they've got a specific nighttime driver as such. I know Burst Edge have that with Dennis Jordan. He always likes, well, I don't know if he likes it, but he always does. He always does.
No choice.
Because I know especially Yerne doesn't really like doing the proper night stints, driving like, you know, what we call the graveyard stint, which is like 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, where it's sort of too late to be late, but then it's also too early to be classed as early. So it's really those sort of 4 hours where it's a bit awkward. So I wouldn't be surprised if Dennis does it for Burst, assuming he has sorted out the whole PC issue. So let's see how that one works out. But also for the Varga guys, let's see if they're going to continue with those two drivers, or if they're going to get in someone else. Oh, Alex says he just... Oh, don't tell me he's disconnected.
Oh,
Don't
no.
tell me Alex Sieb was disconnected. Oh, please tell me he hasn't. That is... I really hope that is just a bit of a glitch in the Matrix, but we have seen two teams already had some disconnections, and yes, he has. That could be huge for the championship.
Pain.
That could be massive.
Yes.
Because as you mentioned, this is going to be, assuming he can get back straight away, that's still going to be 3-4 laps. And that is almost impossible to get back on pure pace. So, if we are unlucky here, that could be the championship pretty much handed to Varga.
Yeah, it could well be the championship, presuming that Varga does not have any problems of their own. Which is always a possibility here. Of course, the gap between the two of them, the gap between Burst and Varga was just 5 points coming in. Burst was trying to overcome that 5-point gap, and they were on course of doing it.
How sim racing goes. So there's still 16 and a bit hours to go, and that is very disappointing. But I guess they've just got to join back, and they've just got to see what happens, because points get given after 50% in the race.
Yes.
Or 50% of the laps completed by the winner. So, but let's just, even using that on the time for a rough basis, that's going to be 12 hours. So they need to get back in, and they need to get to at least the 12-hour mark. So first of all, let's see if they can hopefully do that. But just getting to that point means, even if they then sort of disconnect from there, they'll still at least get participation points and whatnot. But they need to try and stay in the race, because anything can happen to the likes of Varga. So, yeah. Oh, Jimmy just made a good point. Do they have enough fuel?
Oh, that might be more pain.
Because they were just coming in. Oh, this could be not good for Burst Edge Esports. Yes, so we will have to see how that one works out. But if they can get back and they have enough, well, if they're just able to, get back in the race, then, well, yeah, they basically just have to wait and hope for something to happen to Varga.
It's interesting because apparently Tim Ulrich in the 77 Blackhawk car essentially had a disco at the same time, and they're both in Germany. I'm wondering if it's a problem with Germany.
Could be.
Because who discoed earlier? Devon. Devon lives in Germany as well.
He is, or does, I should say. Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's a German problem.
Yeah, there's another car as well, I think. I'm trying to remember who that was. But here is Alex Siebel. He's back in the race. And let's just see, because as I mentioned before with Devon, he now needs to do an outlap. But yeah, look. He's coming out of the pit lane. Let's see. Because if he was just coming into the pit lane, he might just have no fuel.
Yeah.
And if he runs out of fuel, then
that looks sad. Yeah.
Yeah, and if he runs out of fuel, then yeah, I mean, you can't do that. And this looks like it's going to be a slow lap. So, having looked previously, they probably have some fuel left in the tank, because their pit stops are always a bit shorter. So I think they might effectively save fuel to stop less.
Yes.
Stop for less time. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have a few liters left in the tank, but will they have enough fuel to get around? This is quite a sad moment.
There is a slow car on
And it's
the
going to be
track.
the longest 10 minutes of Siebel's life.
Well, let's see how that one develops. But now this means Marcel Chinchik, Vargas Sim Racing are in the lead, legitimately, and they're also leading the championship, which means, as things stand, they will obviously have quite a comfortable victory at the end. However, we've already seen a number of drivers have disconnections, and we now need to see if that is going to continue for the rest of the race, and if that is going to be a factor for whatever reason for other drivers as well.
Yeah. Now, having a look at who are we looking at? We're now looking at Marcel Chinchik in that Varga car. The question is, does that Varga car have any German drivers? I don't think so.
Not German drivers, but I don't know if any of them live in Germany, because there's, well, I believe Wisner's also in the car, and I believe Chinchik and Wisner, are they both Hungarian, maybe? And I can't remember exactly where Toman comes from, but I don't think any of them are German. But this is quite a interesting part of the race. You just saw Chinchik there going past Alex Siebel, so Siebel's obviously going to try and get back to the pit lane. You can't. So from his position where he was in the actual box, or in the garage, I should say, you can't then just come out and pit. You have to enter the pits, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's a bit disappointing for them. Hopefully he can make it back. If not, then that's going to be pretty much game over for that team, and then we'll have to see who is going to be able to challenge Varga in that case, because they've now got a 20-second lead from Arne Schoenfleet. So let's see now at least what Varga can do. This puts them in a position where they don't really have to push like crazy.
No.
They don't really have to risk anything, because if we have a look at the championship, they are also far enough ahead of third place, which means if Burst Edge are way too far behind and it doesn't really matter, or DNF, whatever comes first, then even if they DNF themselves, they're going to be easily the champion mathematically, because the third place is too far away. So they don't need to risk anything. So let's see what they do. Let's see if this changes their position. We do know that one reason why they are so fast is because they only have one speed, and that is fast.
Yes.
So
their speed is yes.
Yeah. So they just push all the time. I would assume that they're going to just continue like that.
Yeah, I think that's a very safe bet to make. They're going to continue like that. Marcel Chinchik, indeed, is he coming in this time round? No, of course he's not coming in this time round. It's just a driver swap, haven't they? He'll be coming through the four chicanes, and accelerates begin another lap of the Circuit de la Sarre.
Yes, that's been a weird, obviously, change to the race at the moment. On the previous lap, Schoenfleet was actually faster than Chinchik, though. So I don't think Chinchik is going to absolutely run away with this. And this has actually given Ojira a really good opportunity to try and win this race. They're only 20 seconds off the lead. We're coming up for a third of the way. So we're getting quite, far into the race now. And they're still only 20 seconds off the lead. So they've clearly got some good pace in them. They're doing a decent strategy. So let's see how this one works. I think they got potential to potentially win the race. but that does obviously then depend on what Varga do and how far they push. But I wouldn't count them out just yet.
No. No, exactly. There's so many teams that you simply just can't count out here, isn't there? But Marcel Chinchik is still in the lead by a good amount, and yeah, I've been seeing this on the track map. Siebel appears to be incredibly slow, and I think that's it for Burst.
Yeah. Very sad situation there. So unfortunate to disconnect there as well, because if they were slightly further forward, they would have completed that lap as well. So yeah, we're just getting confirmation from rFactor that they are now actually stationary. So yeah, but if they went a bit further, because the start-finish line was only just ahead of them as well, they would have then obviously put another lap on the board, and they might have been able to obviously just do their pit stop before that happened.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, let's see how that one works. But considering they've stopped, I would assume that's close to game over.
So Marcel Chinchik, what sort of gap does he have at the moment? Having a look at the live timing, you can find it at simracing.club/D1-live-timing, and it is a 20-second gap that he has over Schoonfleet and number 2 Ajira.
Yeah, so Jira's still in the fight for this one. The lap times are pretty good once again. So yeah, I'm actually quite interested now if Ajira are going to. Okay, they're obviously pushing anyway, but now seeing that situation, maybe that's going to give them a different fire in their belly to try and make this work. So yeah, I mean, it's really just gone down to that 2-horse race now, because Go Team Racing now are legitimately on the podium, but they're a minute behind Ajira. And then Burst Simplexity, which is the number 49 car, they are another minute and a bit behind, with Jesper Pedersen in there at the moment. So it's really just turned into a 2-horse race at the front for the lead, but it's actually quite good for that other Burst car, Burst Esports Simplexity, getting themselves up into that 4th place. And
Siebel's going again.
Well, he's moving.
Have the magic fuel? Have they got? Has Siebel jumped out and added some fuel? And also, that's suspension damage, I think, isn't it?
No, that's.
Oh, yes, he's being pushed. Yep, he's being pushed by his teammate around the circuit, or by someone else. I'm not sure if that's Hoya. I don't think that is Hoya. That's someone else.
That must be the 50. Yeah, that must be the other Burst car, surely. Yeah, because that I doubt that they would have given the other car this responsibility. So if that's allowed, that's allowed. Fair play. So
if it's like, it's one of these things again. If it's not explicitly written in a rule book that it's not allowed, it is allowed. So I don't think that's anywhere in the rule book if I remember correctly. So I think it is.
Well, I mean, to be honest, even let's say they get back to the pit this way, they're still going to be so far behind. Like, they're going to be so many laps behind by the time we get there. Obviously, they need to do it safely, because I'm sure that if they make it a dangerous situation, that will change the opinion on things. But
yes.
As long as they're keeping it they're safe. But either way, as I said, if and when they get back to the pit lane, they're going to be so far behind many laps, but at least that way they're still going to be in the race.
But yes, that's apart Nitrovelix. Which one was that? The Nitrovelix GT car, I think, is now down in 15th place in class because Christian Michel was driving it and he disconnected, and I believe he is also in Germany. So, yes, I think this is a German problem with the internet.
Okay. Yeah, also Ulrich as well. Interesting. Maybe there is something going on with the internet in Germany, but that's quite interesting because I doubt they all live like in the same town or whatever. So that's quite interesting if it's like a widespread issue. That's quite a weird one, but we were saying before that this is sim racing, right? It's different to real life. There are different issues, like in real life where you get mechanical issues or whatever, or even you see nowadays sometimes like the car just switch off, like electronic issues. You get issues like this in sim racing as well. They're just slightly different. You can always get hardware failures, software failures, PC failures, internet failures. All this sort of stuff is also just part of it. It's just slightly different set of circumstances, but it seems that that's come a cropper for that team, but hopefully they can sort of get back in the race. But I'm sure Cinchik is going to be rather happy going past his rival, moving very slowly.
Moving at the speed of, well, how fast he can be pushed without going out of control. Yes. Cinchik making his way through that's not Indianapolis at all, that's the first small San chicane. Close to Indianapolis is fine. Making his way past some GT traffic and down the middle section of the straight, is still about 20 seconds ahead of Schoonley.
Track is all clear.
As the track is all clear, so that must mean the 28 cars now in the pits has been successfully pushed by the 50 car back to the pits.
But he is currently
15th, yes.
5 laps down, but also this was his out lap that I was explaining. True. So he now has to start the lap effectively. So the lap that he disconnected on, obviously he didn't complete. So this will be that lap that he's starting now. So this is another lap down that he's going to lose. So let's see how this one works out. But I think he's going to be around 5 laps, although he's got the obviously the pit stop now as well. But he's probably going to be about 5 to 6 laps down by the time we get to the end of all of this. So either way, they are, in terms of pace, completely out of reach. And I've just got a message from Mark Veit, another German sim racer among us, and he said that basically one of the ISPs was having some problems and there's been multiple disconnections. So that explains it. Bit of a shame that things like that happen during the 24-hour race, but that's sim racing.
Yeah, that is sim racing. To be honest, you could just end every broadcast with that sim racing. I think that's just a good summation of what this is. Matteo Caruso now in that Sean Alesi eSports car. Having a look at the gap at the head of the GT field, it's only about 40 seconds now, but that's because the 99 hasn't made a pit stop.
Yeah.
So that 66 Jean Lazy car is absolutely flying, and they are definitely the car to beat in this race. Is that BMW, and in that number 99 car is currently Lorenzo Arisi, and he's 6 seconds ahead of Joran Djordjevic in the number 87 Zanch. 3 in the GTEs. As it stands, and in terms of LMP2s, it's the number 27 Vargas Sim Racing car. It's 15 seconds ahead of the number 2 at GR Racing of Arne Skimvely, who enters 62 seconds ahead of Benjamin Sagnas in the Go Team Racing at 2:47. But I think there's going to be some stops soon for that LMP2 field.
Yeah, I think there will. Well, yeah, a couple more laps, and they will be. They'll be coming in, and yeah, just trying to keep an eye on that burst edge car. Yeah, they're already. Another lap down. So by the time they complete this one as well, yeah, probably be 6 laps down, which is, yeah, not ideal to say the truth. They, as I was saying earlier, they just need to keep going, just see what happens with the other cars, and at least getting past that 50% marker, because then they'll be them eligible for points. They'll still then obviously then need to get higher up, as high up as they can. But the issue is ahead of them, the gaps are so big. They got a gap to their sister car, who's then 30 seconds behind Rookie Monsters, who are another lap behind the next car, and then there's only 3 cars within that lap. So yeah, there's a long way for them to come back.
There's a long way to gain any major positions, yeah.
So Caruso's in the car now, and
Yes.
we now need to see if he's got the same speed of the guys around him. That last lap was just his exit lap, so we won't be able to see exactly. But we need to see if he's got the pace, because Stolzer and Darland were obviously very quick, especially Stolzer, from the looks of it. So we need to see if he's got that pace as well, or if the race is going to come back.
Well, so the fastest lap in that car is a 49.55 knot. I'd say if you can get a 51 or a 51.5, that'd be a good. I think that would be a good pace.
Yeah, if they can get to that sort of pace, then I think that's going to be quite good. I mean, Arisi on the last lap just did not the best one, but I think they're on their second stint now with the tyres, so that could be something to look out for. But the gap being 40 seconds has come down a bit. I'd like to see that come down a bit more at some point in the future, because then I think it'd be good to have like a nice fight between these guys, and also potentially then Waveframe obviously battling for this win, which could then be those extra points that they need for the championship as well. So we'll have to find out how that one works out, because that could be quite an important factor with now Varga being a couple of places behind.
Yeah, that Varga being a few places behind, and really it's a recovery job for them to try and get as many positions as possible. Should the for Burst, it's a recovery job just in case Varga should have any problems overnight, or indeed in the next 16 hours of this race. And really, that's what it is for Burst now, getting that halfway, getting those participation points, and then seeing if you can get any more positions due to some technical problems of the cars ahead.
You always want to be you want to be close enough to someone in case they make a mistake. Obviously, in Varga's case, Burst lost multiple laps of a disconnection. But for instance, Borja Milan spun in Indianapolis earlier. That could easily happen to any of these drivers, and he lost 20-30 seconds. So you always want to be in that gap in case something small like that happens. But being 40 seconds or 50 seconds, a minute behind, all of that can really can really play a factor.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Well, of course, the one Echo was kind of lucky because, as we said at the time, Indianapolis is a blind corner. They were very lucky to not get collected by any car coming around the corner unsighted. that's something else that these drivers have to think about. If they make a mistake, for example, at Indianapolis and anywhere like halfway up the Porsche curves as well, they've got to be very careful that they don't get collected by traffic who will see the yellow flags but will not know where the car is.
Yeah. Yeah, fortunately, actually, with headlights, if a car's spun around and the headlights are like pointing towards you, that actually makes it a bit easier to see them.
This is true, yes.
In the nighttime, or just in general, if you're coming around a corner and you see like headlights pointing at the wall, you know that a car is like facing sideways as well, because as I
And
mentioned
that's when
earlier,
you
even
panic.
though, well, yeah, hopefully not. But even with the headlights, it's still obviously not like fully bright, so you can sense when there's a brighter object, such as a car. Like when there's a car ahead of you, you can see like the world a couple of corners ahead, like the light pollution above all the barriers and that. So you can see things like that. So it is possible to see. As just ahead there of that Zancha car goes Yanni Simičić, who is now in the in the foreground of that shot. So he's come past, he's got in the car, and he's trying to see what they can do. Yeah, they are now 2 laps behind their sister team, which is now the position ahead. So yeah, they effectively lost another lap, as I was saying. So I think in the end they're actually just 5 laps down on the leader, or like 5.5 laps down on the leader. So hopefully for their sake they can not get any worse than that this race. That would be quite good for them.
So now having a look at Risi and Jorcevic, 5.5 seconds separate the two of them. So they're coming their way down towards the first section of the Mulsanne. And that is the Sancho car just coming through Tech Rouge and onto the Mulsanne itself. I think just in the distance, Jorcevic could perhaps see the tail lights of a Risi.
Yes, this gap's opened up though, because they obviously were fighting directly on track at one point, so they certainly know they certainly obviously had battles in the past, but that gap has really opened up and is now Polesny. You saw just flash up there that actually, because this graphic basically changes to whichever one is closest. So Polesny is obviously not too far behind them as well in that Varga car, which is obviously trying to get back in a situation to make it a nice comfortable championship win for themselves as well. So I think this battle for second is really going to be heating up, because they've sort of spread out, but it seems they may be coming back closer just a little bit.
Yes, that gap ebbing and flowing as it always does here in endurance racing. As that is a car going very slowly. I think that's Jorcevic just had a big moment at the second chicane. He's lost the position to, he's now far closer to Polesny, only 4 seconds ahead of Polesny.
Yeah, this Porsche is really starting to close down on the Corvette for this third place, which is good to see. So we've got another battle in the GTE coming. On the previous lap, Polesny was over 2 seconds a lap faster than the Zancho ahead. So if that continues over the next couple of laps, he'll be right on the back of him. And that is exactly what we want to see.
But yes, it's now a 4-second gap between Polesny and Jorcevic. Well, make that 3 seconds, I should say, rather. So Jorcevic had that big moment at the second chicane, and that's really cost him, because he's lost a lot of time to Arisi, and now he maybe has to start looking his rearview mirrors towards the Varga Sim Racing car.
Oh yeah, he's going to be looking in his mirrors all sorts, because this gap's really coming down now. Look, he's under 3 seconds. Just flashed up at 2.5 there for a little bit as well. I think this battle is really going to be continuing. And let's see. Oh yeah, let's just see what it does. Let's see what happens. And if they are going to get any closer by the time we get to the next round of pit stops as well. It'll be certainly a good factor to see. And that's coming down even more as we come through those curves towards the end of the lap. And it's getting towards about 2 seconds now, indeed. So they are really starting to close down our Varga. And this is getting, to that point, or it's getting to that point where it's getting so close in the championship is really difficult to tell, really. But Varga getting into this podium position, I think, will make it really good for them. The Velux are now quite a way down. I don't know if I can't remember if they had an issue. I think someone might have said they had a disconnection as well, but I didn't quite see if that is the truth. But they are quite a way down now in 15th place in class, so they're not really getting any points or any major points anyway this race. So hopefully, for the sake of Varga, for instance, they can get up to make that nice and easy. They're only really battling with the Waveframe car now, so they are 2 points behind Waveframe in the championship, so they do need to outscore, but as it stands they are behind, so they need to try and make some ground.
Yeah, need to make some ground up, and far easier said than done here in sim racing. But look, that gap is now down to 1.7 seconds, so I think that incident a few minutes ago has really shaken up the Zansho car. He's now losing a lot of time to the Varga car, or on the other hand, that Varga car is just incredibly quick at this phase of the race.
Yeah, it might be to do with that actually as well, because I've sort of lost track of who's on new tyres, who's on old tyres, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But being consistently, 2 seconds lap quicker, must mean that this is a stint where Varga are on some newer tyres at the moment. And let's see how that one works as we come back now to this battle. Schoenvliet is in the lead now by Marcel Chinchik. So has Chinchik just done a pit stop, or has there been a mistake? Because they were pitting on the same lap. So I didn't see anything specifically, but I do wonder if there was another issue there, because to lose that amount of time is a little bit weird considering they were pitting on the same lap.
Yeah, it's fairly interesting. Perhaps we did say this, fuel essentially going from the end of the race backwards and, doing strategy based on that. But I think it's far too early to do that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that until the morning, at least.
I mean, let's just see what Ajiro do on this lap. What lap are we on? We're going to be 15. Yeah, so by my maths, they should be pitting this lap. So, because this is the laps ending in 9. So, yes, so I would assume Ajiro are coming in now, unless we did miss something. So let's see if they do just behind the undercover car, and they do. So, I wonder what happened to Varga then, unless they just pit one lap early, and we missed that. But their last lap doesn't look that that slow in that regard.
It's not looking slow at all. Matteo Caruso, look at this, has now got a 48-second gap. So again, ebbing and flowing against this gap is 48 seconds. The 66 car has over the number 69. It's a BMW versus a Ferrari. There was a quick yellow in Sector 2, so I presume someone had a quick spin at one of the chicanes. Essentially, if I remember correctly, Sector 2 it's down to Malzahn Corner. Does it include Tetra Rouge as well? I can't quite remember on this version.
Yes, so Sector 2 is literally just the apex of Tete Rouge to the apex of Mulsanne Corner. It's literally just the straight with the 2 chicanes.
Yeah.
So, that is, that's it. It's very short, or not necessarily short in terms of distance, but short as in, like, there's literally only 2 chicanes that you have to worry about. But the interesting point is, actually, I think the the first sector ends actually sort of just before Tete Rouge, but the sector 2 mark in Mulsanne corner is literally in the corner, so it kind of like includes the braking zone. So if you have, so there's obviously a lot more variables there that can happen at that point. So if you brake slightly earlier or later in that specific corner, it can actually obviously change that sector time just a little bit, which is quite an interesting fact. But obviously on different versions of the track, the sectors are in slightly different places.
Yeah, I must say that is one of my biggest gripes about where people decide to put timing lines. Do not put them in a braking zone or anywhere near a corner, because that does not give you an indicative sector time, because as you said, the braking point can be different from lap to lap. I would, if I was part of the FIA, I would ban that from new circuits and tell current circuits which have timing lines in a braking zone to move them, otherwise they'll lose their accreditation. Anyway, back to the race. Matteo Caruso, 48 seconds
Ran
ahead
over.
still of a race.
Yeah, it's certainly quite an interesting one. Obviously, just a bit unique to this one. It's not always the case. Sector markers are funny though, because sort of historically, no one really goes back and looks at sector times or anything. Comparing year to year, so it doesn't really matter that much. But obviously, sometimes sectors are, I guess this track is one of them, where each sector is like a completely different length. Sector 3 here is so long. If you think about Mulsanne corner back to the start-finish straight, that's basically half the track. So it's a really long sector 3 here. It's always a changing fact for different ones.
But yes, it is nearing 11 o'clock here in Central Europe, 10 o'clock with you, Cam. We're also nearing 16 hours to go, which means it is near the night stint, where for some reason Jimmy has decided to not be awake for 24 hours this year, and I don't think he's really got his heart in this anymore. If he really believed in this, he'd be up for all 24 hours. Now I think he's going to ban me.
Well, yeah, now there is obviously still going to be the cameras and such. So there will be that
Yes, there will be cameras
stream.
still. Yes.
Continuing to keep up for it. But yeah, the night's going to be very interesting in how this one's going to work out. We've obviously got the battle between Ajira and Varga in the LMP2 is getting quite close. Even Go Team Racing now aren't too far behind, and they're looking fairly quick as well. Because I think Ajira on their sort of third stint or second stint of their mediums, so they're sort of a bit slow at the moment. So that is obviously to look out for. But then also in the GTEs, we've got the very interesting battle. We now got Varga right behind Zancho for third place. Sorry, for third place in GTEs. But then they're only a few seconds behind Arisi as well. So we've got a three-way battle there. So this night stint is certainly looking to be, have some good moments in it. And it'll be quite interesting to see how this one works out. But yeah, well, I mean, we'll sort of stick around to the end of the hour to see what they're going to do at the next pit stops as well, to see how that one is going to be left before the night stint starts.
Yes, so the night stint is going to be very... but of course, at 7 o'clock tomorrow, I think the sun should be about rising in-game. I think it's usually about 6:30 or 7 it begins to rise again.
Yeah, I think I saw someone in the Discord saying that it's about 6:30 in-game that it's going to be rising, so that will probably be just about done by the time we get onto the next comms. But actually, we're going to be doing it sort of by the hours, so this is basically now going to be the conclusion of part one. As we saw, just Varga Sim Racing there getting up into that third place, which could be all important for their championship. But yeah, this is going to be the end of part one, and then part two will start on another stream, and then there'll be a third one again for that stint. So yeah, this could be end of part 1. So join us for part 2, where it will just be cameras over the night, and then back at 7 o'clock in the morning CEST, the comms will continue.